into the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare, Bill 2022. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders, past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference, teleconference, and in person. Senators Faruqi, Grogan and Little will be joining the hearing via video conference, and Senator Payman will be participating by teleconference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to the superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies, of factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome by video conference the representatives from Early Childhood Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, hello, thank you. I am Samantha Page, CEO at Early Childhood Australia.
Thank you very much. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Senator.
Page.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. And I also want to acknowledge that I'm on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander country. I'm here in Larrakia land, the land of the Larrakia people, also known as Darwin, and I pay my respect to elders past and present, and also acknowledge the long history of Aboriginal people raising and nurturing and educating children on these lands for many generations. We respect that history. Overall, Early Childhood Australia is pleased to support the bill, in particular the increase to the childcare subsidy to improve affordability for families in the low and middle income range. We support the model of the...
Ms. Page, you've just gone mute on us. We still can't hear you, no. Ms. Page, if we might just suspend for a moment, if we can just go to, we could go to chorus call as well. Secretary will just make contact with you.
If you can hear us, I'll take it. So it's a one-way.
Ms. Page, it appears to be at your end, not ours, the problem. So if we just do it by phone, maybe.
Sarah's sending her the details now.
Oh, good. The Secretary's just sending you the details.
Did you want
sorry.
Sarah's to check?
Oh, I did. Sorry, suspend. Yep.
There are exemptions if you're going to get casual work. Families are very confused about that. They often don't access those exemptions, and they're often, particularly now, very anxious about getting a debt through the childcare system, and so they'll be very cautious about estimating work that they don't know they have yet. The exemptions aren't really working for us. Secondly, we support Schedule 2 in terms of increasing transparency around fees. We think that's quite important. But I also like the suggestion in the Gowrie South Australian submission to this inquiry that we need to really understand the cost of delivery, that there has been a loss of understanding about cost of delivery, and it's really important that we don't get into a situation where government is sort of accusing services of overcharging without understanding the cost of delivery, or that transparency in fees is only part of the story, because what we really need to understand is what are the drivers on fees, what is driving fees up, and often that is wage increases, which are absolutely necessary in this sector. We need to be increasing wages, and one of the problems with the childcare subsidy increasing with CPI rather than a wage rated index is that it's out of whack with wage increases. So wage increases are a major driver, and so are rent and operating costs. And that's not really being addressed in the indexation on the childcare subsidy at the moment. And I think more investigation into cost drivers and understanding cost of delivery would help the whole system. Thirdly, the reduction of, the relaxing of the activity test for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. We know Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children are at a much higher risk of poor education outcomes over the long term. We've supported advocacy in this space from SNAKE and from other advocacy organisations. I think it's a good step in the right direction. I don't think that 36 hours is enough. We would like to see children have at least 3 days a week, and for that we need 72 hours as the base rate of entitlement for children, particularly in urban areas where children are accessing long day care services. But we support improved access for children from First Nations communities. But we also need to address the fact that there are a shortage of services in many of those communities and a shortage, particularly difficult workforce shortages in many rural and remote communities that also need to be addressed, and we hope that that's something that gets looked at as part of the Productivity Commission review next year. We support the Schedule 4 integrity measures with the caveat that and I think this has been raised in other submissions, and it's also acknowledged by the department, that we do need some exceptional circumstances, such as I think it was a submission from the Foundation for Women. Women fleeing domestic violence may need to use alternative payment arrangements to direct transfer, and as long as that is able to be done under the minister's rules, I think that overall increasing the transparency of the payment of fees is a good thing. And we also note that the cost of the bill is substantially less than the amount that was predicted. We would really like to see the $900 million that's not being spent on this applied to either collapsing the bottom two levels of the activity test, as we've proposed in our submission, or directed towards a wage increase for early childhood educators and teachers. We really do have a chronic workforce shortage. And one of the difficulties in delivering the government's intention with this bill to improve affordability is going to be if we don't have the workforce to deliver on it, families won't be able to benefit from that. So at the moment we have services, capping hours for families, closing rooms, partially closing services because they just can't staff them. And we really need to address that in order to have the full benefit of this legislation passing, if it passes. Thank you. That's my opening statement, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms Page. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Ms Page. Appreciate your comments just now and your submission, and understand that it has only just been provided to us. That's not your fault. This is the schedule that we're working to. So thank you for getting it to us just now, though. So I'm just skimming it as you've been speaking as well, and just in terms of addressing access, that section you've written there, and you cover off on the childcare deserts. What do we need to do to address those significant issues across the country? I'm from Western Australia, and we have. You go outside of Perth, and it's very, very difficult to get access to childcare, and I know that's an issue that's felt across the country, though. So, what do we need to do? Does this bill address that, and what do you suggest needs to happen more broadly?
Thank you. That's a fantastic question. We need to do quite a lot in that space, I think. We need to start with a really clear vision and a sense of children's entitlement. So we need to start by saying every child should be able to access a quality early childhood education program, regardless of where they live and what their household income might be. And so that would be a starting point. And then we need to have a planning mechanism whereby we know where children are going to be. Primary schools, we need to have a sense of what the population changes are right across the country and be mapping that and planning for service delivery. We can't afford to just leave this to market forces. That disadvantages rural communities and communities where there are small populations of children, where services are not likely to be viable, or they're either known not to be viable, or there's a high risk they won't be viable, in which case investors are not going to invest their money in new services. So we really need a planned approach to making sure that services are available where the children are. And then lastly, we need some different funding models. So while the mainstream childcare subsidy model is a vast improvement, I have to say, on the childcare benefit, childcare rebate mechanisms we had before that, it doesn't allow for those very small population areas or communities that are socially and economically disadvantaged. We need different funding models for different communities and different populations of families. And I think that we've been having some really productive conversations with government about that recently. And I would hope that the Productivity Commission process next year will take a good look at that and come up with some alternative funding arrangements. For example, the Aboriginal community-controlled organisations operating in remote communities, the childcare subsidy model does not work for them. They need a much more holistic funding model, but that would also be true of some of the very small services operating in rural communities across the country.
Yeah, thank you. And increasing the number of hours, particularly for Indigenous families, Indigenous children, is a welcome thing. But if there's not actually a service that those people can can attend, then obviously the benefit's not going to be there. You speak about the Productivity Commission doing a review. What would you like to see the PC remit include, in addition to what you've already said?
Yeah, so I'd definitely like it to look at that issue of what is the purpose of our investment in the childcare subsidy, and it needs to rebalance, I think, the benefits to children of participating in quality programs, right from the end of paid parental leave through to the transition to schools. Children right across that that spectrum really need to have access to quality early education, and then children, once they're in school, also need access to quality outside school hours programs. And it's important that we keep those programs in sight as well. And when we're setting a vision, I'd like to see it look at integrating the preschool kindergarten model. It is largely state government funded, with the federal government investment in early childhood education. We've sort of had this split between those two systems for a long time. It would be good to address that. I'd like it to protect and strengthen the very good work that Australia has done in terms of early years learning, our early years learning framework, which was very well regarded internationally and very well regarded here in Australia. We want to make sure that we build on that, as well as our national quality framework, which again is a leading approach to quality and very well regarded and valued by the early childhood profession. So I hope that it looks at that, and you have to look at affordability and access for children and families. And you're right, that means both making sure that services are available everywhere that they're needed, and we need a planned approach to that, as well as being affordable for families. And for low-income families, we basically need fully funded universal access. I think for families that have a high level using 50 hours a week of early childhood education is reasonable, but certainly for lower income households, we'd like to see early childhood education fully subsidised. And lastly, the Productivity Commission will need to consider the workforce crisis that the early childhood education and care sector is currently facing. We are going to need to address wages urgently to both retain and attract people into this sector.
And I think I've got 30 seconds left of my call. So can I just ask, on the workforce shortage issues, does this bill help to address that? What are the deficiencies if it's not?
I think what this bill will do is it'll increase demand from next July. So we'll be able to afford more hours of early childhood education, and we'll hope to get those extra hours. And the problem is that we don't have the workforce to deliver it. There are vacancies in many services, but we need to really improve the capacity of the workforce overall if we're going to meet more generally, and we need to incentivise educators and teachers and service leaders to go and work in rural and remote communities to make sure that those children aren't missing out and we don't exacerbate the inequities in the system at the moment. I'm sorry if my long-winded answer is using up your time.
I'd love to keep going, but I'm going to have to share the call. I'd love to explore that a bit more, but we'll keep going.
Thank you very much. Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair, and good morning, Ms. Page. Thank you so much for coming and providing evidence from your vast experience. And like Senator Sullivan, I haven't yet had a chance to read your submission, but I did read the one you provided to the Work and Care Inquiry. And in that submission, Early Childhood Australia stated that the childcare subsidy system limits access to early childhood education and care to families with secure regular workforce participation, and therefore exacerbates disadvantage. In that submission, you also pointed out that lifting the maximum rate of the childcare subsidy will not help families in most need of improved affordability. Could you, and I know you did talk a little bit about both these issues, but could you kind of explain a little bit more the impacts on the development of children and therefore the exacerbation of disadvantage because of this? And also, are you concerned that the full benefits of CCS increase won't be realized due to the inherent constraints within the activity test?
Yes, thank you, Senator Faruqi. We have attached our paper on the activity test submission to this inquiry, as we did to the work. So you'll see they're very consistent. So our concern is that the children that benefit from the increased subsidy rates, the 90% subsidy rate, are likely to be missing out because under the activity test they'll only have 24 hours of access to early childhood education, and subsidised access, I should say, to early childhood education and care, and that really isn't enough. So that equates 1 day a week basically of long daycare, and some commentators will suggest, well, the problem is we don't have shorter sessions, but many providers are trying to provide shorter sessions, but there are complexities in that, in the way the childcare subsidy works and in the way. All right, so at the moment that's a bit tricky. But certainly what we're concerned about is that we know children who have access to quality early childhood education and care program, or a preschool or kindergarten program, are much more likely to make a successful transition to school, more likely to do well at school, more likely to go on and complete their education. In fact, they're twice as likely to do that. We know that we currently have 1 in 5 Australian children and 2 in 5 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children who are experiencing a form of developmental vulnerability before they transition to school, and we have the opportunity to address that in early childhood settings. Early childhood settings are very well placed to identify children who might be experiencing learning difficulties, or who may be behind in their vocabulary or their communication development, and catch those children up before they transition to school. Once children start school behind, it's very hard for them to catch up, but we can catch them up in the early years. And so our equity proposal, which you refer to, proposes to collapse the bottom 2 tiers of the activity test, and so to provide all children, regardless of their parental the workforce participation of their parents. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling a bit today. With at least 72 hours a fortnight of access, which would give children 3 days a week of access to early education, whether that's in a preschool, kindergarten or long daycare setting. And we think that that's what's required to give every child the best possible start. We do need to address the issue of access to services, so we need to have the services where they're needed, and we need to address the workforce issues as well in order to deliver on that, but we need to change the activity test. And as I said previously, I understand the purpose of an activity test for high levels of use. So for 4 or 5 days a week, I think an activity test, might be applicable. I wouldn't mind scrapping it altogether, but I can understand the rationale for it at that level. But really, every child should be able to access at least 3 days a week in their own right.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question, but I think you've answered that. Would you support the scrapping of the activity test? I think you said
yes, I would. Yeah.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier, and I think you're absolutely right about that, this bill comes into effect on 1st July 2023, and there could be issues around workforce because of increased demand. So what do you think the government needs to do? What steps need to be taken? So, I mean, everyone wants these changes, and there are a number of submissions to happen before July 2023, because it does provide improved access. What changes does the government need to do to kind of make sure that that access is available, if possible, earlier than July?
Yes, I'm going to add something to my answer on the activity test, because what we do know is that parents who work, the alignment between parents' working hours and their use of subsidised early childhood education is quite close. So the reason we could scrap the activity test is that I think we can trust parents to use what they need and not to use more than they need, or more than they can afford, really. Working hours is closely aligned to the number of hours they access. So you could do away with the activity test altogether, but certainly do away with it for the first 3 days. Secondly, on your workforce point, so Early Childhood Australia and the United Workers Union last week held a crisis summit with employers and with unions and with early childhood peaks and advocacy bodies to have that very conversation about what are we going to do about the workforce, particularly with the prospect of increasing demand next July if this bill passes and the childcare subsidy rates increase. And what we jointly came to by the end of the day was that we need government to come to the table with employers and with unions and find a way to do across the sector bargaining on wages. We need a wage increase. There's just no getting around it. Educators and teachers in the early childhood sector need a wage increase. Ultimately, we want those wages to match the wages in the school sector, because we cannot keep our teachers in childhood settings unless they're paid the equivalent to teachers in the school system. And increasingly, early childhood educators are also working in the school educational assistants, and unless we can match the wages of diploma qualified educators, we're going to lose those educators to the school system as well. So ultimately, we need to match wages in the early childhood sector. A teacher is a teacher, an educator is an educator. They should be paid the same, regardless of which sector they work in. And as an initial first step, we really want to we want to bring the government together with employers. The government is the major investor in early childhood education, both through the childcare subsidy and through the money given to states and territories for preschool. It is the major investor. We need them to be at the table with the employers to negotiate a wage increase. And we really need that wage increase to come through before July next year, when these subsidy increases become a reality.
Yeah, and you were talking, Ms. Page, earlier about, in your responses to Senator Sullivan's questions, about the childcare deserts and how remote and rural areas do need more centres and more services. Do you think the government should be proactively providing those services in those areas?
I think that could be one model, and I think we've seen some really interesting developments with the New South Wales State Government and the Victorian State Government joint committing to ensuring that all access to universal preschool for 2 years before school 30. I mean, that's very exciting. And in Victoria, we're seeing the state government committing to build and operate kindergarten services. I think that certainly one is government delivery, whether that's state government or local government. I think also, though, partnering with communities. Communities are often, they want to be involved. They want to co-design the services that work for them in their community. There are often, just opportunities in terms of who owns land, who has the capacity to build the building, who has the capacity to operate the service. I would excuse me, particularly think Aboriginal community controlled organisations are very well placed to provide early childhood and care in remote Aboriginal communities, and it would be good to see models of partnership between government and those organisations. And it's one of the problems with the childcare subsidy at the moment, that all the risk lies with the provider. So all the risk has to be taken on by the organisation or the not-for-profit or the company or the small business that provides that service. They have to wear the risk, and that's what's not working in small population communities. So we really need to share that risk.
Thank you very much, Ms. Page.
Senator Faruqi, thank you, Senator Faruqi. I'll need to go to Senator Grogan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Page, for coming along and sharing your knowledge with us. We really appreciate your time. Can I ask you, first of all, have you or your organisation engaged with the Department or the Minister's Office in relation to this legislation?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and have you been able to provide your full commentary on all the issues that you see into the future?
Yes, I think we have. We would have liked to see the changes to the activity test included in this legislation, but I acknowledge that was not part of the policy platform that was taken to the election. So now, we will continue to just to the activity test through a regular advocacy and next budget process. But we have had those conversations absolutely with the Minister and with the Department, and we did provide some feedback on the integrity measures when they were first proposed, and feel like not just our feedback but the feedback from other it's in the sector has been considered.
That's good to hear. So you've stepped through a range of issues, and I think we all know that workforce is a major challenge here. And so the government commitment to the Productivity Commission review, which will look at all of those policy settings. And that combined with the additional TAFE places, additional uni places, and the implementation of the workforce plan. If we look at all of those in total, can you just expand on how you think the changes that we've got now, with all of those other things sort of in train, maybe not happening right now, but all in train to occur, what the educational benefits are going to be for children as a result of these changes?
The changes in this bill?
Yeah, basically
Changes
the
of all of
childcare
that.
subsidy rate, yeah.
Yeah. It's an exciting time to be in early childhood education with all of those opportunities. We do welcome the ACCC inquiry and the Productivity Commission inquiry and the opportunity to really rethink the way we deliver early childhood education in this country. I think that's very exciting. I think the changes from this bill will increase access for many children, particularly in the middle income sort of child band, where families will be able to afford more days or more access to services, and that will benefit those children as long as we have quality programs and qualified staff delivering those services. But we do need to do more. I guess our key message is this bill just doesn't go far enough in terms of delivering on a universal system of early childhood education that benefits every child. I do think there is a longer term commitment to that, but we have to understand that children are only little for 5 years of their life, and the longer we wait to deliver a properly funded universal system, the more children are going to miss out.
Fair comment. So I guess that's why we're trying to do this quite. We're getting on with the job since the government got elected to actually make these changes. In reference to some comments you made earlier, can you expand for us on what you think the specific impacts are going to be on children from First Nations families? Obviously, we've gone a bit further with that particular measure now, while the other work goes on to review the other policy settings. Can you talk us through how you feel that particular measure is going to benefit those First Nations children?
Yes, well, certainly I think for many First Nations families, that change test will be very welcome. It'll make it easier for them to access the childcare subsidy and easier for them to maintain the consistent enrolment in an early childhood education setting. They won't be having to worry about, particularly where they are in precarious employment, or often in communities where there's seasonal employment, you might meet the activity test for a period of time and then you don't. For those families to have that consistent access to 36 hours a fortnight will be very welcome, and that's a good thing for those children. We would like to see it higher. We'd like to see those children have 72 hours a fortnight, but really what we want is for children to have 3 days. The hours, it's about the days of access. So if we could deliver 3 days with shorter hours, we very, welcome that as well. But what's important is that children are coming for at least 3 days and experiencing the teaching program, the opportunity to learn through play-based learning with the other children in a setting that's well resourced and run by qualified staff. 3 days a week is what we know makes a difference to the education outcomes over the long term. So it is an improvement, absolutely, for First Nations children, but we'd like to see it go further in. And as we were discussing earlier, there are some communities where there simply aren't any services. And so increasing children's access to the childcare subsidy isn't going to benefit them unless we do something about the availability of services. And I think that's a co-design process.
Thank you, Ms Page. I really appreciate it. I'll hand back to you now, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Little, thank you.
Good morning, Ms Page. Just for context, I know you said that you were in Darwin. Are you normally based in Darwin, or are you just visiting?
So I'm based normally in Canberra, but we have a team here in Darwin that deliver inclusion support and NDIS programs, and so I'm a regular visitor, but I am based in Canberra.
Okay, thank you. That helps me understand a bit about context. I want to ask a question about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. This week in travelling remotely, we heard a fair bit from parents about their concern around children attending school, bilingual education, and wanting to ensure that the teachers that were teaching them understood how to help them increase their vocabulary by using English, but understanding the context of the languages that were first and second to those children. How do you think that this particular legislation would impact them, given that this talks about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, but there is great diversity amongst those children?
Yes, I mean, I think that's something that would be. It's a real area of need, and there are some actions in the National Workforce Strategy to try and increase the number of Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander educators and teachers, and hopefully to draw people from local community with local language. And I know that there are a lot of the universities and the TAFE and RTOs are working on models that can better support people to obtain a qualification without needing to leave their community to do that, and particularly in communities where there may only be one service, for example. And historically, there are complexities around doing practice-based training in your own setting where you're employed. You're supposed to do it somewhere. I do think we need to continue to increase the work opportunities, career pathways and qualification pathways so that we have a diverse workforce, and so we have a bilingual, multilingual workforce. The childcare subsidy changes in this bill and the changes to the activity test will, I think, help many of the services that are operating in rural and remote communities improve their viability, because more children will have access to more subsidised hours. So that's a good thing, and hopefully that gives some of the educators and teachers in those services more job tenure, job security and hours of employment as well. So we should be able to lift the level of participation for children where services are currently operating and where they have the capacity to lift hours of access. I'm being a little bit cautious about it because some services are understaffed and can't lift that capacity.
I guess my question relates more to the pedagogy rather than the ability to attend a service. It's about the benefit from attending the service. Given in some of those communities, parents may also need additional support to support the teaching in the early childhood environment. That's really my focus here is for those centres that are operating in those areas that I mentioned where English is not the second language. You're giving some thought to the pedagogy. If you're going to provide a service, it's not just about providing the service, it's about how that service is provided.
Yes, absolutely. I do think the early childhood sector has done a lot of work in the last 10 years to improve cultural safety and cultural responsiveness and ensure that staff that are working with different cultural populations, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, are much better trained to do that and do that effectively. And we want to keep investing in that. But I noted that the Marathi Foundation, Indikindi, provided a submission, and those models are just achieving terrific outcomes for children, and that's where we need that either block fund or integrate different forms of funding. So it might take the childcare subsidy, it might take other family support funding, it might take health funding, and provide a more holistic wraparound service. We know that those integrated service models are very effective in terms of improving engagement with vulnerable families that may be reluctant to access services without that dedicated support. And the role of educators and teachers is really, directly face-to-face with the children, working with the children in the setting to provide a really rich quality learning experience. They can't necessarily jump in the car and leave the building and go and meet with a local community group or a mother's group or a play group, but a family support worker can do that very effectively. And so if we can build services that are more integrated, that cross-disciplinary, that have family support workers and early intervention specialists and early childhood educators and teachers that all work together, I think we can vastly improve the outcomes for those children.
So one of the issues that we have in the education system is that performance indicator is based on attendance rather than outcomes. Would you agree that if we were to go down this path that we would need to look at perhaps the indicators of success rather than just being about participation?
Yes, I think we do. And I understand there is work being done, for example, on the preschool outcomes measures. So there are a number of measures that are being used around the country, but it would be good to have better research evidence for performance measures that really do look at child outcomes. I think that's absolutely right. Attendance and dosage and engagement really have been the only consistent measures used, and we would like to. Well, that and sorry, the one other would be the quality ratings on the services. But many of the services operating in rural and remote communities, particularly outside the quality frameworks, it would be good to bring them in, but bring them in a culturally appropriate way that does focus on the quality of the program delivered to children and the outcomes for children and family.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Senator Little. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms Page. I'll keep it nice and short with just one question. Thank you for being super comprehensive, answering all the other questions. I know that you mentioned earlier about how this bill increases demand by July 2023. This bill also confirms the educator discount agreed in 2021-2022, that it will provide the option of offering a discount on fees for the children of the educators without this affecting the amount of childcare subsidy payable. In your view, does the childcare discount for early childhood workforce help to retain educators?
Yes, and I do think it's a welcome measure for educators. We need to do everything we can, Senator, to keep early childhood educators and teachers working in the early childhood sector. My one concern about that measure is that it advantages large providers that can wear that loss of revenue. So it's so providers that can cross-subsidise and run a number of services are better placed to be able to do without the revenue that they would have otherwise received, whereas small providers, and the majority of providers in this sector are small providers, might find that more difficult, particularly if we have a largely female workforce, over 92%, and many in childbearing age. And so if you have multiple educators and teachers with young children wanting to access that fee reduction, that could get.
I missed that last bit, Ms Page, sorry. You said the reduction that could get...
It could be more difficult for small providers, so small NGOs and small business operators that perhaps only have one service and multiple educators eligible for the discount. That could be tricky. But look, I think overall we welcome the measure and seek to help to make it work.
Thank you, Ms Page. That's all from me, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much, Senator. And Ms Page, look, thank you very much for the evidence you've given today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 4th of November 2022? Your evidence will be a great deal of assistance in our deliberations for our final report. Thank you again, Ms Page.
Thank you. And apologies, our submission was late. If any of the senators have questions they'd like to put on notice, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Page. We appreciate that. I now welcome by video conference the representatives from Early Learning and Care Council of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just having a little bit of a challenge with my camera, which was working when I did the test. If you can just bear with me for one moment, I'll see if I can get it to work. No, it doesn't seem to be working. My apologies. Would you like me to proceed, or would you like me to try and get it to?
No, if you could proceed, it would be helpful. Thank you, Ms. Deeth.
Certainly. Okay. Look, I would like to firstly acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we're all meeting on today. I'm on the Gadigal lands of the Eora Nation, and I'd like to pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging, and our deadliest youngest Australians. I thank you for the opportunity to meet you this morning.
Excuse me, Ms. Deeth, could you, sorry, my apologies, but I probably didn't make it clear. Would you mind just saying in what capacity you're appearing today? It's just a matter for Hansard.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth Deeth, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Early Learning and Care Council of Australia. And I represent a significant percentage of the not-for-profit and for-profit early learning and care providers across Australia.
Thank you, Ms. Deeth. And Ms. Deeth, we have your introductory remarks as well. So if it's of assistance, all the committee members have that. If you'd like to add any additional comments to that briefly, that would be welcome. And otherwise, I'll ask the committee to start asking questions. And thank you again for your introductory remarks, which we've circulated.
No problem. I think that probably the best way forward would be to simply start with saying that we absolutely support the bill, and LACA is committed to advocating for access and affordability for all families to enable quality early childhood education. I think it's wise to highlight the fact that we represent both for-profit and not-for-profit providers, and we also span the whole country. So preschool and long day are the primary services that our members deliver, but they also deliver outside school hours care and other services, including in-home. So I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you, Ms. Deeth. I appreciate your assistance there. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Ms. Deeth. Thanks so much for coming to provide us with your evidence. Previously, LACA has called for the government to support higher wages for educators through Fair Work Commission processes and to commit to funding wage increases. How big a piece of the puzzle is salary when considering the workforce crisis, and what do you think the best way of addressing it is?
That's a very good question, Senator Faruqi. The challenge of the wages for the workforce is probably the primary consideration. We know that through the co-design work that was done with the Shaping Our Future workforce strategy. We also know that unless we reach comparable salaries to schooling environments where early childhood teachers have the same qualifications as many of those working in the schooling sector, unless we meet those wages, we'll continue to lose our wonderful early childhood educators to schooling, the degree qualified educators. It was also applicable for our childcare and diploma qualified, the Certificate 3 and diploma qualified early childhood educators, who need to be seen as such important supports and pedagogical supports, not just environmental, but really engaged very strongly in the pedagogy and delivery of services. We need them to be recognised as their educational assistants within the schooling sector are. So the quantum then is, I would say, anywhere between 25 to 30% increase in salaries. But that's not necessarily for every provider needs to increase that. We know that we have some members who are already matching school degree qualified early childhood teacher wages. And we know that there are many of our members who are really, really concerned that the teachers and educators should have a wage increase, but their heightened concern is that then it will impact the fees and affordability for families.
Ms. Deeth, if this bill passes, obviously early childhood education and care will become cheaper. But if the workforce crisis isn't dealt with, do you think this bill will actually deliver the policy aims?
I think there's a high risk because we know at the moment our sector is struggling to deliver services to the children who are currently attending. With the COVID crisis, we started with workforce challenge before COVID. We then ended up with a much greater crisis post-COVID. And the biggest issue we have right now is retention. We have a campaign that's bringing in, working to bring in and raise the profile of the sector and the wonderful profession that we work in. I'm an early childhood teacher and I've been in the sector for more than 40 years. So I can absolutely say that we have a brilliant profession with many dedicated people. And we know that unless we can retain them, unless we can attract more people into this really important, most important part of the education continuum, then we won't be able to deliver for more families in the future. I can say that we started our campaigns at the beginning of 2021. And at that time, we, across just our membership, which is, as I said, 25 to 30% of the sector, we had more than 3,000 vacancies, staff vacancies. We now have more than 5,000 staff vacancies just across our membership. And that's because it's not just the official figures where we have, advertised jobs. We know that for many of those advertised jobs, we need replacements for people who are having lunch breaks, who are going to do professional learning, doing all of the really important things, the programming and planning for the children, release from face-to-face. All of those elements are so important to ensure that the quality of service delivery is maintained. So a challenge.
Yeah. Ms. Deed, LACA has previously called for all children to be provided with a base entitlement of at least 2 days per week of subsidised early learning and care, regardless of their parents' engagement in work or study. So I guess, could you tell us a bit more about your view of how the activity test in its current form is problematic? And would you support the removal of the activity test?
I would certainly, I believe we would support the removal of the activity test, and I would state that I question the complexity and the administration of the activity test and the return on investment for government there. The challenge is so much that families are in a chicken and egg situation. They are seeking work, but they can't engage in work until they have early childhood education. They can't access early childhood education because they're not working. And even though we have the seeking work provision, the length of time that it can take people to do that is challenging. So all around, it's not just that element, but it's the complexity. People are concerned. They're in financial crisis right now. They're challenged in many different areas of their life. We need to ensure that the soft entry into an early childhood education and care environment is enabled, not hindered.
I think I have 1 minute, so I'll just go back to the workforce crisis for a bit. And just, obviously this bill, and correct me if I'm wrong if you think otherwise, does nothing to address the workforce crisis. And we have had a few submissions from people who are saying, and I've heard from a lot in the community, that these changes need to be brought on before July 1, 2023. So what does the government need to do to make sure that these changes can be brought on as early as possible and that they have the effect that is, that they aim to achieve?
I would suggest that the most important thing is for government to support the sector with a wage supplement. But that wage supplement needs to be also considered as part of a longer term strategy. A wage supplement that is tokenistic to the sector would not be received well at all. Providers, though, would really value to have that conversation with a wage supplement embedded in a longer term strategy. But it needs to happen. Yeah, sorry, Senator Faruqi, just needs to happen in the first 6 months of next year, because if we don't get it happening then, we won't have the capacity to deliver, I believe.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Deeth. Appreciate you coming along and sharing your knowledge with us. Can I ask, have you had engagement with the department and the Minister's office over this particular bill, which, as you know, covers one section of reform, but also the other issues that you've raised in your opening statement and in your comments so far today?
Senator Grogan, we certainly have on numerous occasions. We speak regularly about what the current environment is, what the challenges are, and we certainly support the bill and the transparency measures and the integrity measures, all of those. We'd like to work with government to make sure that it actually achieves the intent and it's not excessively burdensome, because administrative burden is really taking providers away from the real business that they're in, which is providing education and care to our youngest children. So yes, we've stated all of that, and we've also addressed the issues of the workforce, and as I mentioned before, the co-design of the Shaping Our Future. We're very delighted that that's happening. We would like to see it, in layman's term, turbocharged.
Well, let's kick it off, shall we? And get started with that. Now, the bill provides a childcare subsidy of 90% for families earning up to $80,000, and then tapers down, as you know, to the $530,000, which we say are benefiting about 96% of families. What impact do you think this increase in the childcare subsidy is going to have on the educational outcomes for children?
One thing that it will do will be open the door for more children to access, and that's a significant benefit for those children who engage. We still need to reach out to those children that are not attending and are hard to reach. So I think we've got a long way to go in that space. That would be resolved in many ways by having much better data and a visibility of all of the sector and all of the children in Australia, combining some data sets so we can see where they all are. So I think, in short, the bill is wonderful. It provides support for families. It provides definitely better access for children, First Nations families, which after my time working in Central Australia across the bottom third of the territory, and also heading up early childhood for the Northern Territory government for a couple of years, I can tell you that it is absolute music to our ears to hear that children who are within that cohort will have access to extra hours. We'd actually really like to see it increased, doubled in fact, to 72, because that's where the rubber starts to hit the road. The children who need that access need it in greater volume than any child. And I would support any measure that increases access for children of First Nations, and alongside First Nations children, those children who are experiencing disability and disadvantage and vulnerability.
And what do you see, or what do you know, given your vast experience and the experience of your organisation, what do you know about what those longer term benefits are for children?
I can say that I was involved in a research study when I was in the Northern Territory government, and it was around a particular approach and the evidence engaging families, and the evidence involved in that demonstrated lifelong outcomes for children, and changes. So it changes in their educational outcomes, whether they stayed and completed high school, changes and positive changes in their entering into school and not being so far behind their peers, changes in their ultimate employment, changes in their health outcomes in the 40s, for example. The range of benefits of early childhood education is quite outstanding. And we also know that, of course, 95% of a child's brain develops before they start into school. So all of those pathways, synapses, all of those neural pathways that need reinforcement and engagement through play, through strategic scaffolding of learning, they all happen in those early years, and it's the critical time that we need to support children.
Right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your input. I'll hand back to you now, Chair.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Ms. Death. In September, you said that there was I think you're referring back to July, that there was about a 7,000 job vacancy for early childhood educators, teachers and centre managers. But you've said that that's now 5,000. So can I just clarify that? Has there been an improvement, or or am I measuring something different there?
Senator Sullivan, it's a different cohort that we were talking about there. So the 7,000 were the official figures, the National Skills Commission, I believe, and before I was talking about for the Early Learning and Care Council of Australia members. Yep. We started at the beginning of 2021 with 3,000 vacancies across our members across Australia, and we have just last month just reached and pitched 5,000 vacancies, which is quite astounding.
Thank you for clarifying. So the problem's getting worse in terms of workforce shortage. Does this bill go to addressing that issue?
I would say this bill needs to have concurrent measures in place. The bill needs to have the support of government to provide, as I was mentioning before, a wage supplement that will help increase the salaries of our workforce, and also, ideally, an attract back and a retention campaign. Our members have invested in Big Roles in Little Lives, a campaign that has been highly successful over the last 2 years nearly. We are actually in market at the moment, and the intent of that campaign is rising tide lifting all boats, to impact the whole sector, not just our members, but to raise the awareness of the profession and bust some of the myths, Senator, that we have out there around early childhood education. People just don't understand the opportunities and the pathways that are available for people to engage in the workforce in early childhood education care, particularly with our members. They can come in as a trainee, they can then upskill as a Certificate 3, then diploma, educational leader, early childhood teacher, area manager, and many other pathways. I think we need to highlight that, and we need to start that with a wage supplement that will go alongside, or will preempt the introduction of the bill, so that it can have some impact before July next year.
And how would you see the wage supplement work? Would that be paid directly to the employee or through the employer?
We had the example that we've had is the employment guarantee through COVID, where the funding was delivered to the provider and they had accountability for that. I believe there were many mechanisms that could be used, and I'd like to explore that a little bit further with others, because I think we need to have very clear transparency and accountability should there be any money coming through, to ensure that it goes directly to the workforce. But I do believe that can be done directly through the employer.
This issue of workforce is acute, particularly in regional areas. I'm from Western Australia. You don't need to go far out of Perth. In fact, even lots of parts of Perth, frankly. But certainly when you get regional and remote, there's a real struggle for providers to find staff. Many services have had to close or aren't able to sustain delivery in these places. There's an increase in the number of hours that Aboriginal families are able to access through this legislation. But if the service isn't there because they can't get the workforce or can't sustain the additional costs of delivering in remote regional centres, I guess this bill won't actually go to addressing the importance of providing, particularly First Nations, Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander people, that access. So, you can make a comment on that statement I've made, but I guess what I'm looking for is an understanding of what needs to be done. Is this bill going far enough, and what needs to be done to make sure that there's equitable access?
Thank you, Senator. I think this bill is the first step. I think that we have, but without immediate and longer term investment in the workforce, the potential might not be realised. The particular challenges of regional and remote, including the workforce, is, and specifically in First Nations and environments where the childcare subsidy does not necessarily meet the needs of the service. So, for example, one service that I used to oversee when I was Director of Community Services in Central Australia was the service in one of the remotest environments. It had only approximately 500 people in the community. There's no way that that service could ever be financially viable with a childcare subsidy model. I think we need to start to see much better support for those services in regional and remote, and we need to start to see some two-way learning between the people who have their qualifications and be able to grow their own in the communities that they're working in for the local services. So I think there are a number of measures. I could sit and have a lovely conversation for a long time around that, but I don't believe that this bill addresses that yet. The step for the increased access for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children is very welcomed.
Okay.
And the first step.
Okay, thank you. Just finally, the government's put a lot of staked a lot on this bill and the measures that they're taking with regard to early childhood education and particularly around addressing cost of living. So this is an important area for the government. So were you invited to the Jobs Summit? Did you have an input into the development through that and other processes?
I certainly attended a round table with Minister Ali, and I have met with Minister Clare before the Jobs Summit. There wasn't an ALACA invitation, but I did have an opportunity to have input, and unfortunately I was also overseas when the Jobs Summit was on.
But you weren't actually invited to the Jobs Summit?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Senator. Senator Payman.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Steph. I just wanted to get your input on the gap fee. So I know that the bill requires electronic payment of gap fees to help test whether the gap fees have been paid. This is designed to present an obstacle to fraudulent schemes where a service tries to claim the subsidy for the care that isn't occurring. What are your views on requiring electronic payment of gap fees, which is essentially designed to reduce that fraud and non-compliance?
We welcome that payment method. I have had experience of direct debit payments in many different environments, including very remote, and they work. I think it's a measure of fraud reduction that we would welcome. The only challenge that we see there is where families who are most in need might be charged large disallowing, or if their payment's discredited, then they won't get the benefit of the automatic debits. So we would like to see some measures put in place around the gateways that some of the third-party software providers use to ensure that there's not excessive fees and burdensome for those families who need to access. Okay,
thank you for that. And one final question before I return back to the chair is, I understand that you're representing providers operating over 2,380 services, and noting that the bill confirms the educator discount, which was agreed last year. This will give providers the option of offering discount on fees for the children of their educators without this affecting the amount of childcare subsidy payable. Now, in your view, does the childcare discount for early childhood workforce help you retain educators?
Yes, it's an important factor, and we would actually like to see it go to 100%. Again, we are tying our providers in knots with administration a lot of the time. So 100% would be much easier to administer, and it would be very much an opportunity for the hardworking people who work on the ground in all those services to get that access. It's the challenge that I understand is the smaller providers who may not be able to forego that income. And I think that's something that needs to be considered next time around, but we certainly welcome it. And we would only see it as being part of the puzzle of the supplement, the discount for the employees, and also this bill. We need a whole range of strategies here. There's no one silver bullet. This is part of it.
Yeah, thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, I just wanted to ask, you recognise that workforce and the number of vacancies in this sector is a major issue in terms of implementation of or progression of this particular legislation. Can I ask a question about would you prioritise regional and remote areas as part of this, given the additional need in those communities and some of those more significant complexities of operating in those areas?
Sorry, can I just clarify? So prioritise the workforce strategies?
Prioritise resolving or working through some of those issues that would result in the actual delivery of outcomes in those areas.
I think that it's very hard to even segregate any parts of the sector when it's actually the pipeline into the sector that is the most important. As I mentioned earlier, I do believe we need to have some very different models in regional and remote environments. And for example, in the Northern Territory, one of the principals, well, there is a school with co-principals where there's a local principal and there's a non-Indigenous principal. I think we need to start to look at some innovative models like that to support the local workforce and for them to grow their own in those both regional and remote environments. But I think that we have to tackle this as a whole, otherwise we're going to be diminishing the impact of the major strategies that we need to put into place.
Would looking at different models, such as working with the current education system, mean that this would actually require potentially different models of funding for similar outcomes, for example? But in those cases, the education is funded directly rather than through in the subsidisation of what individuals might pay.
So you're referring to the preschool that's delivered in schools compared to the preschool that's delivered in early learning services?
That's right.
Okay, so having, as I said, worked in the Northern Territory with, across the schools, I think we've got a situation where there's disparity of salaries, and the salaries need to be comparable, but there also needs some innovation. And I know that there are many different models of retention strategies for those working in regional and remote areas. For example, the number of years that they work enables them to access potentially some study leave, supported study leave. And Victorian government, for example, have their $50,000 that they are offering to support workforce into regional and remote areas. So there are many different models, Senator Little, and I think that we need to unpack all of those. But in the very first instance, the biggest thing that people talk about are wages.
Thank you. That's it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you very much for the evidence that you've given today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 4th of November 2022. Ms Deeth, the evidence you've given will be a great deal of assistance in the committee in its final deliberations, and again I appreciate your time this morning. We'll now go on a break and return at 10:31, right to the minute. Start. I now welcome by video conference, we can recommence, thank you. I now welcome by video conference the representatives from the Good Start Early Learning. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you for For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hello, my name is John Cherry. I'm the Head of Advocacy for Good Start Early Learning.
Thank you, Mr. Sherry. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Sure, and I have provided a short statement to the committee chair, which I assume is going into the Hansard, so I'll speak to that very, very quickly. Good Start is Australia's largest not-for-profit early learning provider. We've got 64,000 children who attend our centres each day. We have been consulted on the development of this bill by the government, and we thank the government for that opportunity. We do support the passage of the bill with one small amendment, and we've got some comments about some complementary measures that we think need to go alongside the bill. The amendment we are seeking to the bill is to the provisions that codify the childcare discount for educators in the sector. We'd like to see that provision extended to centre-based cooks who are also employed under the Children's Services Award. But we think that is an anomaly with the original policy proposal that was put up last year, which needs to be addressed. And in terms of the complementary measures, we do believe that there is a need to address the chronic shortage of educators across the sector at the moment. In many ways, the objective of the government of expanding workforce participation by making childcare more affordable will be defeated if families can't access places as well. And the other thing we would note as the other complementary measure over time, we're very supportive of the provisions in the bill to extend access to early learning and care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. We think that extension of the base entitlement exam for the activity test should be broadened beyond that group to include other low-income and disadvantaged children over time, but we acknowledge that does come with a budget cost and may need to wait for the next budget. So with those very short introductory comments, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sherry, and we do have your statement from your opening statement as well, so thank you for that, and we'll circulate to the committee. For now, Senator Grogan to commence questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your time, Mr. Cherry. It's very good to have you here to share your experience with us. Firstly, can I just ask, have you had engagement with the Minister's Office and the Department regarding this bill?
Yes, absolutely, Senator Grogan. We, as I said in my statement, our CEO is part of the Early Childhood Reference Group, and we were consulted on the development of the bill, and we think the bill was improved by that process. And everything I'm saying to you today, we have certainly made that clear to the Minister's Office in our engagements over coming months. So the office is very open for engagement.
And the other issues that you've raised, if you had an opportunity to, which obviously aren't part of this bill, because this bill is intended to do a very specific thing, while a range of other measures are dealing with the other issues, such as workforce. Have you had an opportunity to expand on your concerns or your what you would like to see into the future with the Minister's Office or the Department on those things?
Yes, absolutely. Our CEO has met with both Minister Clare and Minister Ali and has outlined these issues. We've got a very good hearing. As the previous speaker commented, Minister Ali has chaired a series of roundtables on workforce. But what we are saying to the committee today is this bill takes effect from July 1 next year. And unless there is action on workforce well ahead of that, we're raising a genuine concern that the objectives of this bill, which is to expand access to affordable childcare, may not be achieved because there may not be the places for the parents who are seeking to increase their access to care and work.
Okay, but you're engaging in those conversations about
absolutely.
Reaching that point and being able to ensure that there are staff there.
Absolutely, and just this morning, Senator, we're part of a joint communique that was issued by a group of unions, employers and peak bodies that met last week to discuss workforce, and we were discussing the pathways forward on workforce, and we've invited the government to meet with that group again in a couple of weeks' time. So hopefully we'll have the Minister dealing direct with the sector at as part of that process.
Excellent, thank you. Now, the bill provides a subsidy, a 90% subsidy for families earning up to 80%. and the subsidy then tapers down, as you know, to 530, which we believe is benefiting about 96% of families using care. What impact do you think that this increase in the childcare subsidy is going to have on educational outcomes and the future opportunities for the children who access this care?
Look, it will be profound. We know that cost is an impediment to people attending early learning. We know that particularly children who would benefit most from early learning are least likely to attend, and income is a key part of that. We know that family incomes are very stretched, and we know that the 90% CCS rate for low-income families will make a huge difference to those families. And we strongly support that, Senator. This is a big reform. It's a very positive reform. It's great for children, it's great for working families, and it's great for Australia as a whole.
So the long-term impacts of this kind of increase in access to affordable childcare, the long-term impacts on those children and their families, can you just step us through what that might look like?
Sure. Well, what we know from the Australian Educational Development Census, which is done every 3 years, of children starting school, is that children who start school without access to early learning are twice as likely to start school developmentally vulnerable, developmentally behind. And if they've attended early learning, then generally they are half as likely to start school developmentally vulnerable. And those impacts last right through schooling. There have been some linkage work done at the University of Queensland that shows that when they hit NAPLAN tests in year 3, if they start a school developmentally vulnerable, they're far less likely to meet the minimum standards for NAPLAN in year 3. And there's research from overseas, from the UK, that we're hooked into, which shows that disadvantage extends right into high school, and work that the OECD has done through the PISA tests show that right through high school. So these are long-lasting impacts, and the more low-income, disadvantaged children that we can get into early learning, then the better outcomes we will have in our education system right through.
Great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your input. Back to you, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Cherry. You're the largest provider in the country. Nearly 650 centres around Australia, employing 13,000 staff. From a business perspective, when your company, your organisation is looking to expand and go into other areas, going into a new suburb or new region, what are the determining factors that you look to in going ahead and building a new childcare centre?
Sure, it's a big investment, Senator, as you can imagine, because a new centre is a capital investment of $5 to $6 million, so it can be quite substantial. We have two lenses we look through. One is a commercial lens, which is areas where we are underrepresented and where we think we can build a centre that can be viable. The other lens we look through is being a not-for-profit. We also want to ensure we're servicing areas that need access to quality early learning and care, and we're particularly keen to partner with state governments to get into some of those areas called childcare deserts, where there is not access to quality early learning and care, and see if we can get into those areas. Some of those areas aren't as viable from a commercial point of view as the inner city areas where you can sort of develop a more sustainable service, but we try to do both ends of the market wherever we can.
You've spoken about workforce issues. We've also had discussion today with other witnesses with regard to childcare deserts. Do you have a view on that? How big? What's the scale of the issue with regards to childcare deserts?
Well, it's either raining cats and dogs, or it's an absolute drought in terms of access to early learning across Australia, Senator, as you know. And I heard your previous comments talking about regional Australia. There are huge chunks of regional Australia where children simply cannot access early learning. There are large parts of Australia where they can't access quality early learning, and there may be early learning there, but it may not necessarily be of quality. There are other parts of Australia where it's significantly oversupplied, and areas close to the city, inner city suburbs in particular, where there are high margins and high fees, are often areas which are oversupplied. And the oversupply in those areas has consequences for workforce, because you then have to staff those centres, even though you might not be running at high occupancy. And that means you're competing against other centres for those staff.
Can you put a figure on the number of extra childcare workers that would be required across industry? I don't know if you've got whether you are across that, but maybe just reflecting on your own needs.
Sure.
If we were to deliver what this bill is allowing, which is a 90% subsidy policy, what would how many extra childcare workers will the industry need?
Sure, and I can work off the Treasury numbers there, Senator. The Treasury has estimated that this bill will generate additional demand equivalent of 37,000 full-time workers. That works out to be 185,000 additional days of work and additional days of care. So the good news is for the workforce as a whole, 185,000 extra days of work of workers freed up to for their employers of experienced, trusted workers, because most people who are using early learning and care, the secondary earner is a part-time worker. So to accommodate 185,000 extra days of care per week, we estimate we would need another 9,000 full-time equivalent employees across the sector. So they might not necessarily be, all full-time workers, but we need the equivalent of around 9,000 FTEs. And conscious last month, as I think you mentioned in the previous speaker, there were 7,200 vacancies for educators and teachers across early learning last month. You can see how challenging it will be to meet that need.
Just my final question is, lifting the income threshold for families earning up to 530,000. I mean, that must come at an extraordinary cost. Would, in terms of addressing, providing access to services and being able to front up your services across in other areas, do you have a view as to whether or not that money that's going to families that otherwise could afford access to childcare, that could be better directed and better spent in providing more services, more access, particularly for lower and lower income families and others?
Well, if you look at the distribution analysis of who's getting the benefit under this bill, and it's worth asking the department for that. I only saw a very early version of it. The vast bulk of the benefit in terms of the cost is going to lower income families, because there aren't many families earning $530,000 a year, Senator. But it is important from a universality point of view, because access to education should be universal. We are in the education sector. We regard ourselves as part of the education sector. So ultimately, we believe that all families should be able to access it, and the longer term reform is a 90% universal access regime, which would then place us on the same basis as schools, which is that all families should be treated equally. Because there's so few families up in the above 350,000, it's only about 5% of families. The cost is actually very small, and it is means tested very severely. So a family on, I think, $450,000 a year won't get very much out of this bill, but they will get something. And I think that's an appropriate step on the way to a universal system. But we would agree with you that all the evidence shows in terms of access to early learning, the responsiveness to childcare price in terms of cost, demand elasticities. It is low income families where the big benefit will come.
That was my penultimate question, sorry, Chair. I will ask this one more if I can. Just in relation to the Productivity Commission, the government said the Productivity Commission is going to conduct a review of the sector. What would you like to see them take a look at?
Look, the Productivity Commission will develop the blueprint to get us to a universal early learning system where all families are treated equally. And that will involve, I think, fundamental changes to our finance instruments. At the moment, we're a means-tested, demand-driven subsidy, and it may be to move towards a universal system. We'll need to look at whether those funding instruments are fit for purpose to get us to that point. We also hope it will look at some of these broader sustainability issues around wages, because I don't need to tell you, Senator, that there's lots of female-dominated workforce sectors in this country that have been undervalued for a very, very long time. And you know, three that are regularly mentioned are childcare, aged care, and disability care. The bill is coming due to actually treat those workers more fairly, and it will be a big bill. And how we pay for that, and how we fund that, and the instruments to support that are all things which the Productivity Commission will have to work through.
Good, thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Sherry. Good Start Early Learning was quite a common place for me to visit as a union organiser, so I'm quite familiar with the workers and I guess the demands on the workforce. My question was just asking you to expand on what you were responding to Senator O'Sullivan's question, but wanted to highlight, I guess, that this bill confirms the educator discount agreed last year, which will essentially give the providers the option of offering a discount on fees for the children of the educators, obviously without affecting the amount of childcare subsidy payable. In your view, does the childcare discount for early childhood workforce help to retain educators?
Oh, yes, absolutely, Senator. And we actually lobbied very hard to get that provision enacted by the previous government. We were very thankful to Minister Roberts for actually doing that in MyFay last year. I have put in a small request for amendment to extend that group to include cooks, which you'd appreciate are an important part of the centre team from your visits to centres. And it is very frustrating for us that educators now get a really big discount, but cooks working alongside them don't get the same discount. We have across our workforce, we have about 2,500 educators who also have children in our services who are accessing the childcare discount. As a result of that policy change last year, we were able to substantially increase the childcare discount for our people. So they now get a 50% discount on their fees, which comes off their gap fee. And we'd love to be able to extend that to cooks as well. It is an important part of the whole suite of things to improve attraction and retention in our sector. I mean, we have to address workforce, we have to address wages, we have to address the broader piece. There's stuff employers need to do, obviously, as you'd appreciate, in terms of the work environment. And we also need to improve the professional recognition that educators get, both in centre from the employers and in the community at large, and from parents as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's time that, we give them the respect and dignity they deserve, and not just refer to them as just childcare workers, they're educators. In terms of just the gap fees you mentioned earlier, this bill requires that electronic payment to ensure that, there's no obstacle to fraudulent schemes where a service tries to claim the subsidy for care that isn't occurring. What are your views on requiring electronic payment of gap fees, obviously designed to reduce fraud and non-compliance?
Yeah. Well, we support the integrity measures in this bill, Senator. We were consulted on these in the development of the bill. We provided our comment then, and the bill reflects our comments. These are important measures. That there is, unfortunately, in our sector, in elements of the sector, still non-compliance with the childcare legislation, and there is certainly large amounts of government revenue at risk. From that point of view, the government needs to be ever vigilant on that, and we're pleased to see there is a saving of about $900 million on integrity measures under this bill, which we'd like to see come back to the sector, by the way, and invest in our workforce, but they are important measures which we support.
Excellent. All right, that's all from me. Thank you, Mr. Sherry, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. What do you think the childcare landscape will look like in 20 years for an operator?
I'll talk aspirationally rather realistically, Senator, because I'll be in aged care by then. I hope we'll be recognised as part of the education sector, fundamentally, that whether we're being provided by not-for-profits or privates or schools or government or whatever, that will be recognised as part of the education sector. That's what it looks like in other countries, where there's a seamless transition from play-based learning in our sector into the school system and beyond, and the children are given the best possible start in life. For parents who are working, I think that there should be a seamless access to places, so they have that ability to ramp up their days of access if they need to work, so that the positions are affordable and accessible and universal. Should be universal. And the other piece, which is really important, is a child who has additional needs, whether they be Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander child, or a child with disabilities, or a child with developmental vulnerability, that they get the support they need. So, you know, a needs-based element that comes in over the top, which is sort of only half there in the system now, so that a child gets an early intervention they need so that they can thrive. They're probably the three things I'd like to see.
I just want to talk a little bit more about workforce. Having used childcare and what I would call more early childhood learning centres, there was, and I'd used quite a few, there was actually back then a reasonable difference in the two of them, and sometimes there was pretty much consistency between the two of them. Can you talk to me a little bit about, given we're talking workforce, is there a different pedagogy, a different level of qualification that's actually required for an early learning centre structure, or is it all the same? And given if it's all the same, that workforce issue must be significantly exacerbated.
Look, we have a national quality framework which we all comply to. Every state in Australia has agreed to implement the same regulatory system, so the systems are the same right across Australia. There's a couple of minor differences. I know you're from South Australia, so there were different requirements for some of our ratios in South Australia for a while, but they've been brought into line with the other states. That's really important. Educators must have a Cert 3 minimum qualification. A certain percentage must have a diploma, and each centre must have one or two early childhood teachers, depending on the size of the centre. That, in our view, is the bare minimum required for qualifications. We are dealing with other people's children, and we are one of the most heavily regulated sectors in the country, and we should be. To be honest, that's our view as the largest provider. We should be. You can't compromise on safety of children first and foremost. So your educators need to be aware of that, and you shouldn't compromise on quality of early learning, because the start they get is so crucial to what happens in the next stage of schooling. So across all sectors, all centres in Australia in our sector, they all have the same qualification requirement. They all have the same ratio requirements in terms of staffing. Some centres go above and beyond. A good start, we run higher ratios than required, particularly in services that have lots of children who are vulnerable and disadvantaged. And lots of not-for-profits do that. And some of our centres we have above ratio in terms of extra qualified teachers or diploma qualified educators or whatever. So there's the bare minimum, and then there's the add-on.
Okay, so as a significant provider, what are the specific indicators that define success for your operations, and do you think there are other indicators that should be included, given where we are in 2022 and where we want to be?
That's a whole new Senate inquiry, I think, Senator. Well, I'll give a short answer. The first and foremost important publicly available indicator is quality ratings, which are done by state regulators. And the sector has been improving its quality ratings over time, but 10 years into the reform, I think it should be less acceptable to regulators. There's still 14% of centres not meeting the national quality standard after 12 years of regulation. In addition to that, we obviously look at child outcomes ourselves, but we have been developing some child outcome measures across Good Start centres, and we're very supportive of the reforms that the previous government looked at to actually develop some outcome measures on preschool programs across Australia. We also look at, we measure access for vulnerable disadvantaged children, and I think that is a really important measure of success in terms of access of children to the system. And obviously cost is an important one, and there are some important transparency measures in this bill which will improve that.
Okay, so where I'm looking for is participation of itself is not a measure, or shouldn't be a measure.
Participation is a measure. With the preschool reforms, there is a requirement that 95% of children be enrolled in preschool, and importantly, 95% of disadvantaged children and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children are enrolled in preschool. So that is an important measure. We don't have that measure more formally for 3 and 2-year-olds. But some of that stuff is recorded by the Productivity Commission in the review of government services.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much, Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Cherry. Thank you so much for providing evidence to us. In its submission to the Work and Care Inquiry, Good Start called for the government to invest in an immediate increase in the after-tax wages of educators to support the delivery of high-quality early learning. How big, Mr. Cherry, is the piece of puzzle? The piece of puzzle is salary when considering the workforce crisis.
Senator, we do regular exit surveys of our people as they depart, and they are departing in greater numbers in the last couple of years, as the previous speaker commented on. We find that the 3 recurring top reasons for people leaving are low pay, burnout, and lack of professional recognition. And those 3 things are all interrelated, obviously, because the nature of the labour market at the moment, as you know, we're not just competing against other early learning providers. The bulk of people who leave Good Start leave the sector. We're competing against the whole economy for workers at the moment, and I don't need to tell you that the whole economy is short of workers.
The government has estimated that transparency measures that will be implemented by this bill should save the budget $900 million. And the submission made by Thrive by 5 to this inquiry has called for that money to go to workforce issues and increasing wages. Do you think that's a good idea?
Look, it is. It was in my opening statement, which has been tabled, and it will be in our submission that will be coming to you later today. We think that savings should be reinvested back in the sector. We think it is a crucial investment that needs to be made now for this reform to be successful. And it needs to then feed into the next stage of reform, which is the new funding instruments that will come out of the Productivity Commission and the new bargaining arrangements that will come out of the changes to the Fair Work Act, which we'll see next week as well. So, you know, we call it an interim measure because the final landing place has to be consistent with the broader agenda around women's pay equity and early learning and universal access.
Good Start has also said that educators need a pay rise before the changes to the childcare subsidy come into effect. What will happen if the changes to the CCS come into effect and educators' pay and conditions haven't changed?
Well, Senator, the sector as a whole has, last time I checked, 7,200 new vacancies lodged on online platforms last month. As I said to a previous senator, I estimate we will need another 9,000 educators to successfully implement the government's reform. What we know is there's going to be an increase in demand for places, and I've done the modelling on this, that essentially to take on an extra day of care, these reforms are so powerful. To take on extra day of care becomes essentially free for for the vast majority of families. So to go from 3 days to 4, virtually free. What we know from when we implemented the CCS reforms under the previous government in 2018 is families will be really open to turning that saving into extra care days. That then opens up the possibility of 185,000 extra days of work for the workforce as a whole, which is going to be a huge boon to the economy. But all of that is going to require extra places. We know that across the sector, most centres at the moment would have the capacity to expand to include those places. So we're running a Good Start between 70 and 80% occupancy in most of our centres. So there is space in most centres for extra children, but we cannot find, we are struggling to find educators now. We have centres now that have capped enrolments because we can't find educators. My worry is if we don't fix this issue, next July, what you will see will be an increase in waiting lists in centres, lots of centres.
And is there, Mr. Cherry, anything on top of wage increase and conditions which are leading to the burnout of early educators? Is there anything more that needs to be done to make sure that the workforce, educators are there, they're people who are training and educating for that profession?
Oh, look, absolutely, Senator. And we are engaged with the government on that. They have developed a national workforce strategy, which has a whole range of actions which need to be brought forward. There are a whole bunch of pipeline things that need to be done. We need to support diploma holding educators to become teachers. We need to, the free TAFE courses for our base entry qualifications are really important. but trainees have got to be supported in centre so that they complete their traineeships. We need much more around the professional recognition space, which I spoke about with the previous senator. There's things the employers need to do in terms of being more flexible around working conditions and arrangements and supporting our educators, you know, where they are and where they're at. All these things need to happen. So it needs a concerted thing, but it's hard to do all this stuff when you're in the middle of a workforce crisis. You know, we know that for a trainee to successfully complete their traineeship, they need support from their centre. If the centre is stressed because they're backfilling unfilled spaces, the centre director's on the floor rather than doing her normal job, then that doesn't happen. So it becomes a spiral, and we've got to break the spiral, Senator, if we're really going to move forward on workforce.
And I guess it needs to happen pretty much now. Just one more question from me, Mr. Cherry. It is estimated that at least 126,000 children from low-income families are missing out on early childhood education and care due to the activity test. Can you just talk a little bit about how the activity test restricts access for these families? And would you support the removal of the activity test in its entirety?
Well, we would longer term. We actually think the activity test is broadly a failed strategy. And there is an exceptionally good, there are two really good reports on this now. The Australian Institute of Family Studies did an independent evaluation of the childcare subsidy for the previous government released last year. And that showed that the activity test had largely failed. It showed that families who had their restricted access to childcare, particularly disadvantaged families, were actually paying for more childcare than they were entitled to. So they were massively out of pocket because it wasn't meeting their needs. And at the other end, families who had access to 100 hours of care, the vast bulk of those weren't using their full entitlement. And the simple message that the independent evaluation came out with was families take the care that they need and no more, because there is an out-of-pocket cost. So from that point of view, if you need more care to work, you take more care to work. There is very little evidence that their families are taking more care for reasons other than work, you know, other than that base entitlement. We know that it is impeding families. We've seen a huge reduction since 2017 in low-income families accessing the base entitlement. We know that families are struggling with the 12 hours a week that they're entitled to if one parent's not working. And the families that are the children who are missing out are the children who would benefit most from early learning. And that's what's frustrating about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cherry. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, Mr. Cherry. You've noted the importance of the Productivity Commission considerations that are coming up next year in that inquiry. One of the things that, in that context, also just regarding the future and foreshadowed legislation, the gender pay equity, and dealing with those issues, particularly in this highly feminised industry, it's an exceptionally important sector, and of course the 4.6% wage increase that you know, some in the community opposed, certainly not in the childcare community, but some in the community opposed, but were successfully able to achieve that. Appreciate your comments about you know, further steps, but how important do you think the gender pay equity question is to attract and retain people in the sector, and also and how important was there to be at least that 4.6%, whilst I'm very mindful of you saying there needs to be further considerations down the track. And of course, the 4.6% wage increase that you know, some in the community opposed, certainly not in the childcare community. I'm not sure what's happening there. Opposed, successfully able to achieve that. Appreciate your comments about you know, further steps. But how important do you think the gender pay equity question is to attract and retain people in the sector, and also and how important was there to be at least that 4.6%? Whilst I'm very mindful of you saying there needs to be further considerations down the track. And of course, the 4.6% wage increase that some in the community opposed, certainly not in the childcare. I'm not sure what's happening there. Successfully able to achieve that.
appreciate your comments about.
Mr. Cherry, we're just checking out to find out why that's repeating. It's not
Question is to.
it's not my ego hearing myself.
Do you want me to try to talk over you, Senator, or
sector, and also
Yeah, forget.
and how important.
Can I
was
just
it to be
make sure that everybody's on mute except Mr. Sherry?
mindful of your saying there needs to be further.
Thank you, Mr. Sherry.
Thank you. It is absolutely crucial piece of reform, Senator. And as I said earlier, one of the big pieces of work that the government face over the next decade is addressing the issue of pay equity across the so-called care sector. We don't like that term, by the way, but we'll take it if it gets us a pay rise for our educators, which is aged care, disability care, childcare. These areas are feminised workforces that have been undervalued for a very, very long time. And I'm quoting Prime Minister Albanese on that one. It is crucial. What we know is that low pay is one of the, and lack of professional recognition are two of the key reasons people are leaving. And those two are interrelated because people see their pay as reflecting their recognition and their sense of self-worth. So those things do need to be addressed over time. I'm not sure though, Senator, the reforms which the government is bringing forward, and I have been following those very closely when they come next week. My worry is how they will roll out in our sector. Our sector has had a failed equal pay case in the last couple of years for educators. We're in no hurry to go back to the Commission and do another one because we're just not convinced that that even with a change to the law that we'll get a better outcome. We're certainly interested in engaging in further discussion with the government about how sector-wide bargaining will work. But even there, I'm a bit nervous about it. Good Start has an enterprise agreement. 21% of the long daycare sector is covered by enterprise agreements. 79% is not. We are. And our people actually got a 5.6 pay rise on July 1 because we actually paid an extra 1% above award to our educators. So these things are important, but we need the government to invest in it. The fundamental thing is the reforms won't work until the funding mechanism changes first, Senator, and that's probably the key thing. To deliver a 20% pay rise for our people, we would have to put our fees up by 14%. And that would completely defeat the government's affordability agenda unless the government essentially pays for that pay rise. And to bring us up to schools, which is where we think our people need to be, that is 100% government funded, the government school sector. We think our people should be benchmarked against what educators are paid in schools because we are part of the education system. So that's the landing point. How we get there, whether it be through the new bargaining rules, new fair work rules, the productivity commission, new funding arrangements, I'm quite open to whatever the pathway is, as long as we get to that pathway in the end and give the people the professional wages they deserve.
Thank you, Mr. Sherry. I really very much appreciate your evidence this morning. It's been a great deal of assistance to the committee and will help with our deliberations. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 4th of November 2022. And again, have a good morning.
Thank you.
I now welcome by video conference the representatives from Kingston SE, Early Learning and Childcare Services Working Group, Childcare Australia, the Moriarty Foundation. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? If Kingston could go first, please.
I'm Kirsty Starling and I'm Chair of the Kingston Early Learning Services Childcare Working Group.
Thank you.
And I'll be the speaker for today. We've also got Fiona Rashid, Kristen Wilkes and Natalie Traeger.
If you might just, if people could just say their name, it's for the Hansard and it's also to assist in identifying people that are speaking. So if individuals could just say their names would be of assistance.
Nat Traeger, CEO, Kingston District Council.
Kristen Wilkes, Committee Member of the Childcare Services Working Group.
And Fiona Rashid, Committee Member of the Kingston Early Learning and Childcare Services Working Group.
Thank you very much for that. Child Australia?
Yes, Tina Holtham, CEO of Child Australia.
Thank you. And the Moriarty Foundation? You're on mute. You're on mute, the representative from Moriarty Foundation.
Kingston District Council.
Introduce Ros Moriarty, co-founder
Kristen Wilkes,
and managing
committee
director
member
of the Moriarty
Childcare
Foundation.
Services Working Group.
And Fiona Rashid, committee member.
And I'm Odette Brown. Sorry, Chair.
Yes, if you go ahead, thank you.
I'm Odette Brown. I'm the Indie Kindy team and community development anchor.
Thank you. I just, Ms. Moriarty, I just might have to have the secretary just contact you, so there is a problem with your system on it's interfering with the side.
The representative.
Yes, apologies. There is a technical thing. I'm just trying to sort it.
Yeah, if you could go back on mute, that would be helpful.
It might help. I'm wondering if you're not playing it, the proceedings through a web browser by any chance? Because there's always a delay from broadcasting, and I think that might be what we're picking up.
I'm not sure if you got, right, there we go. We'll go ahead. I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. And I appreciate that both Kingston and Child Australia have sent over an opening statement for us, which we'll include in Hansard. If you'd like to add anything to that opening statement, then please go ahead, and I'll encourage Kingston to go first. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us to speak today. We're here today because we'd like to ask a question. When will rural communities have equal access to early learning and childcare services? When and what will it take for this reform to happen? No matter what the postcode, all communities deserve equal access to early learning. We ask this question because we've been working for 5 long years and we want an outcome. We would like change, because it shouldn't be left up to individuals like us to resolve this problem. It's taken us 3 mums and a small council to try to resolve this long-standing issue for Kingston. If it had not been for our persistence and tenacity, the issue would never be resolved. Thank you for inviting us to speak today at the Senate hearing. We're really pleased to be here. My name's Kirsty Starling and I'm representing our working group today. The mission of our working group is for all children in the Kingston area to have equal access to early learning and childcare opportunities. As I said, we've been advocating for 5 long years for our community to have this ability to early learning. We have a very small rural care service in a side room of our preschool kindergarten where demand far exceeds supply. This issue is all too common in rural areas. This shortage of early learning opportunities has really impacted our community in a negative manner for the past 40 years. It is far-reaching. It impacts on our children's well-being, the right to be educated, the right for families to work and earn a living, and for our businesses to prosper and grow. The bill refers to the right to work, the right to education, and the right to equality. If this is true, then why does our geographical location disadvantage us so much? Cheaper childcare subsidies are most welcome, and we support this element of the bill. However, reform and change is needed to prevent market failure in rural and disadvantaged areas. We would like state and federal governments to coordinate and implement a universal strategic approach. The 3 main factors that we think need addressing are funding for infrastructure, suitable governance structures, and the ability to attract and retain qualified professionals. And we welcome any questions in relation to this statement.
Thank you, Ms. Darling, and thank you again for everybody joining us from Kingston as well. I'll now go to Child Australia.
Thank you. I have also provided the opening statement and submission. Child Australia welcomes and supports all schedules within the proposed amendment. However, there are areas that require further thought to ensure the overall success of the cheaper childcare reform. Improved affordability for families accessing education and care will have incredibly positive flow-on effects. However, we must address the current limitations of this sector. It is widely acknowledged that the education and care workforce is in crisis, and while many other sectors or industries face similar challenges, it is this very sector that must be prioritised as the core enabler to unlocking workforce productivity broadly. The spotlight, therefore, is firmly placed on the education and care workforce to successfully execute the cheaper childcare reform. The increased demand for education and care resulting from the proposed reform simply cannot be met without stopping educator attrition. With extensive centre wait lists alongside inadequate access and spiralling staff shortages, it really is the perfect storm for market failure. Prioritising this sector's workforce is a critical first step, and this requires direct immediate investment if we are to truly see this reform be successfully implemented by July 23. Our experiences in supporting our own staff teams and implementing broader workforce development initiatives provides us with a thorough understanding of what works and what doesn't. Stopping the workforce exodus in this sector starts with professional recognition for our educators, and at the core of this is improved wages and conditions. Alongside strengthening the workforce, we must ensure that access barriers to education and care are prioritised by developing a pragmatic approach to the development of new centres. This will not only help to provide access for more families, but it will also help to stabilise our workforce. Finally, Schedule 3 of the bill is a great start for our First Nations children. However, the commitment seems inadequate when aligned to closing the gap targets. With access already a barrier for families and demand for places only set to increase, this commitment feels somewhat empty and in fact could create unintended disparity. To be clear, Child Australia strongly supports the bill. However, we must highlight the work required to successfully execute in order to deliver great outcomes for families and children. And I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Holton. The Moriarty Foundation, and Ms. Moriarty, are you back with us?
No, Ros Moriarty is actually having some difficulty joining. She was wondering if there's any help available to get her on via telephone.
She should have been sent by text and email. By email, a phone number to contact and to come back in.
I'm not sure that she's received
we just
that.
suspend for just a moment and thank you, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Yes, I'll go to Ms. Holton if I can, please. Ms. Holton, the government is committed to providing all Indigenous children with access to 36 hours per fortnight of subsidised childcare. Given that a considerable portion of Aboriginal children live in areas that are classified as childcare deserts, how do you see that this commitment would be delivered?
Thank you, Senator, and I think that's why I highlighted the fact that it seems the commitment feels a little empty, given that already the barriers are in rural, remote areas. So accessibility is going to be an issue for these families, quite simply.
So will this bill, in your view, deliver any new childcare centres?
New, not necessarily.
Okay.
Possible expansion of what is existing, from what I understand.
Sorry,
I doubt that it would actually...
I just missed the
Sorry?
first part of your what you said. Can you just repeat?
Do you mean that this particularly around Schedule 3 or the entire bill?
Well, I guess the entire bill, yeah.
The entire bill, yes, can see increased centres being developed, but I would imagine that that would be in metropolitan areas and likely already oversupplied spaces.
Yeah, and specifically Schedule 3?
Correct, yeah.
So workforce-related pressures and shortages have been raised through submissions and earlier testimony we've heard this morning as a big factor into the dearth of childcare services. Your organisation, I understand, provides training and professional development programs for those working in the industry. What's the demand like for these services at the moment?
It is actually quite high. There is huge appetite for improving professional development, so that's actually comforting to see. However, there's also a high degree of burnout, so aligning those two can be quite difficult.
Okay. And do you think this proposed legislation will increase demand for childcare services at a time when there's when the workforce is already extremely stretched?
Absolutely. And I think that's the double-edged sword really of this particular reform, is that it is welcome for families from affordability perspective to engage more children into high quality early learning experiences. Absolutely, that's amazing, and we certainly commend the government for that. However, there is a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that the sector is in a position to be able to deal with the intake.
Yeah, and obviously part of the solution to addressing workforce shortages is making sure that people are not leaving the sector. So do you think that more needs to be done to ensure that there's support for those that are currently working within the industry?
Absolutely, and this really is a multifaceted approach that we need to have towards supporting workforce initially, to be in a position that we can actually deal with the demand. As you've probably heard, improved wages and conditions is one piece of the puzzle. We must stop attrition first. We need to sort of pause the bleeding and the mass exodus from within the sector before we can actually look at having a sector that is attractive enough for people to want to jump across from another similar like industry or something completely different.
Okay, and so what are the type of supports? What if you were the minister, what would you want to see? What would you be doing?
How long have we got?
We've got a minute or two.
We have a small, and when I say small, it's a workforce development initiative that we currently operate throughout the Pilbara, South Australia, and the goldfields in WA. And I have provided further detail in the submission, so I won't elaborate on it too much. It's a funded project through BHP as our partner. And this project has really highlighted how complex the workforce actually is, particularly in rural and remote areas. So what it has told us is that, yes, pay conditions are one piece of the puzzle, but professional recognition, if we were to use that as an umbrella term, actually includes quite a lot in there. Professional development, mentoring, scholarships, supported environments through one-on-one mentoring. There's a swag of support that must go into stopping attrition, but also strengthening the educators that we currently have to be in a position to effectively take on board a trainee or an unqualified candidate coming through. So it really requires quite a pragmatic approach, and no one region is the same. Each of the regions that we operate in are quite different, and we have 3/4 of our operations are in the Northern Territory. Alice Springs is a life of its own. So no two places are the same. There's certainly a universal approach that's required. However, there does need to be customised tailoring to suit local place-based for those solutions.
So does there need to be a very different look at how we deliver services, particularly in remote and regional areas? Obviously there's a lot of jurisdictional issues that this sector faces, be it state government, federal government. You've got schools, could there be an opportunity to maybe expand the role of schools into early childhood, particularly for regional areas? Do we need to actually look at this with crystal clear eyes?
I think we do. You're quite right in saying that each state and territory operates sort of quite differently, and WA is very unique from the Northern Territory where we operate. So in the Northern Territory, most of the early learning and outside school hours care services are co-located on school sites, certainly in many of the operations in which we operate ourselves. And that is incredibly powerful, and I certainly won't go into a seamless transition research piece with you all today. But there certainly is a role to play, and particularly in rural and remote areas in WA, covering the breadth of land that we have. The schools certainly do need to look at, the early learning or OSH, outside school hours care, or both on school sites.
You said you've got some research on that, did you?
Yes, there's a lot of global research on seamless transition, so I'm more than happy to provide that if required.
Yeah, maybe to the whole committee, but I certainly would like to receive it. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Sure.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go to Kingston Childcare Working Group. And my first question to you. Or I guess anyone can answer this. But basically, it's just drawing upon how the bill confirms the educator discount agreed last year, where it essentially allows providers the option of offering a discount on fees for the children of their educators without this affecting the amount of childcare subsidy payable. Now, in your view, does the childcare discount for early childhood workforce help to retain educators?
Thank you, Senator Payman. We'd be happy to answer that. However, none of us here actually work in the childcare sector. We're just a working group that represents our community. I had spoken to our early services childcare director, and I don't think she was aware of this condition. So I'm not sure that it's ever been applied in Kingston.
Okay, well, that's, I guess, something to note. And in terms of, I guess, currently we've got First Nations children who might only be eligible for 24 hours of subsidised care a fortnight, some no hours at all. How will providing a minimum of 36 hours of subsidised care, regardless of activity test levels, help our First Nations families and children?
Yes, we do welcome that section of the bill also. However, our issue in Kingston, as with many other rural areas, is accessibility. So the issues with accessibility might be that there is no position available. And we've got about 41 children on our wait list currently. And so while they might be able to get more funding for that care, if there's no position available, it's not going to benefit the families.
Okay, thank you for that. Am I able to go to the John Moriarty Foundation? And my question, I guess, is in regards to the bill providing childcare subsidy of 90% for families earning up to $80,000, which then tapers down until $530,000, benefiting around 96% of families using care. What impact do you think the increase in childcare subsidy rates will have on children's educational outcomes and future opportunities?
Thank you, Senator Payman. I would like to, if possible, wait for Rose Moriarty to join. She is, the managing director of Moriarty Foundation, and she would be better placed to answer that question.
No problems.
Excuse me, Senator Payman, maybe some assistance. I understand that she may be joining very shortly with us. But please go ahead.
I can just move on to, Tina Holton, if you don't mind answering that question from your standpoint, I guess, as the CEO of Child Australia.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. May I ask you to please repeat the question?
Yeah, of course, sure. Well, basically, it's just around the essence of, now I've lost track of my questions.
Hi everybody, Rose Moriarty, apologies. IT meltdown. Can't see you, but I'm starting to hear you. Apologies.
So we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much for rejoining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just go I'll ask the same question, but this would be to both John Moriarty and Child Australia, but Child Australia can answer it first. This is around the bill providing a childcare subsidy of 90% for families earning up to $80,000. The subsidy tapers down until $530,000, which obviously means it'll benefit around 96% of the families using care. What impacts do you think the increase of childcare subsidy will have on the children's educational outcomes and also future opportunities of those receiving that care?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. So the bulk of the families, I imagine, would be in the salary range that will actually have the most benefit. And obviously the links between high quality early learning and improved developmental outcomes for children have been well documented globally. So we know that link is strong. We know that the quality also of educators that work with the children has got a direct impact on their learning as well. So the bulk of families that are within that salary range that should see that increased benefit, definitely it'll be, a welcome relief for a lot of families from an affordability perspective, flagging that there are still a lot of issues within the childcare subsidy model. There's still some issues around the additional childcare subsidy for at-risk and vulnerable children, where, for example, they need to reapply every 13 weeks. And that is actually sort of quite a degrading system that they have to keep reapplying to have access for their child who is at risk or vulnerable. So there are tweaks that likely need to be made, but the bulk of families should benefit from the bill.
Mrs. Moriarty, would you like to add anything to that?
Could I, with my apologies, ask Chair and Senators if I might just introduce us in terms of whom we're supporting and also read a little bit of our statement around this question. Would that be acceptable?
That would be fine. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I'm calling in from Camaragal country here in New South Wales, but I'm speaking in support of our foundation, Moriarty Foundation, including our co-founder and co-chair, Yanyuwa Man John Moriarty. Also, most importantly, I'm speaking in support of our educators, children, families, communities and elders on Yanyuwa, Mara, Garawa and Gurindji country in Burralola and Robinson River in the Northern Territory and Warramungu country in Tennant, Northern Territory. We operate Indikindi, which is a groundbreaking early years program for children under 5 years of age in remote Aboriginal communities. Joining me today is Wiradjuri woman Odette Brown, who anchors our operations and development of our program. And you'll have the opportunity, I hope, to hear about Odette's work every day supporting our remote communities on the ground. We reach 80% of Aboriginal children in the remote Northern Territory communities I've mentioned. Our key partner in Tennant Creek is UNICEF Australia. The crux of our statement is in answer to this question that most of the children and families in very remote Aboriginal communities will not benefit from this legislation. I'd like to briefly explain why during this session. But just a little bit more background is that over the last 10 years, Indikindi has enabled families and communities to transform their young children's early years development. And I thank previous speakers this morning for their support of our work. And some of our achievements is that we employ 100% Indigenous staff, including 15 local Aboriginal educators. 100% of our staff train in Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Education and Care at Battery Institute. They also train in first aid, safe food handling, life-saving, Indigenous mental first aid. We've delivered 4 to 5 times a week continuously for a decade, since 2012, including during the COVID pandemic. Our best practice teaching methodologies are culturally appropriate. We provide hot meals. We're holistic. We welcome families, parents and carers to attend. Most of the points I've outlined to you are the reason that our families don't qualify for this legislation. The introduction of 36 subsidised hours of childcare per fortnight is fantastic. When I was a young working mum, my kids are all adults, I would have welcomed this incredibly because it is a fantastic new measure and it will definitely improve the educational wellbeing outcomes, including for Indigenous children. However, the communities in which we operate are extremely remote and extremely disadvantaged. You think about Robinson River, it's a 4-day drive from Sydney or a 4-hour flight into Darwin. It's a 13-hour drive out to the Gulf, or it's an hour-and-a-half flight and then another 2 hours across the dirt road out to Robinson River. There are very, very high levels of unemployment and underemployment, upwards of 50%. So childcare subsidies, such as we're discussing, will have minimal, if any, impact. We do not charge their families to enrol their children into Indikindi. They're some of Australia's most vulnerable children, and early learning, as we've heard from other speakers this morning, is absolutely critical to the future of every Australian child. We fund Indikindi entirely through corporate sponsorships and philanthropy, so childcare subsidies will not improve funding for us or access security for our audience, for our communities, for our highly effective early years program. We deliver Indikindi because we believe in the value of community-delivered, culturally driven, local Indigenous solutions that balance compliance with Australia's early years learning framework and cultural relevance, employment and social value. We certainly think government has a much bigger role to play here in funding programs like Indikindi to increase the reach of culturally appropriate early education to more remote communities and provide genuine employment opportunities. We don't have a lack of staff. We have a queue of women who want to work for Indikindi in the community, and I'm thinking particularly of Yanyuwa woman Andrea Norman, whom we've employed as an educator for 7 years now. Andrea graduated this year with her Certificate 3 in Early Childhood Education and Care. She's going to be enrolling in a diploma. Her 7 years of tenure compares with a national childcare norm of 1.8 years. So the intentions of cheaper childcare need to recognise the remote Aboriginal context where parents and caregivers are more interested in children being with family than in a centre. Aboriginal families in Indikindi want their very young children to learn on country. Childcare subsidies will not enable this. In fact, childcare policy prevents it because childcare service eligibility is predicated on a physical building. Community preference for a more effective and culturally driven solution means there's a ready market for Indikindi. This social market we've built over 10 years helps us create long-term jobs and career development for a real workforce in areas of extremely high unemployment in a way that suits our employees' cultural and family priorities, which is surely at the heart of this legislation. So we ask the committee considers in its final recommendations funding of $1.5 million per year to Indikindi. We have no government funding currently, to allow us to show the way in filling the gap in remote communities where childcare subsidies will not result in jobs or care of very young learners. Final note, we're a program that works. I was in the community a few weeks ago and I was watching young Soraya, who's 3 years old, who's been at the program since a baby. She was paying attention to her educator, Amanda Johnson's instructional reading of a single picture book for 15 minutes, glued. This is on country, providing children like Soraya with a healthy, culturally strong, creative and imaginative start in life. In our view, it's what Australia needs more of. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Payman.
Thank you for that, Ms. Moriarty. So, I mean, if you don't mind answering that question that I asked earlier, in terms of what you think are the impacts of increasing the childcare subsidy rates will have on children's educational outcomes.
Yes, Senator, in our where we operate, so in remote and very remote communities, it won't have an impact because most of the children and families in those communities will not be eligible for this, nor will they have the means to access it at any kind of subsidy.
Okay, all right. Well, I think that's my time up, Chair. If I've got more time, I'll come back to questions.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Little.
Thank you. My questions are to the Kingston Working Group. Look, thank you for your local community advocacy. I recognise that you do this in a capacity as volunteers and interested community members. I want to ask the question, the Coalition promised $1.8 million for a childcare centre in Kingston. You mentioned in your opening remarks that you've got a 40+ waiting list. The Labor Party actually matched that promise. What have you heard since about a childcare centre in your region?
Thank you very much, Senator Little, for asking that question. Yes, we did get a bipartisan support as a pre-election commitment for $1.8 million to go towards the building of a childcare centre. Since then, we have been trying to get a positive confirmation of that money coming our way. We've not had exact confirmation, but we've been told it will need to go through parliamentary budget and we're hoping for a positive outcome next week.
So given that you don't have an answer, a direct answer to that question from a government, what impacts would any delay in a childcare centre for your region have on families in the Limestone Coast?
Yeah, well, at the moment, it's devastating for many families. People are leaving our district because they cannot access care, so they cannot work and they must leave. So without the funding, we cannot progress this forward for our community. We really need a new infrastructure build. We've outgrown our current site, which is currently it's a donated site originally by the community in the 70s. It's an old house that's been our kindergarten with a bit of a side arm of childcare on the side. So without having a purpose-built facility, which we've proposed to be on site at the school, which would be cohesive, all-encompassing early learning centre. Without that funding, we can't move forward with this. So the results will be absolutely devastating for our community. We feel like we're working very closely with the state government on this, and we're hoping to formulate a new governance structure to support a new model of care. But we need the infrastructure money to be able to build the centre to move this issue forward.
So given your advocacy over a period of time, and you've told us you've got 40+ on the waiting list. What are families doing at the moment to try and accommodate what is and what is a need in that community? Are they travelling long distances during a period of heavy cost of living?
Yes, absolutely. All of us here can represent what has happened for us. My mum used to drive from Adelaide, which was a 700-kilometre round trip, so I could go back to work as a nurse. My mother-in-law, who was a nurse, resigned so she could look after my children, so I could go back into the workforce. Kristen used to drive to Robe, which was a 100-kilometre round trip each way to access care. And Fiona has also had similar circumstances and ended up leaving the workforce because it was just too hard. So I think this is our story, but this has been replicated time and time again in our community. And we'd like to recognise the amazing work that families do for caring for children at home. And the Moriata Foundation has touched on that, and we really support the work that happens there. But we've got some very vulnerable families living in rural areas, and we really need some support in infrastructure builds, governance, and attracting and retaining staff so we can actually move this issue forward and resolve it, not one small township at a time, you know, when we're pleading as people for money, but there has to be a cohesive approach to this so we can all have equitable and fair access. I think Fiona had another comment to make also.
Yeah, I was just going to build on what we were saying before in terms of what it means for towns like Kingston not having that. For us, it's that $1.8 million kind of seed funding to have our infrastructure build. It means that we're trying to find ways through grant funds. So we've spent probably 3 years looking at different types of grant opportunities, trying to make our program fit in it. Often there might be a co-contribution, and that's sort of a significant barrier when you're looking at a small local council like Kingston, which is already in $1 million+ deficit. A 50% co-contribution for some of these federal grant funds just makes it not viable to apply for them. We know in other towns as well that if they're successful in getting funding, it's often through means such as drought funding, or there was the Black Summer Bushfire Grant, which we were unsuccessful for, but there was another community in South Australia that was successful for that grant. But we're just trying to find any possible avenue to address the infrastructure funding problem so that we can at least make a start on addressing our problem. So what we're asking for is that obviously this bill is really supported in that it provides affordability for childcare services, but we need some kind of dedicated funding stream so small communities like Kingston can access funding for infrastructure builds to even provide the places. And then the second step is the affordability. But without accessibility, then we don't actually see any benefit for the families in our regional communities.
So this is my last question for you, but you've touched on the need for that childcare centre that you've been seeking for quite some time. But what about you also highlighted the issue of female workforce participation and having to withdraw from actually contributing to really critical areas in the country in order to address your own solutions to finding childcare.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was my experience. It became too hard. It was a matter of back when I had children, there were 4 places available at the rural care in Kingston, and people just weren't even bothering putting their name on the waiting list because they knew that there was no chance of getting a place. We've managed over the last sort of 5 or so years to increase the number of places at our current centre, and therefore, there are more children accessing that care. But there are women in our town, and we know right across the country, that if there aren't those places there, then they have to make hard choices. They either cut back on their work, they don't return to work, or as Kirsty said, they find other sort of creative solutions of calling on family members. There might be informal care arrangements with local, might be local grandparents that have additional kids that come into their care to enable the women within the town to go back to work. So I think there are so many jobs that need filling right across the country, and yet there are a number of women right across the country that could fill those, but not unless they can get care for their children.
Thank you to the working group. I'm just going to turn to Ros from the John Moriarty Foundation. Ros, just got a question. According to Close the Gap, there's 96.7% Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children enrolled in a preschool program. but only 34.3% are assessed as being developmentally on track. How important is it to make sure that participation is not the only measure of success in engaging Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families in early childhood?
It's a fantastic question. Thank you, Senator, because it's the crux of it. I would actually like to hand to Odette to explain what happens briefly in an Indikindi session and why it's not just about the kids turning up and why our culturally informed and driven methodologies are resulting in engagement, not just numbers. I might hand to you, Odette.
Thank you, Rose, and thank you, Senator. So the Indikindi program works, and what I guess makes us unique is that we are a holistic service. So we provide early years education without a centre. We have a very unique program called Walking Learning. So we actually run our services, run our program and session out on country. And I think that that's a measure, that gives us a measure of success because we're involving local children to local country, getting them on country, getting them around nature and around community. And I think that's a measure of success in itself, being able to allow children to grow on country and be a part of their community. In addition to that, because we are holistic, we also provide a nutritional aspect to our program. So we provide children with hot meals and nutritionally balanced, dietitian approved meal program, which again provides success in being able to build up the health and well-being side of early years education. So from that perspective, I think that measurement isn't alone in attendance and in just children showing up. It's in their actual participation and being able to be on country, learning about health and well-being, being active in health and well-being, being active in, a really imaginative way of learning and growing.
Yeah, and of course that question, I think, would you agree, it just requires a yes or no, would apply to not just Indigenous children, but also children who are disadvantaged by a whole lot of other indicators?
Yes.
I think it does also, to add to Odette's comment, yes, it does apply, but I think in this remote, very remote setting, that the disadvantage is so deep and the disparity from, as you say, those statistics about, developmentally 34% and 34% is showing that developmental progress, the overall context of disparity and lifelong disparity of an entire community is, I think, continues to be alarming in terms of the closing the gap targets. But it is also around bringing the families to Indikindi. So Indikindi is delivered by family because it's 100% locally staffed. We don't have an external manager who lives on site. The local community has developed, the local staff cohort of women have developed their own internal leadership structure. So they're influencing the community every day in terms of what's great for young kids and, what's better to eat and what's a new way to cook things. And so the ripple effect can't be underestimated. We're not a fly in, fly out or a service that comes and goes, like even teachers come and go in remote contexts. Our staff are local. They'll always be local. Their investment in their young kids is deep.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sullivan has a supplementary question.
Ms Brown, thank you for that description of the program. So does that mean that, or in complementing it, are parents involved as well?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So our program is actually open to both to family members and extended family members. So when a child, because there are a lot of accessibility issues in these very remote communities, we provide a van for our staff to be able to go out and collect the children, and sometimes parents will jump in, get involved and help with the cooking. The last time that Rose Moriarty and I were up there, we actually were involved in a big cook-up of traditional foods down by the river. So it was a really beautiful, experience of being able to see exactly how community involved Indikindi is. So the family members of the children that we picked up were there. They were helping, they were cooking, they were singing songs with the children. They were being a part of that early education, with guidance from our early educators who have that formal education background. So it is a community event, I would say.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for coming here, answering our questions and providing such useful evidence. So you all obviously have raised a number of challenges, which are pretty huge for the sectors that you work in and represent. So given that, and especially the challenges of workforce and wages and conditions, and we know that if this bill passes, then there will be an increase in demand for early education. What do you think will happen if when these changes come into effect and the other challenges, especially of the workforce, have not been addressed? So maybe if I could start with Child Australia.
Thank you, Senator, and a very good question. The prediction is that there'll be status quo, if not a worsening. So in services that are already having to cap enrolment numbers or having to make phone calls to ask working families or ask their parents to come and collect the child because we don't have enough staff today, it's only going to exacerbate the issue. It certainly can't improve while that is happening.
Would anyone else like to answer?
I would probably just add, Senator, that issue for us isn't in play because we have, as I mentioned, a queue of people wanting to work for us. So we don't have any lack of workforce, and because we do cobble together our support from a range of philanthropic and other sources, we are, always paying the Children's Services Awards, the SCADS Permanent and Casual and Clark Private Sector Awards. So in terms of how it impacts our workforce, we've got people queuing for jobs.
It is estimated that at least 126,000 children from low-income families are missing out on early childhood education and care due to the activity test. So I'm wondering, maybe I'll start with Kingston Early Learning. If you have a view on this, that the activity test does restrict access to early childhood learning and care, and do you, in your opinion, should it be scrapped?
I think for us, the issue is just as much having those places available. So we would support any financial subsidies to families, particularly, Kingston is a low socioeconomic area. We do have vulnerable families. It's really critical that those families are able to access care for, all the studies show the benefits of having early learning access for vulnerable children. So I think we support all measures to ensure that vulnerable children can access the care. But if we don't have the places, then how are they going to benefit from those subsidies? We need the places in the first place to enable them to actually access early learning opportunities. So for us, this bill only addresses part of the problem. The second part of the problem, particularly in rural and regional areas, is actually having those places in the first place.
Yeah, just in terms of having those places in the first place, and there was a discussion about some of the funding that the government is providing. Do you think the government and the federal government should be opening up more early education centres in regional communities, especially working with communities and First Nations communities in particular?
Absolutely. So we, our story goes for about 5 years. Every other community that we've spoken to, so we've spoken to many other country communities in similar circumstances, there seems to be a slightly different approach, but in all circumstances, we're trying to get support from state and federal governments to partner with us. We're very lucky that our local council has come on board and is really strongly supporting us. But without a coordinated and targeted strategic approach, it is really difficult. So for us, and we've outlined this in more detail in our written submission, the governance is another hurdle. So if we were to get the money for the building, we are still faced with the problem of who is going to be the service provider. Currently, it's the state education department with the rural care service. However, we've been told that we've sort of reached we've outgrown that service. So if the state government isn't going to provide the service, then who is? For us in these smaller communities, we've approached some commercial providers, but we're just not big enough. There really is market failure in smaller communities because it's not profitable enough for them to be coming in. In some communities, local government steps in and they provide the service. But is that really the avenue that we want to go down? And should we be putting pressure on small local councils that are already under budgetary pressure to be going into something such as childcare provision, which is so important? We know how critical it is to get it right. And should we be stretching local government to be taking that on? So in our opinion, yes, support from state and federal governments is absolutely needed in rural and regional communities. In other areas as well, there are community governed councils that step in. But again, I mean, the three of us, we've been working for 5 years on this. We're volunteers. Is that really where it should be placed, trying to stretch our local communities when there's already volunteer exhaustion in an area that's so important as childcare? We need strategic, coordinated support from federal and state governments.
Did anyone else have a view on the activity test? Or I just, yes, please.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I interrupting somebody?
Go on. I can't see any of you, so please go first.
Thank you. Yes, so over the peak of COVID, if we want to call it that, back in 2020, early 2020, when the relief childcare funding, so everything was suspended and the relief childcare funding came in, and we saw the activity test be temporarily paused, we actually saw a significant uptake in enrolments for Indigenous families, vulnerable families, at-risk children come through our services, particularly some of our services that are sort of have quite a high percentage of at-risk children already. So one service, for example, Lockridge in WA, we average about 60% of the children within the service are deemed at risk or within the state care. So we saw these children engage in high quality early learning experiences. And unfortunately, when things went back to normal, we saw the families disengage. So the evidence for us is certainly clear, and we certainly saw that in other areas and speaking with other colleagues. So abolishing the activity test would actually allow that catalytic effect. But as my colleagues online have said, we can only do that in alongside sufficient access for children.
Mrs. Moriarty, I think you were going to say something.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So in terms of obviously our program, it's not in play because there isn't an eligibility regardless of activity test or not. We have places available. We have plenty of workforce. Our efforts are integrated with the community's mums and dads who want to give their children, like everyone else, the best start in life. Indikindi attracts 80% of the cohort of kids in town. We do the Bahava report that was published in 2020 about our work, said it was by Dr. Galia Bahava, Monteith, and also Boston Consulting Group. The response was the report clearly shows that if given the opportunity and resources to work closely with other Indigenous communities to scale and expand its operations, the benefits delivered by Indikindi could be exponential. Measurement is critical. We're about to embark on deep measurement of those impacts that, Senator, you were talking about, Senator Little, you were talking about that 34% of progress against measurable factors. Given that we're not just talking about workforce, we're talking about workforce with the dual aim and absolutely equal aim of our Australian children to have the best start in life through quality early care. We have that measurement begin to start, but Indikindi is a proven, measurable, developed, mature model that is ready to address these deficits that this legislation won't touch.
And just the last question from me. This bill includes a new definition of an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander child, and also a new definition of an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person, which have not been seen in Commonwealth legislation before. So I just wanted to get your view, if you have looked at these definitions on them, but I'm also happy to provide this on notice I'd really like your view on these definitions.
might be logical for us to comment, Moretti Foundation. So yes,
Yes,
we'd like to take that on
absolutely.
notice because there seem to be some changes that we're guided obviously by our local community engagement groups
Yes,
and we're guided
exactly.
locally. So we would take that on notice for sure. Yeah.
Wonderful. I will put that on notice. Thanks so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Sorry. Thank you all for sharing your knowledge and your stories so far. I wonder, as a South Australian, I'd just like to shout out to the Kingston group. Congratulations on 5 years of very, very hard work. I know how hard that can be when you're doing it as a volunteer. As a government, we've been here for 5 months and we're doing our best to catch up as quickly as we possibly can. So hopefully you'll start to see things change in the very near future. I would like to ask some questions of Ms. Houghton in regards to the transparency aspects of the bill. It's one of the things you refer to in your submission. Can you just expand a little on the value of the transparency and providing that kind of information for parents and families to be able to see what they are, see what the service that they're utilising is doing with the money? Can you work us through that a little bit further, please?
Absolutely, Senator. So as you're aware, within this sector, we operate in what I would call a mixed market model. We have got private providers, we have got community providers, as many of my colleagues online today. So there's a huge cross section of the provider type. So we've got essentially a mainstream childcare subsidy system and several different sector types underneath, which I'm sure all ministers are aware of. When it comes to transparency, particularly for families, is that as a parent myself, my expectation would be that I would like to see where my fees are going when it comes to the payment of those fees. And there is a huge disparity across the sector, and I certainly can't speak for all, but if we were to look at some basic benchmarks, for example, as a non-for-profit organisation, if we look at our wages cost against our revenue, it'd be up at around the 80% mark. And if we were to look at private providers, who are often conglomerates with funds going offshore to line shareholder pockets, then we're looking at probably the wages cost at around 55% of their incoming revenue. So if I was certainly going to be making a decision for a child, it'd be where I believe there was going to be money going toward educators, quality of resources, nutrition. So the recommendation that we put in that is that there is possibility to benchmark as to what the bare minimum should be. We've heard reports where there's centres who are providing children with meals that are costing 60 cents per meal, which is inexcusable. So there's things that should be bare minimum, and given that we're all recipients of government funding, it shouldn't be difficult to actually implement measures that are fair and equitable.
Great, thank you. I don't know if either of the other panel attendees are interested in providing any commentary on the transparency aspects of the bill, noting that it's maybe not your primary concern. No? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. I know Senator O'Sullivan has a brief follow-up question.
Yeah, thank you. Just to the Moriarty, Ms Moriarty, really fascinated by the work that you're doing, and might actually get my office might arrange to catch up with you following this, because I've got a lot of questions, but I haven't got time today to ask them fully. But I guess one thing that's bubbling away in my mind when I'm looking at this bill and the statements made by this government, I feel that there's an oversimplification of the, particularly when it comes to disadvantaged families and particularly those children in regional and remote areas, not just regional and remote, even in some of our cities, but that just sending children off to a childcare centre is somehow, going to solve the issues of early childhood development. And I don't want to take anything away from the wonderful services and providers that are out there in making that statement of concern. But the sounds like the program that you're delivering and supporting is very much inclusive. It's comprehensive. It engages with the community at large rather than just sort of having children dropped off and and cared for and supported through the day. You're far more ingrained within the community. There was the Connected Beginnings program that I guess brought together a lot of those services to provide a one-stop shop for the delivery of childcare and early childhood development. Do you have a view as to whether or not whether it's this bill or just more generally there needs to be a greater focus on early childhood development rather than just childcare?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Great question, and yes, we'd very much like to connect with your office. Look, the reason I think that our program is successful and, as you say, is integrated and comprehensive and inclusive, and I will get to the point of your question, sorry, I just want to make this point, is that we were asked by the community, by the elders, by the law women in the community to create this. So they said, it isn't working for us, the children are not going to school, we don't see them going to university, we want them to go, get the education and come back and help us, can you help us? So it was driven from the very start by the community, and that's been the case for the whole decade we've been operating. So the local advisory group guides Spheres. As I said, we have a local group who deliver this. There's no one from out of town who's on that team, either in Borroloola or in Tennant Creek. I think this legislation clearly isn't perfect for this circumstance, but I think the issue to think about is that there are up to 1,200 remote communities across Australia, and some of those are very remote. So what we're describing in our 3 delivery communities is the tip of the iceberg of this legislation, not touching the sides, not really connecting with what the needs are. And not only what the needs are, but what's the asset conversation. So where's the value created in these communities to change that 34% change through early years. So, yeah, I don't think it's the perfect mechanism to talk about this, but it's the one we've got right now. So we're very grateful as a foundation to have been invited to address this committee because, as I said, I'm just here, Odette and I here, in support of all those local communities that are delivering on the ground right now and out in the bush. So, I think we need frameworks to look at this differently because what a cookie cutter never fits remote, and I think there are so many aspects of this legislation that will impact a very small number of families in remote and regional, but for the vast majority, this conversation will not impact them.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily even have to be remote. I mean, I know that there's issues in places like Broome that are not, wouldn't be considered remote, but so. It just seems that, I guess, the rhetoric doesn't always seem to match the reality of what's on the ground. Anyway, we can chat maybe at a later time. Thank you.
Yeah, and look, in summary, sorry, I feel like the legislation is fantastic for those for whom it represents a very big change. And as I mentioned, as a former working mum with 3 kids and a big job, this will be welcomed by so many working families, and we applaud it. We would like to see it go further or something that's an adjunct to address what we're seeing where it really won't impact.
Good, thank you very much for that. And I'd like to thank you all for your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 4th of November 2022. I know this it's a great effort to come and make submissions and to join us today and answer the questions, and your answers will help us in our deliberations for our final report, and I wish you all a very, very good afternoon. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
I now welcome by video conference the representatives from Thrive by 5 and Ngala. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? If we could start with Thrive by 5.
Thank you, Senator. My name's Jay Weatherall. I'm the Director of Thrive by Five, an initiative within the Minderoo Foundation.
Thank you. Nagala?
My name is Elsa Norville. I'm the Operations Manager for Early Learning and Development for Nagala.
I now invite you each to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. If we could start with Thrive by Five.
Thank you, Senator. Well, this legislation is a small part of what potentially could be one of the most significant social economic reforms that the country has embarked upon in recent years. It's hard to imagine a public policy issue that develops so many benefits for children, for families, for the broader community and for the economy in just one single set of measures. What we've come to call childcare, but more recently have become aware is better described as early learning, has a profound effect on the way in which children's brains develop. And that capacity to develop their brains has lifelong impacts on their health, learning, behaviour and capability. And of course, that in aggregate makes an extraordinary difference to the prosperity, health and well-being of our country. Because of the involvement of women in so many of the elements of the service systems, either as employees or just the way in which economic opportunities have been deprived of women who have not been able to have full access to work and community life, it also makes a profound contribution to addressing gender inequality in this nation. So it's difficult to imagine a public policy issue that ticks so many different boxes. And while this legislation really only embarks on the journey, it is incredibly welcome and makes a very important set of first steps towards developing what we would argue is the goal, which is a universal high quality early learning system for this country. We use early learning as really a shorthand for the broader idea of early childhood development that Senator O'Sullivan, I think, was just talking about. The notion that children in their development in the first 5 years of life, it's more than just, their care needs, their health needs, their learning needs. It's really a holistic view about how they develop in the first 5 years of life. And we've got lots of different disciplines in this country for looking at them. We look at children through the prism of nurses and the health system. We look at them through the prism of teaching and the education system. We look at them through the eyes of social workers, through our child protection system. But it really all adds up to one fundamental thing, and that's the healthy human development of children. What a universal high quality childcare system, just to use that phrase for the moment because we're familiar with it, offers us is the backbone for the building out of such a system. And while it's true that it's not enough by itself, we do need to integrate these other service systems. It really does represent an incredibly important touch point for many families. If you think about all of those service systems I mentioned before, whether it's infant maternal health, child protection, preschool, childcare, allied health services, disability services, often they're episodic relationships with the family. One of the service systems which probably has the most regular touch points with family is the childcare system. And if that was truly built out and became a universal platform, all those other services could be properly integrated into it at the level of the community and the neighbourhood, and you would have a truly integrated early childhood development system. So we really see this childcare bill as the first step in a long process of building out the universal system. I know that the Prime Minister on election night talked about the universal childcare system sitting up alongside the NDIS and Medicare as one of his great ambitions to be built out over over the life of what he hopes to be a long-term government. And we think that's an incredibly exciting vision. And that's why we're so supportive of this bill. Obviously, it does touch on a number of, this bill begins to remedy a number of issues around affordability. It does address one of the particular inequities around the activity test, seeking to give some relief for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families. But there's very much more that needs to be done in that area. There are real challenges with training and quality in terms of staff that are underpaid and overworked and are leaving the sector. There is a need, I think, to look at the way in which we fund childcare. At the moment, there is not a very clear relationship between the very significant funding the Commonwealth provides and outcomes. Services, for instance, we use regulatory arrangements to govern quality, but we don't use the funding system to govern quality. So what we see is about 11% nationally of, 8% nationally of services that are not meeting national quality standards, and another 11% seeking exemptions from those quality standards. So there's a lot of work to be done, but this is an incredibly important first step, and we think the bill should be supported, but we also should be aware that there's a lot of work to be done to build a truly universal system out.
Good, thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Norval.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the Noongar people in the Whadjuk country on whose land I'm meeting with you today. We welcome this opportunity to provide a comment on this bill. Nagala is known and respected for its knowledge and evidence-informed approaches to supporting families in Western Australia. Our purpose is to support parents, families and communities to enhance the wellbeing of children and young people. While Nagala recognises the need for further reforms across the early childhood education and care sector, we are in support of the changes presented in this bill. Nagala supports the Schedule 1 of the legislation and the measures the government is taking to reduce the financial barriers that are there for many families facing access to quality education and care. Affordability is an important issue for parents, particularly women who want to be able to participate in work, education and training. This in turn can help improve the outcomes for children, where the result is increased participation in high quality early learning programs. Nagala supports Schedule 2 of the legislation and the increased transparency across the sector. We recognise the importance of large organisations providing visibility of financial health to the department, especially as they do play such an important role as an essential service and the knock-on effect that can have to communities where they fail. Nagala supports Schedule 3 of the legislation to provide a base entitlement of 36 hours of childcare per fortnight for First Nation children. We recognise that this is an important step in the first targets towards closing the gap and removing the barriers of participation and improving outcomes for First Nation children. We would recommend a base entitlement of 72 hours per fortnight to really help and support closing that gap. Beyond this, we would further recommend that there should be given some considerations to addressing other barriers, such as addressing the staffing shortages across the sector, but especially in rural and remote areas. Nagala supports Schedule 4 of the legislation, which reduces the opportunity for fraud by introducing the requirement for electronic payments. We appreciate that the legislation has allowed for exceptional circumstances where electronic payments may not be practical. While we agree that the electronic payments are good governance, we would like to encourage that there's caution that it doesn't limit, that the limitation does not become a barrier for participation, particularly where there's cultural, infrastructural or geographical locations that may inhibit those payments. Nagala supports Schedule 5 of the legislation, which makes amendments to permit providers to offer a discount to childcare fees for educators without it affecting the amount of CCS payable to the educator. We would like to see that amendment includes all staff in the Children's Services Award, including cooks who play a vital role in a service. Beyond the bill, we would encourage further considerations to address things such as the wage gap and the other causes that are causing the staff shortage currently. We are in support of the minor amendments for Schedule 6 to 8 of the legislation. I thank you for this opportunity and welcome further questions from the committee.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Payman.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and providing the submissions. My first question is to Mr. Witherell. Now, appreciating the importance of transparency, this bill requires large providers to support financial information about revenue and profits to the Department of Education. This information can be made available online to families choosing a provider, helping families understand where their fees are going. Do you support that increasing level of transparency?
Yes, when we very much look forward to the ACCC inquiry that is going to delve more deeply into this question of where the money's going, essentially, because a lot of money's going into the system and we're still getting differential outcomes. The money doesn't match up with the outcomes. So, for instance, you can receive a subsidy as a service, but still not meet national quality standards. We think that's an issue. You can also pay pretty ordinary wages, which can lead to high turnover of staff, and there's no sort of connection between the subsidy that's provided and the sort of wages that are paid to staff. So we think that the whole question of the financial relationship between the funding system and the sector needs to be looked at carefully.
Absolutely. The bill requires electronic payment of gap fees and ensuring that, it's an obstacle.
15 minutes, is that okay?
I might just ask you, make sure that if we're not answering questions, if you could just have your be on mute. Thank you. Back to Senator Payman.
Sorry. In terms of, ensuring that gap fees are paid and there's that obstacle to fraudulent schemes where a service tries to claim the subsidy for care that isn't occurring, what are your views on requiring electronic payments of gap fees?
I'm sorry, Senator, I haven't given that careful consideration, so I prefer not to offer a view.
No, that's totally fine. Ms. Norville, my question to you is around, as you mentioned in your opening statement, touching on the benefits to families, what impact do you think the increase in childcare subsidy rates will have on children's educational outcomes? If you could expand on that.
Certainly. I believe that the opportunity to be able to increase the childcare benefits for families has a huge opportunity to be able to increase attendance within an early learning service where there is space available. So it is a bit of a double-edged sword that it is something that will be very welcomed by the sector, and it is something that is very important for families to be able to make childcare much more affordable, especially at times where costs are increasing. It does come with the challenge that we do need to address the sector issues of things such as staffing shortages and the lack of available places as well.
Yeah. And as we know, the bill confirms the educator discount, which essentially allows providers and gives them the option of offering a discount on fees for the children of their educators without affecting the amount of childcare subsidy payable. In your view, does the childcare discount for early childhood workforce help to retain educators?
It certainly is an attracting offer for educators. Educators do compare it when they're comparing a provider that they're choosing to go to, especially when you're in an area where you've got multiple providers and we've got very big staffing shortages in some areas. They will choose a provider that is going to offer a higher discount. That is usually much easier to provide in a larger organisation and a lot more challenging in areas where costs are already very prohibited. So it is one factor. I do believe more needs to be done to be able to support educators, particularly addressing some of the wage issues.
Absolutely. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Little. You're still on mute, Senator.
Oh, sorry, but apologies about that. I'd like to direct my question to the Minderoo Foundation. Good morning, Jay Witherell. How are you?
Yeah, very well, Karen.
Good. Look, I'd just like to ask, according to your statistics, 22% of children start primary school developmentally vulnerable. and 16% of centres are not meeting the early learning quality standards. Why do you think that is, and who is best placed to address that?
Yeah, the 22% is a national figure. Obviously, it bounces around. I think the other number you mentioned is a Western Australian figure for people not meeting national quality standards. The national figure is much lower, but it's very high in Western Australia. I think there is. I mean, obviously, there's only a proportion of children that that use childcare early learning services that are measured by. It's not the whole population that uses early learning services. So, and that the perverse thing about the way our current childcare system works is that the children that would most benefit from early learning are the ones that don't use it, broadly speaking. So it's really made for people that are in the world of work. If you've got a chaotic relationship with the world of work, or as we know, the activity test represents a massive barrier for people accessing childcare services, then you don't use them. And so we've almost created this system, which is sort of a mainstream system for, families that are in working families, essentially. And there's a bunch of other families that look at that system and say, well, look, nobody in my family's ever used childcare. I've never used it. The children that are going there don't look like my children. The parents don't look like me or my friends. It's not a place for me. And so there's a whole bunch of people that are basically excluded from early learning in this country. And if you look then at the AECDC results, well, they were the ones that you could shift the dial on in terms of ensuring that their developmental needs are being met. Childcare alone won't do that. It'll need to be an integrated set of services, the sort of things we mentioned earlier, like infant maternal health, parental support. It might also be some special assistance in relation to allied health, disability services. But if you had a hub that existed at the level of the neighbourhood where all of those things were available, ideally attached to a school site, you'd see dramatic improvements in the ADC results.
It's interesting, that was one of the issues that was raised in recent travels to the APY lands, which you were obviously familiar with, where at Ernabella, which is a rather large community, there is no child family centre in that, which is the largest community, and parents were asking and suggesting that was the best option, was to align it with the school. So that would be your understanding of relevance in some places, different models, different places?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think ideally it would be the school, but some communities, some First Nations community have problematic relationships with the relevant sort of education departments. And I think it's interesting you mention APY lands, because there's been a long program there of having unused sort of education workers in those schools. So they probably feel like friendlier places than perhaps some communities. So I think you want to be a bit careful about being too prescriptive, but I think ideally the school site would be the place where these things would be located, because then you've got line of sight from birth through to when it makes those transition points so much easier. There was a great example in Western Australia of, it's sort of almost like the exception that proves the rule. Is a little school called Armidale, a Chalice school in Armidale in Western Australia. And the principal there was looking at the NAPLAN results, and they were pretty awful. And she saw all these mothers coming in, dropping their kids off, but with babies in arms. And she thought, I'm going to get those babies in, early, so that we can have a crack at them before they actually arrive at school. And she did that and created, even though she had no real permission, because, the school system in WA doesn't actually allow you to provide services for under fives. She managed to get around that and created this essentially child parent centre on site, and then saw dramatic improvements in the school results. So I think the school is the place, the place where this can all be brought together.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question. In your written submission, you make reference to the 900,000 committed, but it seems not now required.
Should that be directed to, you've suggested that should be directed to workforce. Can you explain what and where?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we say that obviously there's been some savings that have been harvested through these integrity measures, and that's obviously a good thing. What we've got real anxiety about, though, is that the benefits of this bill might not be realised if we just have this continual hemorrhaging of childcare workers out of the system. We've already got very high rates of turnover, and it seems to have accelerated recently. So you could have this phenomena where, you know, people are demanding additional childcare, but we're seeing that we don't have the workforce to provide it. And I think that's our real anxiety. Obviously, the government is committing to a long-term fix for that by reviewing the Fair Work Act and providing a mechanism for lifting wages in female-dominated sectors. But that'll be some time off. The legislation's got to pass, the case has got to be run. We think that we just need to send an urgent message to those early educators that help is on the way. And we thought that, you know, a one-off interim, you know, wage supplement would be a way of demonstrating the value that the government essentially holds in those early educators, and might get some of them to hang on. One of the real anxieties we have is that with this turnover is the enemy of quality, because essentially in childcare centres, it's all about relationships. So if you've got massive turnover, you're destroying the capacity for these children and families to form deep attachments with these early educators.
Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much, Senator. Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Norville and Mr. Wetherill, and thank you so much for coming to provide evidence for us. Mr. Wetherill, if I could start with you. Earlier this year, Thrive by 5 called on the major parties to follow the Greens' lead and to acknowledge early learning as an essential service. And you've already said that commit to universal and free early learning. I just want to get your view on how we have piece of legislation in front of us now, how we could improve it so that we can move towards that goal of universal free early learning faster. Can anything be done here and right now?
Well, I mean, I suppose it's a question of tactics in a way, and sequence. Obviously, we would want the bill to be passed quickly, and it would be unfortunate if it got bogged down in too much debate or delay. But there are a range of things that we would change. I mean, one of the things which we think is crucial is the whole activity test. So the activity test, according to the Impact Economics report that was authored by the Impact report. The author is just completely forgotten who that is.
Impact Economics and Policy, I think, that was the report.
Yeah, the August report.
Earlier this year, yep.
That documents that, you know, the most disadvantaged families are the ones that are being excluded from the system, and it makes the extraordinary conclusion that the activity test actually does the opposite of what it's intended to do. It prevents activity. And even if you thought it was a good idea to act, I mean, it's predicated on the idea that people won't work if they're unless they're incentivised to do so through holding back childcare. So what this report documents is that the incentives actually work in a different way. People's incentives to work are not determined by their access to childcare, they're determined by their willingness to earn wages, and that it's all back the front. Your ability to actually find a job, you sort of need access to childcare first rather than the other way around. So it's sort of a poorly constructed policy even in its own terms. And then if you actually think it through, what it really is saying is that the perceived sins of the parents, that is not engaging in activity, we should punish the children. by not giving them access to early learning services. So there's something immoral about the whole construction of the activity test. It's sort of illogical at one level and immoral at another level. So we think the whole thing should go.
Yeah.
But there's a first step that's been taken in this legislation, but obviously we'd like that to be accelerated. And that's really profound, because that opens up, that really changes everything. Once the activity test is gone, you've got a different group, a cohort of people that are using early learning, and then that changes the whole way in which these services need to be constructed. The second major thing we would change is the funding system at the moment is a market-based model, and markets, as we saw in the Childcare Deserts report, markets don't find their way into areas where there's no economic basis for the provision of the service. So you're not seeing them in outer metro, regional and remote areas. And you never will under a market-based model. So there needs to be a fundamental rethink of the funding model. That's going to be hard to do overnight. There's a lot of careful thinking that needs to go into that. You could begin with rural and regional areas with, I think, direct, service provision of supply. And I've noticed that the New South Wales and Victorian governments are committing to that direct supply response in their so-called childcare deserts. So that'd be the first steps. The other thing I think you could do in the relatively short term is make a much stronger link between the subsidy and the quality agenda, and that not essentially allow funding to go to services that aren't meeting national quality standards. But you'd have to think that through, because in the short term that could create a lot of difficulties for services. You might want to have a phased-in process where that occurs. Otherwise, you'd have a whole bunch of people that wouldn't have access to childcare.
Thank you, Mr. Wetherill. And I was going to ask you about the activity test, but you answered all my questions. My view is that the activity test is so punitive and restrictive that it should actually go alongside this legislation. It really is terrible when so many children can't access early education. You spoke earlier about, and we've spoken to many witnesses who have kind of highlighted this quite major issue of the legislation coming into force in July 2023. Many of them wanted to come in force earlier, but there is the challenge of the workforce. And just wanting to confirm with you that you said earlier that there should be, and there is an urgent need to do something now, so that we can actually make sure that the policy outcomes of this legislation are met. Am I right in kind of assuming
yes.
that? Yeah. And if I could ask you, Ms. Norville, your view on that, like what does your experience tell you about the challenges of the workforce, wages and conditions that educators face now, and how critical it is to address those urgently?
I think it's actually something that we need to address very urgently. I think the bill that we've got at hand is actually quite important for addressing the cost of childcare for families, and that is one piece of the puzzle. But the reality is that our educators are leaving us at a rapid rate. That is having an impact on quality. From a training perspective, it is much easier to improve quality when you have a stable workforce and a happy workforce. It is a sector that is very much based around relationships. And a lot of the work that we should be doing, as Jay said, is in some of those areas where childcare is not getting into. It is very much market-based. It is very much around workforce participation. And while that is an important topic, if we were to shift that to being about outcomes for children, if we can address some of the workforce shortages that are occurring now, help support educators to be able to sustain their living allowances and the way that they're working within the communities they're in. Some of them are operating in some very, very challenging areas where housing is going up, where the cost of living is becoming very prohibitive just to be able to continue doing the jobs that they love and want to do.
And last question from me, and that's for you, Ms. Norville. What needs to be done to ensure that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families and children have access to sufficient, high quality and culturally safe early learning, wherever they might be located?
I think that the first step there of the increasing the hours for children to be able to participate, I do agree with removing the activity test so that there's less barriers, because they're the ones that are more likely to be able to be impacted by any issues with bureaucracy. And I think there is an element there that there needs to be collaboration and a culturally appropriate way of being able to look at the community of what's the need. So that could be collaborating with a school, it could be collaborating with the local elders and supporting the communities and the organisations within those areas to be able to help and supply a very high quality childcare.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks so much, both. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. I might first go to Mr. Weatherall. That'll be the first time I've ever called you Mr. Weatherall, but hello, Mr. Weatherall.
Hello, Senator.
Thank you for coming and thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience with the committee. You've spoken about the activity test and the workforce issues, and those are the broader issues that we know we're facing in looking at improving childhood education. And the combination of the ACCC work, the Productivity Commission work, the policy settings around the workforce plan, improved numbers in free TAFE and also in uni, over time will address a number of those issues. But what I'd like to really go to is the aim, what is the outcome of increasing those services, particularly for Aboriginal families. And you talked earlier about a lot of that holistic place for human development.
Yeah.
What are the very specifics? We know that the closing the gap statistics are still alarming. What do you think these kind of moves, what the outcome will be of actually improving these services?
Well, I think you've got to remember what the starting point for all these things were. I mean, 30 years ago, we didn't know about how essentially children's brains developed. We sort of probably thought back then that people met developmental goals based on their genetics, and provided they were looked after, they sort of progressed on some sort of timeline. We now know that it's all about the quality of the interaction between the parent, the environment, the other children, and it's sort of like, so your capability is all created through switching on neural connections which occur through high quality activities. We also know the enemy of that is stressful environments. So it'll be things like, low income, which means you don't get enough food, domestic violence, just lack of nurturing or connections, all these environmental concerns, and then the quality of the experiences that children actually form with those around them. So that's not what we now know. But a lot of these systems that we've created were actually created before we knew that sort of information is taken. And it takes a while for them to actually filter through educational institutions, and certainly a much longer time for them to actually affect structures. So now we know all those things. It's about trying to close the gap between what we know and what we do in the first 5 years of life. It's almost like we think there's so much talk about universities and high schools and then primary schools, yet we now know that so much of what the life opportunities are established before they walk through the school gate. Yet we're not set up like that. There's no one level of government that's responsible for the first 5 years, not even one agency. And I mean, I think one of the hopes of the site is the Early Childhood Development Framework, the Early Years Framework, which is the government has promised to put in place. That's really crucial, but it will only be fully realised if it's fully integrated with the state governments here. Because the Commonwealth, there's a limit to what the Commonwealth can do by itself. I mean, the Commonwealth, I think, is well placed. The Commonwealth's good at frameworks and funding arrangements. The states are good at service delivery and place-based, initiatives in partnership with NGOs. So somehow these complex service systems and these levels of government have to be mashed together to provide something that looks really accessible at the level of the neighbourhood. And, look, it's not a trivial reform exercise, but the prize is enormous. So, I mean, I think it's a long way of saying that if you provide a whole lot of support to families, it's about your mindset. If your image of the child is about the first 5 years being profoundly important, it changes everything about what your policy settings would look like. What does income support look like for family in the first 5 years? Why are we making it harder for families in the first 5 years when that's the time when we should be making it easier for them? That whether it's, and there's a whole lot of mainstream services like housing and, employment policy and a whole range of other things that all involve themselves in the lives of children. So I think one of the things that sews all this together is the common knowledge base about how children's brains develop. And it can, it goes all the way down, even service systems you probably didn't even realise were involved in early childhood development, like police officers going into a domestic violence setting and hauling some bloke out of somebody's home. Now, the way in which that occurs for the 3-year-old, crouched down behind, the living room couch, the difference between how that's handled will make a profound effect on the trauma that's experienced. It's always going to be a traumatic experience. But whether that's done, if that police officer understands about the whole notion of early childhood development, it could be the difference between a conversation which is, we're taking your father to get some help, to, pulling them out backwards, screaming and kicking as he's put in the back of a police van. I mean, these are profound things, and it's not just one service system. It's not just the traditional service systems that we have imagined are involved in the lives of children, like childcare and infant maternal health. It's sort of everything in the first 5 years.
Thank you. Obviously, we're starting with this bill, and hopefully the increased hours, particularly in the First Nations space, and some of those elements are going to start to make a fundamental difference as the rest of the system, as you say, starts to more broadly recognise the challenges we face. Ms Norville, I wonder if you had any commentary about the expanded opportunities for First Nations people to access more hours of care.
I do think there is need there for us to increase to, if we could, to a 72-hour fortnight. I think there is a lot of evidence there that 3 days participation per week in a service is very beneficial. We do see in a lot of the children that face challenges, whether that's an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander or a child with developmental delays or a child needing inclusion support, that if they're in attendance at a high quality program, they will have better outcomes. And if we can invest more in that birth to 5 space, we'll see that that has a return of interest going forward into the future. It's a very challenging space because it will take us time to be able to get there. But the evidence is very strong that if we focus on support in those first 5 years, that it makes the child's trajectory much more easy to be able to go through those relationships at school and then on into the workforce, increase their opportunity to be able to make friends, to be able to earn higher incomes as adults, and to be able to break some of those cycles that are facing some of those children.
Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, and thank you both for your submissions and being here today. A lot of my questions have actually been covered already, so thank you. Mr Weatherill, I'll just ask, you did open your statement by saying this is a good first step, and then you've covered what you meant by that in many ways through your other statements that you've made. But is there a requirement here to actually, I guess, have in terms of the broader question of what else is required, to have a much bigger think about the model of early learning. Distressed yesterday, flying over here from Perth to be reading the West Australian, and there's a pub up in Broome that's having to put up electric fences around to stop children, primarily from breaking in there at night. And I'd bet my bottom dollar that a lot of the issues that are going on in particularly some of these regional remote communities, if you were to look at the origin of some of these issues, it actually goes back to those early years, the children not being provided the necessary support, and so there's a need for, I think, a much more holistic, comprehensive response to the early learning years. And so I'd just be very interested in your views on that. You mentioning that this is a good first step. So what else is needed?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, obviously, those behaviours, the building blocks for control of your emotions and the impulse control is, laid down in the first 5 years. So if you haven't had that, if you've lived in a chaotic environment where there's just, shouting and screaming and, high stress, you'll never learn the capacity to settle yourself, and it will just be, one chaotic experience after another. And then obviously that just becomes more and more dangerous as the child gets older and older. So yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think the starting point for these things, is the early years, and it's about breaking these cycles, isn't it? And it's hard to really separate out the position of the adults or the parents of these children from the children themselves. So because it's their behaviours that are so crucial here. So it's as much about, we talked about, one of the sort of guiding philosophies for me came from a professor, Dr. Fraser Mustard, who we have over to South Australia as a thinker in residence in 2008. And he talked about these ideas of children's centres, but the long name was Children's Centres for Early Childhood Development and Parenting. And they're as much of the parents and the children learning together. And they incorporated all these services. He always recommended they should be attached to school sites, but things like, childcare, infant maternal health, child protection.
And that's the Chalice model too, isn't it? Like it involves the parent in those
and Connected Beginnings that you had a lot to do with is a similar sort of place-based model where you try and pull together a whole lot of community resources around the family and to try and get change. So, look, I just think there has to be a whole lot more of that. But I go back to you need a coat hanger to hang these services on. And I think what this bill does is starts to build out the framework. The backbone, I think, is what we used to call childcare and what we now call early learning. That can be the fundamental backbone on which you can graft these other services. And I actually think it could be the big answer for child protection. Is just an endless bucket of resources that we spend enormous amounts of money on and get poor results. NDIS, I think, has challenges with children, and I think the early learning system is a real opportunity for a different approach to NDIS. So I think this could answer a lot of the challenges that governments have been facing and have been unable to resolve.
Thank you. Just for the time remaining, I've got Norval. I just want to compliment firstly the work of Nagala, and I encourage my colleagues to take a look. They're a wonderful service operating in Western Australia. And now I guess you wouldn't stand to have any financial benefit from this bill because you're not actually a childcare provider, are you?
Well, we are actually. So Nagala is very multifaceted, and we look at an approach to supporting the parents' journey. So we have sleeping programs, and we've got programs to support young parents, and we have a HIPPY program which helps support parents to be able to get back into the workforce and to be able to take on that early learning approach at home. But we also have 4 early learning services that are located within Perth. We have one service that is located on our campus at the Kensington site where the school is. So we do have a small amount of services in there, but we are very supportive of this bill.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know that. I've seen the other parts of what you do, and I was complimenting on that, so I compliment on that then as well. So what do you see, what's the demand like for your parenting, counselling and support services?
The demand is huge, and I think that there is a large amount of work that our teams are working very, very hard to be able to support families. I think that bills like this platform is a great starting point to be able to get families into care, but it would also be a great opportunity to be able to connect families to those types of services. If we can help tap into families in those early years, then that might be able to help break some of those cycles and get them connected to the services and supports they need to be able to stop and prevent going into systems like child protection and things like that.
Okay. Is there an associated cost to accessing those services?
There's a lot of funding that goes around some of our programs. So for some, we do have a program for WEN where families can just call in and they can be able to access care and be able to be connected to the services that they need. And we actually follow them along until they receive that connection. There's no cost associated to that. We have a lot of programs that help and support and are funded very well, which is great. But there are other services that do cost. I think then when you're looking at the early learning services, the cost there for parents and the participation side is the big impact for them.
So you provide a lot of allied health and other support to parents. What are the barriers? What are the cost barriers to people in accessing them? Is there sufficient funding through childcare, through existing structures to provide, particularly for low SES families?
I think the barrier sometimes is communication awareness and also that sort of understanding what Nagala does. We are very multifaceted and we are working with families in very vulnerable communities. So it's connecting with them in a way that they can feel safe coming into our organisation. Our teams do a very great job at doing that, but I think there's always room for funding there. From the aspect of looking at it from this bill, that the side of being able to provide quality early learning for us is a big impact. Being able to have more funding to be able to support families into our service then helps get them into some of those programs.
Now you're delivering services across the Pilbara and the Gascoyne in Carnarvon. So you'd have a pretty good grasp of the challenges of delivering in regional and remote Australia. How do you with increase in funding or in subsidies, is that going to actually address the workforce issues that you see? Like how will you go in actually attracting staff to increase with the increased demand that you could expect?
I've actually had extensive personal experience working across the Pilbara and up northern Western Australia, and this bill goes a long way to be able to support the access, but the reality is that the staffing shortages in those areas, especially when you're looking at the mining towns where you have challenges of employers that can provide a much higher wage, where cost of living is increasing, where some locations don't have access to housing, so you may be able to find a great candidate, but you can't get them there because there literally is no houses for them to go into.
What's it cost to rent a house in a place like Karratha or Port Hedland?
It's been a while since I've actually looked at the exact numbers, but it's increasing quite significantly. There are organisations that you can partner with to be able to have access to some community housing, but even those are on limited shortlists, so it's very hard to get into them. And then the conditions that some of the staff are living in is subpar, especially when you're going into some of the regional locations. They might be living in areas such as might be a closed community, and they are living in some circumstances where they might be in a gated compound with a fence around their veranda and then a locked door, and all three places need to be kept locked to keep them safe. So there's some real challenges of where our educators need to go across the Western Australia and also the Northern Territory. And those issues become really real for the educators that are going up there. So we can provide increased support to access families into those services, but we also need to address some of those issues that the educators are facing.
So if there's not the service there because you can't get the staff, or the cost of actually delivering it in those regions is too high. Does increasing the CCS do anything to actually assist families living in these areas?
It definitely does, because it helps and supports the services that are currently operating to be more viable. Viability in some of those areas is very challenging. If we can't, especially things such as the ability to be offered the childcare subsidy without it affecting CCS, things like that are a way to be able to incentivise and get staff into the service without affecting the budgets that the service has to provide. So it is one very important part of the process.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks.
everyone.
Good, thanks very much. And thank you again for your evidence today. It'll be a great deal of assistance in the committee's deliberations and preparation for its final report. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 4th of November 2022, and have a very good afternoon. We'll now suspend and return at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Welcome by video conference, Ms. Lisa Bryant. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Sorry, I should have said, ready to go. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Lisa Bryant, and I'm appearing as an advocate for early education and care and a public commentator on early education and care policy.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you.
Okay. First of all, I'd like just to acknowledge that I'm coming from Darkinjung land on the central coast of New South Wales. Thank you for the invitation to give evidence to your inquiry on the Cheaper Childcare Bill. I'm an advocate for universal high quality education and care and a regular public commentator on public policy in this area. I'm generally in support of this bill with just a few caveats. I support Schedule 1 of the bill, which in effect will provide reduced cost access to early education and care for children. After all, who could oppose any measures that will provide cheaper childcare to Australian families? However, I would like the committee to consider that cheaper childcare under our current funding system means that the government is in effect providing higher subsidies to a range of education and care services, including those that are not yet meeting the National Quality Standard for Education and Care Services. In other words, services that provide low quality education and care for the children of Australia, some consistently. Those that are owned by corporations or multinational private equity funds. Some of the $4.5 billion that this bill will cost each year will land in the pockets of those shareholders and investors. These players love any increase in government investment in childcare because it bolsters their share prices instantly. And those that are paying substantial and inflated rents on the private markets, real estate investment trusts and developers will be thanking the government for the opportunity to up their rents. But above all, this bill will give more money to a system of funding early education and care, childcare, that is so poorly designed that it keeps absorbing more government funds and higher gap fees from families year after year. This, while simultaneously denying educators and early childhood teachers living wages. I obviously support Schedule 2 of the bill, which will require greater financial transparency from large corporations and other large providers. And I support Schedule 3, more accessible education and care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children is very welcome, but why not just scrap the entire activity chest? Children's access to early education and care should never be dependent on the parents' activities or lack thereof. I have some concerns with Schedule 4. Reducing public money fraud is great, but requiring all gap fees to be paid electronically will mean that some low-income families will be forced to go on to direct debits, which carry the risk of banking penalties if they do not have the funds available at the point of debit. I'm also concerned at the impact of this on the family daycare sector, as it will force a change to long-standing arrangements where home-based educators collect gap fees from families. And I think that'll do for my opening statement. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much, Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Bryant, and thank you so much for coming to provide us with evidence. What benefits do you think would universal and free early childhood education and care have for society at large and for children in particular?
For children in particular, there is no doubt of the benefits it will have. We know that children who've gone through high quality education and care, even by the age of 40, have better health. There is almost no public program that can deliver such big benefits to everyone. We know, as you've heard from evidence from other people this morning, that 1 in 5 of Australian children are starting school with a disadvantage of some sort in some area. And in some of our populations, like our Aboriginal populations and our rural populations, that's a lot higher. Wouldn't it be great if, through investing all this money in early education and care, we managed to have more equity for our children at that point of starting school? That's what universal education and care would do. And for society as a whole, how do we not benefit from that? How do we not benefit from children that have had such good early education care that they do better academically, they do better on their NAPLAN tests, they do better as human beings with better communication skills, with basically better brains, because that's what we're giving them. Those children will grow up to be our doctors, they'll grow up to be our lawyers. Someone said the other day, I have the next Prime Minister in my early education and care centre right now. We even probably have quite a few senators to be. Wouldn't it be good if all of those had access to high quality early education and care?
It sure would. And I think I heard you say earlier, but I just want to confirm, with this legislation being looked at over the next few weeks, do you think it's important that we scrap the activity test as part and parcel of the legislation? Because it does restrict a lot of children from accessing.
Absolutely. I don't see why the opportunity wasn't taken by the Labor Party in introducing that bill. That measure was a punitive measure introduced by the previous government, more or less on ideological terms, which says that only the deserving should get access to childcare. But we know that childcare isn't just childcare, it's early education and care. And no child should be penalised for what their parents do or can't do. I haven't seen costings as to what the abolition would cost, but I don't think you're going to find a flock of people who would otherwise be going to yoga classes or something, suddenly putting their child in education and care. Families like to be with their children if they can, but if they need to work, then they need access. I'd hate to think what the cost of the administration of the activity test costs. It is so complex that families don't understand when and where their fees, why their fees have suddenly gone up as their activity has gone down. I think getting rid of it would help everyone, but especially help Aboriginal children, would especially help children in remote communities, would especially help low-income families. And we know that they're the children that benefit the most from early education and care.
Ms. Bryant, you have called for a radical redesign of the funding system for early childhood education and care, and have suggested making it illegal to profit from government funding. And you spoke a little bit about why profiting from, early childhood education and care shouldn't be acceptable. To what extent do you think the proliferation of for-profit centres has impacted on the affordability of early childhood education and care, noting that the fees have increased by 40% in the last 8 years? And does it have an flow-on impact on children?
Certainly, it has an impact on the flow on of children to children, because we know that our for-profit education and care services generally aren't as high a quality as our not-for-profit or government-run ones. I'm sorry, I can't direct you to the exact figures, but much higher percentages of our for-profit services are rated as working towards the national quality standard. That means they don't actually meet the quality standard. And a far fewer proportion are exceeding the quality standard. So that, means that if a family is lucky enough to get into a not-for-profit or a government-run centre, they're going to get better quality education and care. So what we see is there's two levels of education and care being provided, one that is high quality and one that's poor quality. The other reason why there's many reasons, but one of the reasons why I think that profiting from education and care shouldn't be possible is that we don't allow our schools to profit from government funding. All private schools are actually not for profit. And that is something that a lot of people don't understand, because you look at private schools with all their, wonderful grounds and you think they must be for profit, but they're not. They're not for profit because they're not allowed to take that money out and fund other things. Whereas in early education, with our more vulnerable children, we allow providers to take that money out. The other thing that happens is that because corporations and multinational private equity funds are able to invest in early education and care, it brings a whole flock of other people to the party. So developers and landlords and software providers and a whole other bunch of people say, wow, this is an industry this is a business that gets its funds underwritten by government. Therefore, how can we make some of that money? And it means that organisations like G8, one of our largest corporate childcare providers, pay exceptionally high rents to landlords who then make a lot of money out of selling, out of renting premises to those services.
Yeah, thank you. This bill that we're inquiring into, as you know, makes some changes to ensure greater transparency for larger early childhood education and care providers. Do you think all early education and learning providers, especially private for-profit centres, should be subject to such transparency measures so that the public knows how public money is actually being spent?
Look, I think that would be good. I think that it's a great first step to start with the larger ones. If you look at how education and care is, who runs education and care services, most for-profit and not-for-profit education and care providers run one service. So, it's hard to take money out of the system when you're running one service, but it's those big corporations that are running a lot larger number of providers that I think we do have the nitty-gritty, need to have the nitty-gritty on.
Mm-hmm. Just one more question from me, Chair. So as you know, Ms. Bryan, the turnover in the early learning sector is estimated at 30% annually. Almost 3 in 4 staff say they intend to leave within the next 3 years because of excessive workloads, low pay, and feeling undervalued. And when an educator leaves the sector, it is a loss, of course, for the children and can affect their learning and well-being, and also result in services kind of offering less capacity. So given this, what do you think the government could do to improve workforce retention and conditions and what needs to be done and what needs to be done urgently?
Okay, first of all, it's got to be wages. I'm sure you've been told that repeatedly through the thing. When an educator can leave the sector this minute and earn more money in a retail or hospitality setting, which doesn't require them to have the qualifications that they do, when our early childhood teachers in some states, especially my home state of New South Wales, can earn more money if they go and get a casual job in a school than they can, if they run a whole centre in education care centre, then they will leave and that will never change. So something about wages and about, improving the capacity of educators to fight for higher wages. Many of the measures that the government has talked about will work, but we need something more urgently. There's also just some things that are no-cost measures that the government can do. I'm always shocked when I talk to educators, which I do a lot of the time, how much they talk about, we just want to be respected. We just want the government to acknowledge what it is that we do. And when I try and unpack that with them, because, it's a bit of a funny concept, when I try and unpack that with them, what it means a few things. One, they felt very disrespected by the last government by being the first ones that were thrown off JobKeeper. They felt that during the pandemic, when people acknowledged frontline workers, they were never mentioned. And above all, they feel disrespected when they see their work negated by bills being called things like the cheaper childcare bill. We have to accept in this country that what we provide from our services, not 5-year-old services, is not childcare, it's early education. And we have to get that terminology, we have to get everybody saying that, because when we do, we don't see children as impediments to work. We see that we're investing in the youngest members of our country.
Thanks. I'll now go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Bryant, thank you for your advocacy, and as somebody who's worked as an organiser in, early childhood sector, I do appreciate what you're saying in terms of retaining that dignity. And I think as the government, upon our election, we've hit the ground running with this legislation, ensuring that Australians who are facing the pressures of cost of living are seeing some sort of relief in this sense. But bringing that back, I think the bill provides a childcare subsidy of 90% for families earning up to $80,000. And I just wanted to, get your views on what impact do you think the increase in childcare subsidy rates will have on children's educational outcomes and obviously their opportunities going into the future?
Look, anything that, I think the government has done an amazing job in bringing this, to Parliament so quickly and in making it such valuing the issue enough that it's been one of the first legislative moves that you've made. I think that it will enable families to choose to put their children in early education for longer hours, for more days a week. I think it will benefit families by enabling mothers to enter the workforce and to enter workforce for longer days and to have more secure jobs, secure in the knowledge that they can afford education and care even if their employment is precarious. And that's really important. Certainly the subsidies for our Aboriginal children and reducing the activity test for increasing, whatever way you want to put it, the activity test for them will enable more Aboriginal children to get early education and care. But as everyone else that's given evidence today has said to you, of course, none of that matters if the system collapses because we don't have enough educators. So, yeah, it's increasing the subsidy is great. It's just a pity that, I would like to see some of that money that we are investing come with caveats, to come with performance reviews for those services that consistently get rated as not meeting the national quality standard. And I think in New South Wales, with the additional money they're giving to long day care services, they are promising to work with services to ensure that they improve their ratings if they are rated as not working towards. One of the things that happened under the coalition government is the removal of all funded professional development and support for education and care services, because after all, it's a business. And I think Prime Minister Morrison said, we don't provide professional development for any other businesses. Why would we do it for this sector? The wages are so bad that education and care services can't afford, and educators can't afford to fund their own professional development. And that means that their quality is very hard to improve. We have to get those people constantly trained, and even trained on new measures like this bill, so that they understand the impact of it on their service.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Bryant, for your time today and your submission. Very interested in what you're saying, and I wholeheartedly agree that funding should be really tied to, or an expectation that there be standards and at least a minimum standard. I think that's a position that should be taken across a whole range of government programs, not just this. So, totally agree there. I was interested in reading some of your commentary over time, and seeing in earlier this year you wrote about your 3 things that you'd want to see if you were minister for a day or for a period. Touching on a lot of what we've dealt with today already, low wages, more training for educators, but you also talk about the abolishing the CCS to fund the services directly instead of families accessing them, and criminalise for-profit childcare services. So you wrote about this earlier this year. With this legislation, with this in mind, has your position changed at all, or and if it hasn't, can you just describe to me how you'd see that would work, that direct funding rather than through a subsidy?
Yeah, it hasn't changed at all. What we have essentially in childcare subsidy is a voucher system, whereas parents are given the money and they choose to spend it at a particular child education and care service. That presumes a number of things. One, it presumes that they're able to tell the difference between good and bad services. And I know that when I was a parent of young children, that was very hard for me to do, because I didn't have the knowledge as to what made a good and what made a bad service. But it also means that government has very little policy levers over the control of how that money is spent, and how what the service that is benefiting from the money does with it. So if that money was to go directly to services, instantly the government would be able to say, you only get funded if you meet the national quality standard. Yeah. You only get funded if you have at least a proportion of your positions put aside for children with additional needs, or children under 2, which are the ones that are more expensive to care for. Or you only get funded if we can see that you have, spending government money wisely. At the moment, you don't have that kind of control over education and care services.
Yeah, so is there enough transparency then? Like, does the public, it's been a few years since my kids were in childcare,
Mine too.
Is the public given enough information about the quality of the service that's provided?
Look, they can find that information. It's a little bit hard to find, and it's not something that's up and prominent everywhere. But I don't think that families actually understand what that means, what that rating system means, and I don't think they know really basic things like not-for-profit centres generally spend about 80% of their income on staffing, whereas for-profit centres it can be as low as 50%. Why does that matter? It matters because we know that the higher quality education and care is spent when there is more educators to children and when they're more highly qualified educators. So more of those teachers and diploma qualified educators rather than those on the more basic certificates rate. And parents don't know to ask that.
And is there any evidence around the quality of care and outcomes between for-profit and profit? I understand, you've pointed to some evidence around wages or the amount spent on wages. Are there other indicators with regards to their quality and outcome?
Yeah, if you look at ACEQA, that's the Australian Children's Education Care Quality Authority, they provide figures which show the proportion of for-profit centres that are exceeding or meeting or not yet meeting the quality standards, and that shows that difference quite extremely.
And so there is a difference between the outcomes achieved from a for-profit versus a not-for-profit.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. I'll have to look at that. I know that in other sectors there's almost no difference, or in some cases it's the opposite. So why? And the sector I'm thinking about is the employment services systems. Workforce Australia, as they're now called. The star ratings demonstrate that the for-profits have as good, if not better, outcomes than not-for-profits.
Yeah.
So why would you have any insight as to why? What is it about? What's unique about childcare that would, or early learning that would create that difference?
Early learning, profit is absolutely in opposition to provision of quality care. So all the things that cost money in early education and care are the things that make early education and care better. So those higher qualifications, the more educators, the providing better food, having more staff to have better relationships with the families, they're the things that increase the quality of your education and care, and they're the things that cost. So if you're trying to manage a for-profit service and take profit out of it at the same time, you have to cut back on those very things that create quality.
Okay. And just to the legislation, do you... The issues, the concerns that you raise, does this bill go all the way, part the way, not enough, just enough? What's your view?
Under our existing system, I think it goes a long way. It doesn't go far enough with getting rid of the activity test. That really should just, it just should go. It doesn't help anyone, It goes a long way, and I think at the reviews that are going to be done, as loath as I am to put this sector under review another time because it keeps being reviewed by every incoming government. But I hope that those reviews will also work with this bill to improve, a range of those issues.
Okay. Thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. And I'd like to thank you very much for joining us today. And your evidence has been a great deal of assistance to the committee in its deliberations and presenting its final report, and have a very good afternoon.
Thank you.
I now welcome via video conference the representative from Telethon Kids Institute. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Stephen Zublik. I'm a senior research fellow and an emeritus professor at the Telethon Kids Institute, and I appear in this capacity representing the Institute and the general scientific findings available to inform this legislation.
And I appreciate you have an observer with you as well, which is absolutely fine. I now invite you to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you.
Firstly, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm speaking from the lands of the Whadjuk Noongar people in Western Australia and acknowledge their ownership of this land and the generations of their elders. As I noted, I'm here representing the Telethon Kids Institute, which is West Australian's leading paediatric research institute. In the interest of full disclosure, I'm also a board member of the Australian Alliance for Children and Youth and an emeritus fellow in the ARC Centre of Excellence over the life course. Let me offer some comments on behalf of the Institute in relation to the bill. The Australian evidence is in line with the international evidence on early childhood care and education. I'll refer to that as ECEC. It reduces developmental vulnerability and it improves school readiness, particularly for those children in disadvantaged families. In this regard, if the proposed bill were to provide differential benefits to disadvantaged families, it has the potential to be a crucial strategy in preventing or diminishing the early and lifelong emergence of inequality. Our Institute is broadly supportive of the reforms introduced by this bill. In saying this, the proposed bill appears to favor moderate to high income families with a single child and therefore be a lever to facilitate increased workforce participation to professional women. If there is an intent to address inequalities in the capabilities of disadvantaged children through supporting access to ECEC, aside from the marginal gain for low-income families with a single child, there don't appear to be financial gains for low to middle-income families with multiple children. So lower-income families may have little choice other than to select lower quality early childhood education and care if they're able to select at all. Our research in the past decade shows that high quality early childhood education and care is an important lever in increasing the developmental capabilities and opportunities for children of less wealthy families, allowing them to start school on the same footing as their wealthier peers and lifting their lifelong developmental trajectories. Finally, we are of the view the bill can only have its desired impact if it is complemented with significant Commonwealth effort and funding to address the increased demand the new bill will stimulate for early childhood education and care by a similar effort being put into the supply of a trained and qualified ECEC workforce. I'm happy to take questions on other aspects of the bill. Thank you for your attention.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Payman is not with us. Senator Sullivan.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you Professor. I've followed your work for quite some time. You probably don't remember, but I caught up with you about probably 6 or 7 years ago before I was in Parliament. We discussed some of your work around your study of school attendance and the fact that a child packs in their bag their school attendance behaviours and they carry it right through to high school. It's something that stuck with me, and so I've long admired your work. And I know Telethon, I know it's a broader organisation than yourself, but you've got your big fundraiser this weekend. So all the best to Telethon and all West Australians who will be no doubt looking to make donations this weekend, and I encourage people to do that. Now to my questions. So I'm really keen to get a picture from Telethon TKI with regard to the difference that you see between the traditional sort of child care as a bit of a workforce related issue and early childhood development and early learning, and the importance of that distinction.
Yeah. Let me stage something very particular right at the outset here. It's an obvious statement to make, but it's a very useful reminder. Parents are a child's first teachers or educators. And when we talk about childcare, as it were in the generic, we tend to drain the significance of what it is that parents are actually bringing to children. It's why in my presentation today, I'll be emphasizing that what we're talking about here really is early childhood education and care. The bill is set within the remit of education, skills, and employment, and it's largely seen to be an economic measure in families. What it also is, what the bill also enables here is a developmental opportunity. And it does this in many ways, but in two very particular ways. It builds human capabilities by allowing adults, particularly women, to remain engaged in employment and or education and training. And these effects are immediate. It has positive effects on the developmental capabilities of young children, particularly in families, as I've already noted, that are economically disadvantaged. These effects can improve school readiness, prepare a child for a better experience on entry, and thereby, in the long run, increase their life choices. Early childhood education and care in this respect has an effect on reducing inequalities. And when we look at it as a population dynamic, it's nation building. These effects are in the long term. So it's a positive developmental opportunity. The research particularly shows that its impacts are on language development and cognitive functions that are particularly relevant to school readiness. Kids that are exposed to childcare have a bumpier ride in terms of their social and emotional development, and there's certainly work in the research domain as well as in the educational and childcare domain that is being brought to bear on that.
Thank you. Now, if I was to follow some of the talking points that are used by proponents of this bill, namely the government, I suppose, and ministers, you could be led to believe that, particularly for remote and regional areas, and particularly for Indigenous people, by increasing the number of hours, that this is, going to be the game changer for addressing disadvantage and helping Indigenous families in particular. But if there's a lack of services and a lack of staff, workforce in these areas to begin with, does increasing the hours from 24 to 36 or whatever the change is that actually going to make a difference if those services aren't there in the first place?
There is no developmental opportunity within the childcare offering if you can't get to it. So, you know, being present in it and having it available is absolutely critical. And I'm completely confident that there would be numerous presenters before me, for that matter, that would have cited, childcare deserts, as they're called, affecting the 30% of children that are whose families are seeking and looking for childcare. So, you know, being able to get to it and have access to it in ways that are meaningful to the way that parents and families live their lives is an absolutely critical component to it. There are elements of the current market, if I can call it that are not operating to see an equitable distribution across Australia, particularly in fringe areas of cities and absolutely in rural and remote areas.
And so, while the change might be welcomed in the bill, increasing the number of hours, the government really needs to be doing more to ensure that services are able to be run in these communities. So there's a bit of a market failure. You know, it's a very thin market in a lot of these locations. So does there need to be a rethink and a coming together of jurisdictions as well, like with the state governments, territory government, to actually have through clear eyes, look at the issue and how it can be resolved?
Well, I think that that's an integral. There are a lot of moving parts in this, and the kind of the starting point is to look at how contemporary families are living their lives and trying to keep their families together. At the same time, where the adults are involved, remaining engaged in training and education and employment. The families that are working today are not only taking care of their immediate needs and their children's needs, but they're also working for their own futures and into their own development in periods of their lives where they won't be employed. So it's a big package that parents are carrying, and the way that early education and childcare interfaces with one of the big moving parts, which is kindergarten, preschool, and primary school, a really important piece of it. And that inevitably impels, I would think, the government into dialogues and conversations with the jurisdictions.
Yeah. Great. Well, my time's up, but thank you very much indeed.
It's a pleasure.
Good, thank you. And now to Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for coming along and sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us. You've spoken a bit about reducing inequality and life choice, increasing life choices and such like. Would you be able to just step us through what you see as the sort of direct educational opportunities of increasing access to childcare in the way that this bill does?
And again, I'm confident you'll be hearing this from other presenters and presenters who are much more closely linked to and in the early education and childcare sector itself. Child development it's a package of opportunity, and the kinds of things that early education and childcare provide is that it capitalizes on providing children, and I would assert more children, with both expectations that we have about their developments and opportunities to be able to fulfill some of those expectations. Families historically have intrinsically engaged around that as they've raised their own children. Many of you have, and some of you, in fact, may be involved with grandchildren in this regard. But there are major bumps, if I could call them that can be offered in early childhood education and care that facilitate things such as expectations we have about how children develop and learn through play, and how and the opportunities that we provide to make that happen. For many, for example, in disadvantaged families, these opportunities may not be readily available to them. The other observations that are able to be made within good quality, high quality early education and childcare involve being able to make assessments about how the child's progress is going and to help and assist parents in actually understanding the growth and development of their individual children. Those are important points for learning. Fewer families have access to extended family and a wider network of parents that maybe have raised children over time and are able to trade information and observe one another in the way that they raise children. So to get to the point of your question, early educational childcare provides the kind of readiness ramp that prepares a child, can prepare a child better for entry into school. It's got quite particular impacts on their language and language development.
Thank you. Given you're a medical research institute, do you see an impact on this kind of service, like in increasing the access to childcare services, as something that would actually benefit their long-term health trajectory?
It certainly can. There's an element of swing and roundabout here, and it won't come as any surprise to you that children do share infections. And I mean, we're living through more than just a minor episode in our lives that demonstrate that parents get this completely, and it's not just a feature. It's not just a feature of a child care setting. So it'd be remiss of me not to point out immunization and good quality health coming into childcare is quite a critical element of this. The other quite important feature, and this strikes much more to the quality components of the early childhood education care that's provided, and the facility itself, are the opportunities for physical activity, exercise, movement. We've just seen over the past 20 years a retreat of children, particularly into more and more sedentariness. And there are quality standards for the amount of activity that young children should be getting within these settings. That has really important implications for their onward health and their well-being. It's also tangled up intimately with their development of social and emotional skills. Does that help? Is that helpful?
Yeah, that is. Thank you. I guess just looking at the sort of totality of benefits and focusing in this area and making sure that children have that access, it's like, where else are we tipping? What other things need considering? So thank you for that. And I will just, my last question, in terms of the element of this bill which increases the hours that First Nations children and their families can access, do you have a view about what the implications of increasing those hours for First Nations children would be?
I'll continue to go back to the reality that there are no hours if there is no access. Okay, so part of what sits in your question is what's the distribution of childcare and accessible childcare look like, not only in the metropolitan areas but in the remote and rural regions. Welcoming are the facilities to really not just First Nations people, but children with more diverse cultural backgrounds. The kind of consistent, and this is both in my reading and advices that I've had, is that certainly the activity test has a very specific impact on Indigenous families. And the previous presenter made a general observation that I would just continue to echo. It's very difficult to see how the activity test operates to the advantage of families generally and Indigenous families specifically. My ambition, I suppose, in the early childhood education and care sector is to make it widely available and welcoming to more and more Indigenous families. This is a very important point of stabilizing and really adding value to a child's development and attempting to better close the gap, the performance gap between First Nations children and other children on entry into the preschool setting. It's a large undertow that these kids are swimming against when they arrive in, and anything that we can do to close that gap represents a critical opportunity to change life prospects for First Nations children.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Senator O'Sullivan.
That's good, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for just a couple more minutes. I was interested to read about your, and I might get the pronunciation wrong, but I'll give it a go. Nulak Kulanga Nulak Court program. Can you please just tell us a little bit about that? What actually is it? How's it work?
Oh, I wish I were across that. I sit at a particular point in the tree of the institute where we've got a lot of projects operating. One of the key features of that program is a very close involvement and leadership by First Nations people here in Western Australia. It's my way of thinking completely built on first principles of a deep exploration of what community needs look like in the domain of child development, what culturally makes sense, and how you bring precision developmental content meaningfully into the lives of families that and services that have very young children in them. I can take that on notice, and we can provide you with a brief description of that project here at the Institute.
Okay. Are you able to tell us, have you got to hand information on the impact of that program?
Look, I don't have that, and that could be part of what I'm able to provide you or see that we can get to you on notice.
All right, thank you. That'll be good. So I guess what I'm hearing there is that it's much more comprehensive and inclusive in terms of its drawing in support from the community, and it's so. I guess the concern that I've got when we talk about early childhood development, early learning, childcare, is that it's not just sending a child to a centre for a day or even 3 days or 5 days even. To really get the outcomes, you've got to involve parents, you've got to involve the community at large. It's more than just, if I can say, and I don't mean this in a pejorative, but it's more than just institutionalising a kid into a child into a centre. It's much more involved, and that's what I'm hearing from you, and that that we've got to, if we're going to really crack this nut and create the opportunities for the future generation, it's got to be, we've got to think of it about much bigger than just sending children to a daycare centre.
Oh, absolutely. And the kind of the institutional kind of pejorative that works there, and that's I'm not having a go at you. It's the mindset of what is it that's on offer here, and it's what we want it to be is a developmental opportunity in early education and childcare. It needs to link to the developmental components that really for decades parents were principally on the front line for. until we begin to see, major evolutions in the world of work, and also realize that parents are developing as well and having opportunities, and meeting their needs is fairly critical as well. I'll make one other comment. I don't think we share the secrets of child development well enough with families. I often look at the science that we're bringing forward, we're better at it.
Sorry, Professor, the audio just cut out a little bit. You don't think we share, what did you say after the word share?
We often don't share the secrets of child development in terms of what, what the evidence shows. And the project that we were referring to a moment ago is one of those very fine-grained projects that actually take child development evidence to and with First Nations people, discuss what it means, and translate that into meaningful actions and understandings that they can use.
Terrific. All right, I think that might be my time. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate your time this afternoon. It's a great deal of assistance to the committee's deliberations. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by the 4th of November 2022. We'll now suspend until 3 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now welcome by video conference representatives from the Centre for Future Work. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Senator, I am Jim Stanford, economist and director of the Centre for Future Work.
And I'm Dr. Fiona McDonald, Policy Director, Industrial and Social at the Centre for Future Work.
And welcome to you both. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you to all the senators. Good afternoon, and we're very grateful for the chance to appear before you as part of your inquiry into these important legislative reforms that will expand access to high-quality early childhood education and care. The Centre for Future Work is a research institute. We're located at the Australia Institute, Australia's leading progressive think tank. We conduct nonpartisan, evidence-based research on a wide range of topics related to labour markets, employment, wages, and inequality. We have made a written submission to your inquiry that I'll invite you to review at your leisure. I'll just make a couple of remarks to summarize what's in part of that, and then I'll pass it to my colleague, Dr. McDonald, for a couple of additional remarks. Our written submission summarizes the main findings of two pieces of recent comprehensive research that our centre has undertaken related to the topic for this legislative reform. And the two reports are appended to the written submission. The first one is titled The Economic Benefits of High Quality Universal Early Child Education by my colleague and economist Matt Grudnoff. This report summarizes how Australia has invested less in early childhood education and care services than most other OECD countries, and that under provision of ECEC services deters many families from enrolling their children in care. And this has a very significant impact in suppressing both labor force participation by female parents, particularly in the core parenting age cohort, but also the incidence of full-time work by women in the core parenting age cohorts. And that in turn undermines economic activity, employment, GDP, incomes, and tax revenue. If we use as a comparator the best practice ECEC system that we see in place in the Nordic countries, and if Australian women had access to a similar quality of services and were therefore able to match the same incidence of both labor force participation and full-time employment rather than part-time employment, as is the case disproportionately for women in Australia. Effective female labor supply would grow by over 800,000 full-time equivalent positions. Very significant addition to Australia's economy at a moment when everyone's concerned about labor shortages. We also note that the quality of early childhood education services is as important as the quantity, and note with concern the steady expansion of private for-profit ECEC provision, which now accounts for about half of all ECEC services in Australia and accounts for all of the growth in the sector, with lots of concerns about low quality of care for children, also lower employment ratios for qualified staff, and lower economic benefits as a result. The paper concludes by saying that if we matched Nordic provision levels and thereby matched female labor force participation, full-time employment incidence, and the macroeconomic multiplier impact from employment in the ECEC system itself, we would boost eventually Australia's GDP by $168 billion per year, with commensurate impacts on incomes and also taxes. All levels of government would see their tax revenues increase by $48 billion a year once this was fully phased in. And that is more than enough to pay for the cost of providing the universal ECEC service in the first place. So this is literally one social program that pays for itself in terms of the revenues generated by extra economic activity. The second paper that we summarize in our written submission, also published by our center, Dr. Mark Dean was the author, Educating for Care, Meeting Skills Shortages in an Expanding ECEC Industry. Here we take on the very important challenge of providing a pipeline of skilled workers for the ECE sector. If we are going to expand provision, we're going to need a dramatic increase in the capacity of our vocational education and training system to provide trained workers to work in that system. Otherwise, the goals of this legislative reform will be stymied by a shortage of workers. And we provide 3 scenarios of estimates of the number of trained graduates that would be required. Between 41,000 and 68,000 ECEC graduates per year would be required as we moved up to that fully staffed system. We support strongly the general direction and goal of these legislative reforms that you're considering, including the enhancement of the CCS subsidy rate. This will make a very important difference, but it won't solve all of the issues in the ECEC system. And I'll just pass to my colleague, Dr. McDonald, for a couple of minutes with some ideas about how to strengthen the proposed reforms that you're considering. Dr. McDonald.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, committee, for the opportunity to speak today on this important bill. I'd like to take a very brief moment to draw your attention to one matter in particular that we raise in our submission, which is the activity test for the childcare subsidy. The proposed changes that are intended to increase access for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families, irrespective of whether parents meet the activity test, are a reform in the right direction in our view. However, we think these are of limited benefit and that further reforms are needed. We encourage the committee to consider and recommend the complete removal of the activity test altogether for all parents. We're concerned that the current arrangements potentially entrench disadvantage for women trying to enter the workforce and for low-paid women working in part-time and casual jobs, with consequences for children in these families. The childcare subsidy links the hours a parent can claim to the hours they spend in employment, study or looking for work. And parents in jobs with variable part-time hours or with occasional work frequently don't have the certainty of work hours and therefore can't have certainty of their eligibility for the childcare subsidy, creating a disincentive. We know that much part-time and casual employment in sectors including retail, hospitality, aged care and disability support is in insecure work with varying and unpredictable work hours. And these jobs are exactly the job in which women on low incomes are working. The uncertainty of attracting a childcare subsidy that covers work hours in any particular fortnight is likely to create disincentive to work for parents on low incomes rather than providing an incentive to work. In addition, the tiered entitlement arrangements mean many families may be limited to only 1 day a week of subsidised early childhood education and care, while their part-time employment is across multiple days. Research has shown children of parents who work occasionally or who are outside the workforce are the children who stand to gain most from ECEC participation. However, the limits on access to subsidised childcare are likely to be contributing to that estimated 126,000 children from the poorest households from participating. So we don't believe that this current arrangements support women's workforce participation or the government's gender equality agenda as intended, and don't facilitate access for children. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you, doctors, for your presentation and your submission. Unfortunately, we only got it this afternoon, so I haven't had a chance to go through it in detail, but that's not your fault. That's the timeframes you were given, so I understand that. The committee set those dates. Just so you're not the first one that's raised removing the activity test. We've heard that a few times today, and you described what that what that is, Dr. McDonald, in terms of people working, studying, looking for work. Is there somewhere more of a middle ground, like rather than abolishing it? Like, have you given any thought, or has there been any thought put into something that was a bit more flexible rather than actually just abolishing it?
To my knowledge, I think the Productivity Commission in its 2015 inquiry concluded it's extremely challenging to design a test like this that actually achieves its objectives.
Right.
So I'm not aware of anybody who has proposed some kind of middle ground. I think perhaps the problem with it is that it starts from the wrong theoretical assumption, which is that while we know that absence of childcare is a reason for women's lack of workforce participation, it sort of turns that on its head and assumes that providing childcare will make women participate in the workforce, which I think has kind of got it backwards. Women's workforce participation is the reasons behind that are many and varied. Most women return to work after having children. The most common reason women cite for returning to work after having children is financial need, and childcare costs stand in the way of that. But it doesn't mean that it turns around the other way. And particularly, I think the issue is if you do consider the nature of work as I raised for many women in low-paid occupations, it's be extremely difficult to design a subsidy where women could know in advance if they were going to gain. And I think that makes the whole thing quite
So you think
problematic.
that it'd be the logistics of administering it would get in the way of creating that flexibility?
I do think so, but I also think I do think the logic of it is kind of wrong. Yeah.
Okay. Now you may have covered this in your submission, and I'll be reading through it a bit later, but in July this year, the Australian Institute released the Securing Children's Future report. You point out that the Victorian government's plan to establish 50 new government-owned childcare centres, and the report indicates that Australia needs to move to a better balance between public, community and for-profit provision. So do you think that the government, the Commonwealth, needs to step in and begin building its own childcare centres, or do you continue to support families through the childcare subsidy?
We note with concern the expansion of private for-profit childcare in recent years and now accounts for a little bit over half of all childcare centres. And we also note the evidence that private for-profit provision is associated with lower staffing ratios and lower quality indications and greater incidence of concerns and regulatory notes regarding quality and safety failures. So I think as a matter of public policy, the shift towards private for-profit care should be discouraged. And that can happen in different ways. That could happen in part by encouraging the construction of public childcare facilities. And, you know, there's limited scope, but there is some scope for the Commonwealth to do that in certain places. For example, childcare services related to Commonwealth work sites would be one way that public childcare could be provided through the Commonwealth, while still recognizing the federal nature of the general childcare system. Obviously, the childcare subsidy structure is core to the existing public support for ECEC in Australia, and that's going to remain. That's not going to change overnight. I think as a long-term policy goal, it would make sense to move towards more public provision. And there are some incidental recommendations that we make in our written submission that we think would further enhance the arguments for public provision, including tying the financial transparency and reporting requirements of this proposed legislation to make sure that the quality and financial implications of for-profit delivery are documented and made known to parents. So we indicate that we think those financial reporting requirements should compel participating providers to disclose financial information such as the profitability of for-profit operations, dividend payouts and other disbursements to shareholders, and executive compensation. These are all ways that private for-profit providers, in essence, divert some of the public support for ECEC away from staffing and direct care provision into some of those benefits that are delivered to the owners and for-profit care. And we think that more sunshine, if you like, more transparency on those flows will make parents more aware, first of all, that for-profit providers are diverting some of those resources in that way, and perhaps over time build greater support for the direct provision of public and non-profit providers.
No, that makes sense. I mean, I'd go further and say that it needs that transparency and light should be shone over any delivery of services, whether it's by for-profit or not-for-profit. But I digress. Does the government need to be more involved then in the planning of childcare centres, particularly where there's thin markets in childcare desert areas? I'm from Western Australia. You don't need to go far out of Perth to experience a dearth of childcare provision. You don't need to go far out of Perth, but certainly the further you go, the more difficult it gets. So does the government need to be more involved in the planning and possibly delivery in these areas?
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree, Senator, with that sentiment for sure. And there's other ways as well that the government can, in a way, put limits on how the for-profit provision is delivered, including through stronger quality regulations, minimum staffing requirements, and other measures like that to try and address some of the quality failures in for-profit care. But where adequate service is not being delivered by this so-called market, it isn't really a market, it's a very publicly subsidized system that for-profit providers are participating in. But where that supply is inadequate, then yes, the government has to get involved in more directly trying to foster available capacity.
Thank you. That's my time, I think.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. Thank you for taking the time to come and talk to us today. I might just ask you first, you touched on it just before, your views on the transparency measures that have been introduced here. The idea being obviously to shine the light that you were talking about into these services and provide some guidance and information for families to make more informed decisions. Can you just step us through your perspective on that part of the bill?
We certainly welcome the efforts to provide stronger financial reporting requirements on all providers. Senator O'Sullivan's comment, we're not saying they should only be for-profit providers. It's just some of those things that we're asking to be described, such as profit margins, dividend payouts, really only be relevant to profit provisions, but the financial reporting and transparency requirements should apply to all.
Dr. Stanford, just to, there's
Sure.
just when you move your head to the right or my left, then we can't quite hear you. So
I apologize.
That's okay.
I'll try to suppress my dramatic impulse here and keep my head still. So, at any rate, applied to all providers, regardless whether they're public, not-for-profit, or private for-profit. These reporting and transparency, I think, are quite important. And so we provide some suggestions about what sorts of data should be included in that. And that includes these financial dimensions that I mentioned a moment ago. But it also includes, we'd like to see statistics provided from each provider on staffing levels, staffing ratios, compensation and entitlements for staff in those facilities, and very importantly, what is each facility's approach to providing ongoing training and development for those staff. Statistics on staff turnover are very important because turnover is a very important predictor of quality and also a symptom of an unacceptable work environment when turnover is very high. So we do think that the principle of shining more light on how these centres are working is a valid one. We also stress that that information that is collected through those reporting requirements should be readily available to parents and to advocates in the community so that they can use this data to highlight where weaknesses in quality and staffing are occurring. So I think the direction of the legislation on the financial reporting is quite valid.
Thank you, and I will note I have not read your submission either. We just got it and I had a little skim, so we will go back and look at that in detail. My next question is, obviously the childcare subsidy, 90% for families earning up to 80,000 and then tapering down to 530,000. How do you see that impacting on children's educational outcomes, both in the short and the long term?
I wonder if Fiona would like to have a try at this one.
Well, to the extent that the subsidy increases and encourages participation, I think that it will only have impact. It will impact on it'll impact on participation. Participation is the beginning important step. Obviously, quality of early childhood education and care is key, but we need to get participation up critically. We know that the children who are missing out are those children who could actually benefit most from early childhood education and care. So anything that supports participation and the changes in the taper rate of the subsidy do that for lower and middle income families. Unfortunately, as I was saying before, they only will not particularly benefit those families who have got insecure work or families in which women in particular are trying to transition back to the workforce.
Does your submission step out in any way some of those challenges for women returning to the workforce?
It doesn't step them out in detail. I think the Australian Institute of Family Studies evaluation of the childcare of ECEC. It does a very good job of working through the barriers to participation and the different participation rates. I and our centres work. We are really clear on the insecurity of working time that many, many women experience when they're engaged in part-time and casual work in those lower paid occupations in particular, and the impact that that generally has on planning, on income insecurity, on predicting, knowing what your budget is for the week, knowing what you can spend your money on, knowing what you're able to do. So that uncertainty just places a massive risk. If you are living with that uncertainty and you take some extra hours and pay for extra childcare, but then don't know if you're going to have be able to attract a subsidy for those hours because you don't know if you're going to get more hours. It also is the design of the taper, the tiered arrangement for the subsidy, which doesn't operate in sync with the provision of long day childcare, which is in 10 to 12 hour lots. So if somebody has 18 hours childcare subsidy and they're working 3 6-hour days, that's they're not, they're working, say they're 10 hours across 3 days. That's not going to enable them to access the entire subsidy.
Okay, thank you. I think that was. So I guess I'm going back to the educational piece and the advantage of attending childcare. I appreciate your point that this measure isn't going to place a childcare centre in every place that might need it at this point in time. That's other measures in other forms. But in terms of children's educational advantage, do you have a sense that attending an education and care facility in that 0 to 5 point has a significant benefit for children?
I think the OECD work internationally and nationally, there's plenty of evidence to show that that's the case.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, Dr. Stanford and Dr. McDonald. Thank you very much for coming to give us evidence, and I apologize up front. I missed the beginning of this session, so if I'm repeating any questions, please let me know. But you have stated in your recent submission to the Senate Work and Care Inquiry that universal free early childhood education and care is an essential economic and social reform for children's futures and for women's economic participation and equality. Just wondering if you could expand a little bit on that and then tell us how far does this bill go in achieving that, and how much more do we have to do?
I could just pick that up at Senator Faruqi. Thank you. Just to make an initial statement which builds on what Dr. Stanford was saying earlier. I think we do have evidence from the OECD that where government providers, where government funds providers directly, I think that's, we do need to move towards that kind of a system to be able to achieve that vision for early childhood education and care. And because we know that there is evidence that suggests that more effective government steering of early childhood services is possible where government is directly funding providers. So we need to look at steering in that direction, and I'm not sure whether the Productivity Commission has got that in its brief for the upcoming inquiry, but that is something that should be looked at. And I think initially also in relation to thin markets, to achieving this vision in so-called thin markets or childcare deserts, we need to look at some of the solutions that are being looked at as pilots in some of our other care industries, where we actually start, thinking about commissioning services rather than using an individual consumer market model, which essentially this amounts to, the childcare subsidy. So that's just some initial thoughts on longer term where we need to be moving to get that vision.
To what extent does the CCS system and the activity test limit access to early childhood education and care for families, especially disadvantaged families on low income and insecure work? And how, in turn, does this limited access, I guess, contribute to growing inequality?
Well, we know that sole parents, we know that people from non-English speaking backgrounds, we know that people from lower socioeconomic groups have lower access, use childcare less, and we know of the importance of childcare to a children's start in life, and we know the importance of women's return to the workforce within the first few years after leaving the being out of the workforce for children all make an enormous difference. There's plenty of evidence over many years for those in relation to those findings. So universal access is absolutely critical for all those reasons.
Would you support the removal of the activity test as part of this bill to immediately increase that access?
Yeah, the complete removal of the activity test.
Yeah, complete removal. Yeah, absolutely. We have heard from, we have seen submissions from some stakeholders and others that I have spoken to who would much prefer for the changes, even though they are limited changes, but they do improve some access to, places. They would like them to be earlier than the 1st of July, 2023. I just wanted to ask you if you had a similar position and what we would need to do to make that happen, because we know there are issues in terms of the workforce that have been raised as well. And what could government do to make these changes earlier?
Some immediate changes to address some of the workforce problems, pay and conditions for the workforce. There is a commitment to bring early childhood education and care workers to parity with other teachers, and we need to act on that immediately because without those changes, we don't have the services that we need to be able to provide access for everyone. Those needed to be we need to act on those as fast as possible.
Some have suggested, who have made submissions to this inquiry, that the $900 million saving from the transparency measures should be put immediately into the wage issue for educators. Would you support that?
Sorry, Jim, could you please comment? I can't speak. Excuse me.
I don't think the issue on the finding resources for the wages is really constrained by a shortage of money. So, I support the goal of providing those resources to lift the pay and conditions of the work. And our submission stresses the importance of the recruitment and retention challenge. Otherwise, the noble objectives of these reforms are going to be stymied by the inability to recruit people to work in the expanded centres. So I certainly support the goal of directing resources to lift paying conditions in the sector, but whether it has to be that $900 million or any other pile of $900 million, as an economist, I'm always thinking that money is fungible, and I ultimately don't care where it comes from.
And do you think that these changes should be brought on as early as possible before 1st of July 2023?
They should certainly be brought on as early as possible, but we don't have eyes on the logistical and management challenges of trying to do that so quickly. On the issue of the workforce, another thing government can do is be expanding and strengthening the capacity of the TAFE system, which we identify as the most reliable, high-quality provider of vocational training, including for EC workers. And I know the government has taken some very important steps in that direction, and we see that as a very complementary measure to the goal of expanding ECEC provision.
Yeah, just on the reporting and transparency measures, and there was a conversation that was had earlier on. I just want to ask, should they be for all, I'll start with for-profit providers, for all for-profit providers, not just the big ones?
We think that the transparency provision should be applied to all providers. We're obviously most concerned with the quality issues in private for-profit provision, but just limiting it to the large chains, I don't think is adequate. And we also, in the written submission, have some ideas for extending the list of data topics that we want the information gathered on, including around staffing, compensation, training, practices, as well as the financial management, profiting, dividend payouts, and executive compensation in those. So we'd like to see a broader list of topics that data is collected on for all providers, and also make sure that it's publicly accessible.
And just on, while we are on private providers, your submission that I referred to earlier for the Senate Work and Care Inquiry has argued that private provision is producing inequities in the care system, including inequities in access, affordability, and outcomes. And we know that in the early childhood education and care system, there has been an enormous growth in for-profit providers over the last some years. So could you tell us a little bit more about how this has impacted on quality, affordability, and accessibility?
Certainly. One of the reports that we've appended to our written submission, the one by my colleague Matt Grudnoff on the economic benefits of universal access to ECEC, has quite a bit of data on the expansion of private provision. All of the net growth in ECEC spaces in recent years has come from the private for-profit sector. And there's strong evidence that staffing ratios are lower there. That not only results in lower quality care for the children enrolled, but it also reduces or dissipates the macroeconomic and fiscal side benefits that come with the expansion of public support for ECEC, because a larger share of that public support in essence is diverted away from hiring ECE staff and goes instead to profits, dividend payouts, and executive compensation. It means there's less bang for the buck, if you like, in terms of the overall macroeconomic stimulus and the fiscal payback that comes back to government. So our simulations show that not only is private provision a negative for the quality of care and for the educational experience of the children, it also undermines the economic and fiscal benefits that are a key part of the logic for why we want to do this.
And just last question from me. In addition to increasing wages for educators, what other conditions need to be improved, and how can government make that happen?
It's certainly not just wages, it's also hours of work. Stability of jobs are very important. The data on the association between quality of care and stability in staffing, so that children get to see the same staff over and over again rather than a kind of rotating roster of people, very important. Access to ongoing training and upskilling opportunities. In essence, the ability to see yourself making a career in this industry rather than it being just a job that you might do for a little while. This is part of recognizing that this is a high-value professional service that's being provided, not a care, not babysitting. So in all of those ways, the conditions and stability of work have to be lifted, and government has to play a supporting role, not just through the funding, which is going to be essential to make sure that the whole system is funded enough to provide that quality of job, but also through the industrial relations framework that will govern work in the ECEC sector to make sure that standard pay and conditions, benchmarks can be established and defended over time across the whole sector.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
Thank you.
Chair.
Good. Thanks very much. I just want to, just a couple of brief questions. The issue of retaining staff, Dr. Stanford How do you rate the importance of proposed policies to maintain staff in this sector, and what role would secure employment potentially make, and gender pay equity? Do you see those as part of the mosaic? You've mentioned there's a need for a number of initiatives to retain staff, allowing for sort of a more institutional change that will allow people to get the opportunity for higher wages.
Absolutely, Senator. The provision of additional resources to support the sector through the expanded CCS subsidy rate is obviously creating the potential for a much bigger system, and this is very important, and creating the potential for more access to care for more families. But that does have to be paired with, I think, very focused and proactive measures to ensure that the quality that results from that huge public subsidy is up to the task, and that includes, obviously, the pay and conditions and stability of the jobs. This is an industry where the work that's being provided is the care. You can't separate the quality of care from the quality of work in this sector. So this is where simply providing parents with even a much more generous subsidy on its own is not sufficient. It has to be paired with strong regulations on quality, on staffing, on access to training, and on an industrial relations framework so that ECEC workers collectively can make sure that their interests and rights are protected as the system expands.
Thank you. And you've mentioned a number of occasions the need for TAFE and initiatives in training. You may be aware that there's 20,000 supported university places over the next 2 years the government's announced, and 180,000 fee-free TAFE positions next year. Many of those places will be for early childhood educators. Do you see initiatives such as that as being an important way of dealing with the childcare need for extra skilled labour?
Absolutely, Senator. The second of the papers that we've appended to our written submission looks at the natural complementarity between expanding the ECEC system, but also expanding a high-quality public vocational education training track right alongside of it, because we can't expand the system if we don't have the people who are trained and qualified and motivated to work in that system. So we actually draw an analogy. I think there's a very good analogy as to why public provision makes sense on both of those tracks, in the ECEC services themselves, but also in the training infrastructure that we have to construct to provide skilled workers for that ECE service.
Good, thank you very much. Just not quite sure, Senator Little, did you have a question? If not, I'll now just thank you very much for your evidence today. It's been a great deal of assistance to the committee. It'll certainly help with our deliberations and for assessing the final report. So again, have a great afternoon, and again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Good luck with your deliberations.
Also, if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could just reply to the Secretary by the 4th of November 2022 as well, that would be a great deal of assistance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome in person representatives from the Department of Education. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Welcome.
So Brenton Philp, Deputy Secretary, Early Childhood and Youth at the Department of Education.
Tristan Reid, First Assistant Secretary of the Childcare Division in the Department of Education.
Michelle Acaro, Assistant Secretary of Childcare Reform and Markets Team.
Stephen Moger, Assistant Secretary, Financial Integrity Branch.
And Anne Twyman, First Assistant Secretary of the Early Learning and Programs and Youth Division. Hi.
Good, thank you very much. Now, if you would like to make any opening comments, statement.
Thank you, Senator. I believe the committee has a copy of the department's submission, which has arrived today. But
we do. Thank you.
Answer your questions.
Thank you, Senator Little. To you.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm wondering if, and I don't mind who answers this question, can the department provide current enrolment data and attendance for all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children across Australia?
I don't believe we've got...
In centre-based daycare? Or in all forms of daycare?
Yes, in all forms of daycare.
Yeah, I can...
You got that, Amy?
Got that.
So I can say that in our latest quarterly report, there were 53,650 Indigenous children who attended approved childcare. Sorry, that's in the September 21 quarter report, the latest quarterly report.
And that would be under the current definition, the Australian government definition of who identifies as such?
That's right.
That's right, Senator. Yeah, we use a consistent definition elsewhere in legislation.
Okay. So is that data available by location and broken down by metro, regional and remote?
So, Senator, the numbers I have before me for the September quarter 2021 for Indigenous children and families in childcare by region. For families, in the major cities is 18,990, inner regional is 10,740, outer regional is 6,390, and remote or very remote is 1,780. So that's families or Indigenous families. Of children, to just use the same categories again, in the major cities is 27,330 children, inner regional is 15,300, outer regional is 8,990, and remote and very remote is 2,390, which gives us a total of 53,650 Indigenous children in the sector at in the September quarter 2021.
Thank you, and you'll be able to submit that so that we can look at that data. Does that break down into early childhood and just straight childcare?
So these are
early childhood learning and childcare, or how is that broken down?
Yep. So they're all those who are participating in childcare subsidy approved services. So that'll include some preschools, predominantly centre-based daycare, family daycare, in-home care, and out-of-school hours care.
So, okay, but when I see that data and you give that to me, I'd be able to distinguish between how many children attended those different types of childcare.
By category?
Category?
Look, let us take that on notice, Senator. I can see where you want to go. I expect we can. I just don't have those numbers in front of me at the moment.
Okay, thank you if you can provide that. So in terms of the definition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child, is the definition you're proposing different to the Australian government definition that is the standard definition we've all come to know?
It's the definition. I think it's in the family assistance legislation is the definition that we use. We're not proposing to change that.
So that definition is, I'm not familiar with the exact wording, I'm only familiar with the one that's used generally, which is Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander are recognised as such in the community to which they belong. One.
I don't have it in front of me, but...
This is the one under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander.
I actually have that in front of me, Senator Little, and it is being changed. So there is a definition change in the legislation from the usual definition in Commonwealth legislation. As far as I know, within this bill, there was no definition previously, and the Commonwealth definition was used, but there is a change in the definition now.
So thank you, Senator Faruqi. Based on potentially there being a change to the definition, can you please advise what modelling has been done to define what the impact of that change in definition might be on how numbers are recorded of people participating in early childhood?
I don't think we haven't done any modelling that I'm aware of, Michelle, of any impacts. I might have to take that on notice if we've done any modelling.
Okay. And the other thing I'd like, if you can provide an answer on this, why would you use the other definition?
Sorry, Senator, I'm just reading the data legislation.
So,
yeah, we will come back to you before this session is over on the rationale for changing that. It might be to do with the implementation arrangements of the measure, but we'll come back to you before this session's over on a response to that question.
So the reason for my question about the definition clarity is between the last census and this one, there have been 25% increase in the number of people who identify as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander. That is, as I understand, with the current definition. So what modelling has been done if you're now proposing a different definition compared to the definition that certainly I've come to know that's been around for quite some time?
Yeah, so, Senator, with regard to the changes to the activity test for First Nations children, that's based upon those children identified in the system as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander or First Nations children. That's at 6,600. So there are those who are already in contact with the system and identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander.
Yeah, but that's under what definition? Because this legislation proposes a different definition. If those children have already been in the system, I want to understand the modelling that's been done if you change the definition.
Yeah, we'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. So, in terms of rural and remote Australia, how will you address issues in relation to workforce that relate to delivery of not just infrastructure, but also workforce in those areas in reaching the expected outcomes that are proposed under this legislation?
Thank you, Senator. There's a number of elements to the workforce approach that the government has. Part of those are a continuation of workforce treatments from previous, and that includes the workforce strategy that's been agreed between the Commonwealth, the states and territories and the industry. There's a number of elements to that, and indeed part of that has been tasked to education ministers through National Cabinet for those items to fast track and bring forward to come into for a report back in December. The other thing are those measures that the government has mentioned more broadly, and they include things like the 465,000 fee-free TAFE places, or 180,000 of those next year, the 20,000 Commonwealth supported places, the $10,000 bursaries for 5,000 students into teaching, increases in the migration, job trainer, job-ready graduates and alike. Within the bill, the 95% discount for staff, gap fee waiver or gap fee discount available to services is also a workforce measure because it'll increase or decrease the outgoings or out-of-pocket expenses for those families involved. And these are all additional to the work that the government's doing with the Fair Work Commission at the moment, the pay equity, gender equity, the care and community sector panel, employer bargaining and alike. And so, for example, part of that is that with the increase most recently of 4.6%, that applied to 113,000 early childhood educators in the sector. So they're broad-based approaches, as well as targeted ones, which will pick up particular issues in regional areas.
Okay, so in relation to, we've heard some talk today about a $900,000 number that's not expected to be spent in the implementation of what was expected on this particular change. Can you tell me how much of that, or whether the amount that's being allocated for this particular change includes infrastructure costs if you were to put early learning centres, childcare centres in areas where there is market failure in regional and remote areas where there is unlikely to be market incentive to do that?
So, Senator, I think there's a couple of things I'd say to that. That number is the difference between what the portfolio budget or the Parliamentary Budget Office modelled pre-election or during the election process and what the department's modelling produced as the cost of the childcare subsidy measures. What the government chooses to do with that is a part of the budget process that I possibly can't go into today. But to answer your question more broadly about when we think about things like thin markets and alike, we have what's called a number of things, including the childcare Community Childcare Fund, both a restricted element and an open element. Particularly in the open element, that's designed to deal with thin markets. It offers grant money from the Commonwealth to services to either increase their viability or to develop in areas where they would otherwise not be viable. There's about 900 services that we support through that at the moment, and that fund, well, that total fund is worth about $550 million over the forwards. So there are treatments that are in place and are already in place that can go to solving some of those thin market problems.
Thank you. I'll come back to you with some questions on notice. I can think of any others. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. Senator Faruqi.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for being here to answer our questions. This bill, which makes childcare cheaper, will increase demand for educators, and we have heard from many witnesses this morning how much of a challenge that is going to be given the current situation and the crisis in terms of the workforce. So what is the department's plan to accommodate this increase in demand, given there is already a shortage in the workforce in the ECEC? And I know there is a workforce plan and all of that, but this needs to happen pretty urgently. So just given the previous question, is there, is the department looking at funding some of that increase of wages so we can provide, that provision is there when this bill comes into effect?
Sorry, Senator, I lost the last part of that question, but if I can offer this, and I'll ask my colleague, Ms Twyman, to intervene as well as the workforce strategy and the other things that I mentioned before. Part of that is that in recognition of the pressures on the sector, and I think Minister Clare was clear about this at the Early Childhood Association conference, all ministers have been tasked by National Cabinet to consider the workforce strategy and the things that can be expedited and brought forward quickly, recognising the workforce pressures that the sector's under at the moment. And that's in addition, I think, as well to some of the workforce treatments that some of the states are now introducing as well as part of the measures that they're bringing on, particularly in Victoria and New South Wales. But Ms Twyman?
Yeah. So what are the measures that are being expedited?
So they're being worked up at the moment between officials, and we've been asked to bring that back to education ministers in December.
Okay. Is there a plan at all to actually, for the government to fund pay rises for workers?
Oh, I think that's a matter for the government, Senator. I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah, okay. Childcare costs have risen, as you would know, by 41% in the last 8 years. And clearly the hourly rate cap, which applies to how childcare subsidies are paid and the principles of co-contribution are, in my mind, simply not working to ensure the affordability of early childhood education and care. Has the department looked into what is causing these price rises, and in particular, to what extent privatisation and for-profit provision has contributed to these price rises?
Yeah, look, thank you, Senator. It's a good question. We are considering the review of the rate caps at the moment. One thing that's interesting is that I think it's 82 or 85% of the sector doesn't charges at or below the rate cap at the moment, so it is offering downward pressure on that. Indeed, the commissioning of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to do its price inquiry is a critical part of this to understand really what is driving prices and what are driving the costs in the background. When it comes to general profitability in the sector, we've seen declines in that over recent times, and I think it's now at about 4% in the latest IBIS World reports that we've seen. So where previously there was greater than 4% profits within the sector. We've seen that kind of being brought down as part of those reporting. So an important element of the price question is that role that the ACCC is going to perform in really understanding what prices are doing and recommendations to government about other things that need to be considered, having regard to the price mechanisms we've got at the moment. But I'll ask my colleagues if there's any additional to add.
Sorry, if I could just ask a quick follow-up. You said you are looking at a review into this. Could you kind of specify that a bit more? Is there a review going to happen? Is the department going to actually look into this or not?
So the department's currently looking at the hourly rate caps and talking to the sector as part of the ACCC work. So we're actually doing that as kind of a precursor to that work. So it's currently quite, high level, but certainly a lot of the information that is provided and what we find, we'll provide to the ACCC to do in their more comprehensive analysis of prices and cost drivers for the market.
Mm-hmm. And how does the department plan to ensure that any increase in demand, which will happen once this bill is passed and comes into play, how does the department plan to ensure that any increase in demand for early childhood education and care does not drive up the price charged by for-profit providers?
Yeah. So we think the ACCC price inquiry is a critical part of answering that question, Senator. The ACCC will be able to make recommendations, well, indeed, as part of its inquiry process, to the extent that it thinks necessary, can exercise compulsory powers to acquire information. It's been asked to report back to government before the introduction of the new measures in July next year, and the government will consider what those interim recommendations are, if any, to put that downward pressure upon prices.
Sorry, did you say that the report was coming out? When is the ACCC report coming out?
So the ACCC has been asked to conduct its price inquiry next year. It's been asked as well to deliver an interim report to government prior to this legislation coming into effect, so before July next year.
Okay.
And sorry, Ms. Akara?
I was just going to add something to Mr. Phillips' answer too, is that the ACCC will look at the whole sector, so not just the large providers, but it will look at the small ones as well and really get a better understanding about what the differences are between the drivers of costs for both of those parts of the market, which will also go into the profit and not-for-profit part of the sector.
Okay.
Senator Faruqi, just a clarifying question.
Ask a clarifying question there.
Yep, go ahead.
So is it looking specifically at the impact of this legislation or more broadly?
It's broader than that, about prices, costs and profits within the sector, which includes the pricing mechanisms across the sector, both the small through to the large providers, and the four main cohorts that we have of centre-based daycare, family daycare, in-home care and out-of-school hours care.
Okay, thank you.
Back to you, Senator Faruqi.
No problems at all. It is estimated that at least 126,000 children are missing out on early childhood education and care due to the activity test. And the majority of these children experience disadvantage. And there are a number of reports that suggest that. According to the Minderoo Foundation, for example, single-parent families are over 3 times more likely to be limited to 1 day of subsidised childcare per week. First Nations and Torres Strait Islander families are over 5 times more likely to be limited to 1 day of subsidised childcare per week. Non-English speaking families are over 6 times more likely to be limited to 1 day of subsidised childcare per week, and it goes on and on. Has the department considered that lifting the maximum rate of the CCS will not help families in most need of improved affordability because they don't have access to enough hours of subsidy due to the current design of the activity test? And are you concerned that the full benefits of the CCS increase can't be realized until the activity test is actually removed? That's the evidence we've heard today, all day.
Yeah, so, Senator, I think changes to the activity test will be matters for government. I think Minister Clare made it very clear in his ECA speech that the changes for the activity test to 36 hours for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, or for First Nations children, are a start to solving some of those problems, particularly because we know that getting children into early childhood education and care is a necessary precursor and an accelerator for them into later years. But to extend the activity test broader than that is really a question for the government.
Yeah, that's fine. But I guess my question to you is that have you actually considered that lifting the maximum rate of CCS will not help families in most need of improved affordability because the access hours, except for First Nations, have not been changed?
Well, I think it would still, the lift in the rate of the CCS still improves affordability for low-income families. The majority of families that benefit are actually below the 120,000 family income threshold, so it does provide a benefit to low-income families. It doesn't change the activity settings other than for First Nations people, so it doesn't change the amount of hours they get subsidised, but low-income families will still benefit through a higher subsidy rate.
But not through the, anyway, I'll move on. Isn't it true that families often need to have access to childcare before they can pursue work opportunities and not the other way around? Would you agree with that statement?
There are provisions not in this bill, but there are existing provisions that would provide additional childcare subsidy for people that are looking for work. So there's transition to work, additional childcare subsidy provisions that give people access to highly subsidised or fully subsidised childcare in some circumstances. But so there are provisions available for people that are looking for work or transitioning to work.
It's still a very punitive activity test, like really punishes people though. Their children, in fact, who don't meet that criteria. And a lot of stakeholders have voiced concerns about the compliance requirements of the CCS and the fact that activity test processes are difficult to navigate, especially for families whose working hours are unpredictable. So I guess these compliance processes do punish recipients and their children as well, who are already disadvantaged. And we have heard some evidence today that the cost of the administration of the activity test can be pretty huge. So I guess if you don't have it now, is there any chance that you could provide us with some numbers on what the cost of administering the activity test is?
I think that might be hard to do. I mean, it would be...
It's part of the entire CCS system.
Yeah, I think it would be part of the administering the entire CCS system. So I think distilling the activity test component might be hard. We can take that on notice and talk to Services Australia, but I would imagine it's probably difficult to do.
So even if it's a percentage figure, it could be this percentage of the work undertaken. But I understand that
we can see what we can produce, Senator.
Yeah. Thank you. Turnover in the early childhood education and care sector is estimated at 30% annually. This is the workforce. And almost 3 in 4 ECEC staff say that they intend to leave within the next 3 years because of excessive workloads, low pay. They feel undervalued. And of course, when an educator leaves the sector, it is a loss for the children and can affect their learning and well-being and also result in services offering less capacity. What does the department think is necessary to improve workforce retention? And is that going to be part of that bringing forward of the implementation of the workforce strategy?
So, Senator, absolutely, that's something that can be considered as part of that work to bring forward. When it comes to workforce recognition, some of the measures that came out of the workforce strategy will go to that, and I'll ask Ms Twyman to talk to that. One that particularly comes to mind is that the Industry Association, ALACA, the Early Learning and Childcare Association, and their big influence, Little Lives.
Big Lives, Little Lives Matter.
Yep.
Big Lives, Little Lives.
Is about encouraging that work, the professionalisation and the recognition of the workforce to go to those points that you mentioned. But Ms. Twyman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Philp. Absolutely. And I think also, as I think you've often mentioned in estimates, Senator Faruqi, the implementation plan and the workforce strategy is really trying to look at that professionalisation of the workforce. So it's really trying to look not just at new entrants, which is obviously a really important aspect, but I think the aspect you've raised in the past as well is the retention of the existing ones. And so, interestingly, the census, the National Workforce Census that was conducted last year, is actually showing that the job tenure of early childhood workers is actually for paid contact staff with an ECEC qualification was 4 years, which is up slightly from 3.6 in 2016. But that is not to negate absolutely what you're saying and what is coming to us from the centres, which is that turnover rate is actually higher than that would show. So some of the actions in the strategy are actually going to the importance of the tools that, for example, that we can use to ensure that there is professional development and resources to ensure that people in the sector are, well resourced, and also to be supportive for, the BU, the mental health support for educators and for the children. So really having a look at what those strategies can do to retain our staff is so important. And a number of those functional areas, as you'd be aware, Senator, are in the implementation plan. And as Mr Philp said, we're working to fast track a lot of those as well. And really important that we do through the vision work, an update to National Cabinet by the end of the year on that too. Yeah.
The department's role includes providing evidence-based policy advice to the government on early childhood education and care. In the department's view, does the evidence suggest that sufficient high-quality ECEC is crucial to a child's development, such that it should be guaranteed and available to every child in this country?
So the department's view, Senator, is indeed that high quality early childhood education and care is important to the development of children. There are plenty of reports that point us in that way, and indeed that's why the government's got a significant investment in the preschool reform agreement, this legislative package, and then the investment that it's making in the sector.
And if I might just add to that, Mr Philp, of course your biggest precursor of quality, or your biggest determinant of quality is the workforce. In terms of the supports that you have for those for the educators and the early childhood teachers and our diploma trained staff to support the children, and that's why it's so important that we are really looking at what we can bring forward to support the retention and attraction of our staff.
Sure, but this bill still doesn't guarantee a place for every child in this country. My last question is, there are some transparency measures in the bill which apply to, I think it's providers, big providers, I think it's 25 centres or more. Why shouldn't it include at least all for-profit providers at a bare minimum? Why just the big ones?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So the choice of 25 was an extension from, so we currently require 25 centre-based daycare services, or 25 centre-based daycare services. You have 25 or more services to report information to the department for solvency reasons and to ensure that we don't end up with significant market failures. That's been extended to all providers, including where they might have a mixture of different care types. So it's an extension on what currently exists, and it's also a choice to then balance the regulatory burden against what could be a lot of small businesses from having to comply with these transparency measures at the same time. I'd note as well, all participants in the sector are required to provide pricing information at the Starting Blocks website, which is accurate and regularly updated to ensure that families have the right information to select the care that's appropriate for their children. But at this point, this was chosen on the basis of a regulatory burden.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Chair, just got an answer to the first questions that were asked in relation to the definition of an Indigenous child. And so it hasn't changed the definition. It's used the definition that's in the Australian Education Regulation 2013, which is the same definition used for schools. But what it has added is 15A3B, just to make sure that children are captured from birth when they may not have had an opportunity to prove the three-step identification that's in the regulation. So that's the change. It's not restricting the definition at all. It's just making sure people are picked up from birth. But it's the same definition that's in.
Could I just ask you to please take on notice, because I have different information?
Okay.
Okay.
of the definition. So if you wouldn't mind just really clarifying that for us and just letting us know also who was consulted, if there is actually a change in what is done, like what First Nations communities and people and organisations were consulted on making that definition. Thank you.
I can say now that we consulted SNAKE, Secretariat for National Aboriginal and Indigenous and Islander Childcare as part of the consultation mechanism with the bill. But no, we'll take that on notice and clarify, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Can I just take you back to the basics of what do you think the increase in the childcare subsidy rates will have on children's educational pathways?
So, Senator, an increase in the childcare subsidy and an increase in participation for children in early childhood education and care, we know leads to better educational outcomes in the longer term for children. We know, and I'll ask Ms Twyman to help me with this one, but that we see it through the NAPLAN data that children that participate in high quality education and care, early learning education and care have better outcomes at grade 3 and they are ahead of their peers by a number of months.
Yes, I'd have to get the exact figures on those.
By 6 months.
Yeah.
So we see that, and so part of that is through the childcare subsidy to enable parents to participate better in early learning and care, and also through things like the preschool reform agreement, which is based upon transitioning more to attendance of children in high quality preschool environments, again, because we get those better outcomes later on for children in life.
If I could just add to that too, Mr Phelps, I think it is really important to understand what we're moving to in the preschool reform agreement for those very reasons around educational pathways, because previously we've had data on kids enrolling, and that's great, and we got some really important data on the numbers of children enrolling, and that was very significant movements, you know, from when we started around 12% to sort of over 95%. But what we didn't have data on until we've got this new preschool reform agreement is how long those kids are actually attending for. And I think if we go to the heart of your question, it's actually around, you know, what is the dosage, what is the right amount of that quality, that really quality education and care that is going to have an impact. And what we're trying to do in the preschool reform agreement is work with states and territories to really get attendance measures so we can actually see how long kids are staying for and what the impact that has of quality education and care. So I hope to be able to, in future sessions, as we, you know, provide more data on that, to be able to show that even more clearly as well. Thank you.
Right. And so then into sort of workforce participation, do you have any insight into the impact and even further on in their lives?
So the workforce participation of the parent or typically the mother, Senator, is that what you have in mind, or the child? Yep. Okay. So
no, typically mother.
Yeah. So the modelling provided by the Treasury suggests that up to 1.4 million hours per week will be freed up in workforce participation through this measure, which is about 37,000 full-time equivalents throughout the year.
Great. Something that has come up, were you asked to look into bringing these changes forward into January of 2023?
We were asked to consider that, yes, Senator, and we gave advice on this. The few things that happen here is that, as well as the legislation needing to be passed and Services Australia needing to build the system and the changes to the system, there are also third-party providers that we need to make sure interact well with that system. So bringing it forward to 1 January isn't possible in those circumstances, particularly to get it right, given the size. So if I draw a comparison to the multiple child subsidy that we previously introduced, that took a little less than a year, about 50 weeks to introduce and to bring that through. That was a smaller increase. Here we are changing the taper rate and having a significant impact on the back-end systems. So I think when we thought about it, it's about 20 weeks till January from decision, which is far less than the 50 weeks we had on the multiple child measure. And it's important that we get this right, given the breadth of families that are going to be affected by it.
So you would say that it's actually quite a robust time frame to get it in place for the 1st of July, and that would really be about ensuring that everything works and everyone knows how it works?
Absolutely, Senator, yes.
Okay. There's been a range of questions throughout today about various elements that don't really fall under the purview of this bill, but certainly go to the issues of quality education and care for young children. Could you walk us through the other programs and policies that you have in place that cover that broader aspects of early childhood education?
Of course, Senator. There is a not insignificant amount of other things that, as a department, we bring forward. So I like to think of us in two categories. One is the childcare subsidy, and that's what Mr Reid and his team predominantly look after. And so within the childcare subsidy is the payment that we make to families, as we're discussing today. The additional childcare subsidy, which is really targeted at those families, where it be grandparent carers, child wellbeing, where there's temporary financial hardship and those things, and that's where additional funds can be paid, and well as the integrity operations to ensure that the system is as robust as it can be. Ms Twyman's division manages a lot of the other activity that we do. So, for example, we have what is known as a safety net. Within that safety net is a community childcare fund, which I mentioned earlier, which is at $550 million over the forwards for supporting services in thin markets. Yep, services in a restricted bucket for those predominantly Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander services that used to be under the budget funding. We also have a Connected Beginnings program there, which is a place-based intervention with ourselves and Department of Health and others that again targets particularly Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families to bring the key things that they need together into the one place. So that might be health interventions and an early childhood intervention and alike. And we're expanding that out at the moment to take that up to 50 sites. We also have other programs like the Early Years Education program, which is a trial about how do we get trialling to ensure that we get the best outcome for children who've come into contact with the child protection system or other systems like that. And one of the other things and large things that we do is have a preschool reform agreement with the states and territories. So that's a continuation on from the Universal Access National Partnership. It's worth about $2 billion over the next 4 years, and that's to ensure quality preschool provision for children around Australia for 4-year-olds. And based predominantly on shifting us, as Ms Twyman mentioned, from an enrolment targets through to attendance targets, because we know attendance is what matters, not just when the child is enrolled in a service. So we're actively engaged with the services, with the states on that at the moment.
And just a couple more to add, and I won't keep, that was very comprehensive. Just a couple more to add there was the Inclusion Support Programme, of course, which is around 133 million per annum. That's really to assist the most vulnerable and disadvantaged children to enter our services. That often goes to supporting an inclusive approach, so it's not specifically attached to an individual child, but to teachers or to educators to support the service to include that child and to include children with special needs. And the final programme is in-home care programme, where educators and that's around 5 million per annum, and that's to provide subsidised care for qualified educators in the family home as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You were also talking earlier about the issues in terms of workforce. Can you step through for us what's behind the childcare discount for early childhood workers in terms of the retention mechanism?
Yeah, of course. So this is a measure that continues on from the last MyEFO. What this measure is 25%, and up to 95% on the gap fee that can be discounted by the provider to one of their employees whose children are in care within their early learning centre. So typically, without a measure like this, if a discount was to be offered by an employer to an employee, where the employer is a centre-based daycare service and the employee is one of their employees, that discount would come off the total cost, and then we'd apply the gap fee and the childcare subsidy to that. What this does is enable that discount to come out of the gap fee, which then significantly decreases the cost of early learning and care to that employee, so that puts more money in their pocket. Their out-of-pocket expenses decline. What that means, so the cameo that I like to use is that if you have a service and one of the employees has their child in that early learning centre and they're paying, and their total cost is $320 a week for that care. The CCS, if they're at say 80% of the current CCS, their CCS payment would be $256 and their gap payment would be $64. So that's the $64 is what that employee would be paying absent the discount. If that was discounted to the full amount of 95%, then their gap fee would be $3.10 a week.
Right, okay, so yeah, definitely a retention measure then.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Exactly.
Okay,
Senator Grogan, just
on that
question.
line, if you don't mind. So it's only for educators.
Yes.
So it wouldn't include catering team.
That's right. It's only for the educators.
Right.
That's right.
Thank you.
Senator Grogan.
thank you. So the transparency measures I'm quite interested in. They're limited just to the large providers. Can you step us through the rationale for that?
I can, and I'll ask Mr. Reid to intervene as well. The rationale really there is about regulatory burden. So extending those, so that top 25 is about 30% of the market, or those with 25 or more, I should say, is about 30% of the market. That's where those operators typically will prepare reports like this most years. They're large enough, they have those corporate reporting responsibilities. As you penetrate further down, then you're going to increase the regulatory burden upon the rest of the sector to comply with those types of requirements, including single operators, community operators and people like that. I think we need to bear in mind that transparency across the sector is still available, given that everybody in the sector is required to report their fees to starting blocks, so that families can shop on those fees and understand what both the fees and the quality ratings of those services are. So that is available across the board. This is really about that reporting about profitability and otherwise, and rental costs. But Mr. Reid, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I think that probably covers it. It's really that balance between the regulatory burden on those smaller providers and the transparency.
But there is a level of reporting for all services.
There is, yep.
That's right.
In relation to fees.
Excellent. And do you envisage any rolling that out? Any pushback from providers in terms of the additional transparency measures?
No. When we consulted on this wasn't an issue that was raised with the department as a significant concern for the providers who are affected by that provision.
And as we said, the providers of that size usually would have to report, have these kind of reporting obligations through other mechanisms anyway, so it's not a huge additional burden on them, but it does provide extra transparency, obviously, for the public.
I'm not asking them for anything additional to what they would provide in the other reports, so it's basically just the same report potentially could be provided to the department.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Little, you have some follow-up questions.
Yes, thank you. I've just got a supplementary question. I was listening earlier to your response to the question about the definition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, and I would like you to clarify whether that's actually aligned with the definition that is under the Social Security Act, because I'm a little confused as to which definition you're working to and therefore which modelling, if you've done any modelling.
So it's the definition.
Which definition?
It's the definition contained in the Australian Education Regulations 2013. I would have to take on notice if it aligns with the definition in the Social Security Act, but it's the same as the definition in the Australian Education Regulations with that additional provision to make sure we're catching people from birth.
So how much confidence do you have then that the numbers that you're working to as part of any modelling actually relates to the data that's available to the Australian government in relation to the definition that we've all come to know?
So the numbers that we think will benefit the 6,600 are those that are already in the system. So essentially, at least 6,600 will benefit. There may be more that there will likely be more that join the system post the introduction of this, but that 6,600 from our modelling is the number of families that will already benefit because they're in the system.
Okay. I haven't been able to find the difference in that definition that you're proposing, because you suggested that you talked to Snake about, or consulted with Snake about that definition, but
So we consulted with Snake. We consulted with Snake on the measure itself. I'd have to check whether they were consulted on that definition.
It's not in the bill though.
I don't think it was. Not in the consultation process.
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
We haven't had any concerns raised with us about the definition in the bill.
well, I mean, I'm asking about the modelling against the Social Security Act, so I've certainly got some concerns with clarifying that definition, given what we've seen more recently, some of the changes in numbers. Thank you.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time this afternoon. So I'd like to stick with the modelling if I can. How many days a week is this policy modelled on?
Sorry, the CCS changes?
Yeah.
So our model essentially takes the it's based on the current usage and projected growth and extrapolates that out. So it's not based on
Projected growth as in the growth of like the overall quantum or the expected growth that people take up more hours.
So are you referring to the cost of the measure essentially?
Yeah.
So we've got a childcare subsidy model that when we do measures like this projects it based on the current population in the system and things like expected population growth, expected fee growth and things like that. That's all factored into the childcare model, and we also factor in behaviour change.
Okay, so what's the behaviour change that you factored in?
For this measure, it's approximately $200 million.
Sorry, but what are the behaviours? I should have.
Expecting.
So I guess we're expecting more people to take up.
We are, yes.
That's right. So, and so how have you figured that out?
It's based on elasticities that we get from Treasury. I'd have to take it on notice, the exact parameters, but it's based on modelling we use from Treasury. And that
we've got them
feeds into
next
the
week. I guess I can ask them as well.
Yeah.
And it's the same numbers that they would have used to model their participation changes, and which is the 1.4 extra million hours worked.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So under this policy, how much better will someone earning $80,000 a year be off?
Bear with the Senator, we'll just bring up the right table. So Senator, I'll have it at $90,000 a year. So because it's on families, it's on family income, so somebody on $90,000 a year will be better off at $1,140 a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's a family using an average of 3 days a week and one child in centre-based daycare.
Okay. Oh, so you have done it on 3 days a week? Your
Well,
modelling's done on
So this is individual sort of cameos. The model itself bases it on the whole population.
Okay.
But the average use in Australia is 2 to 3 days a week, Senator.
Yeah. And have you got a figure there handy on, are there other thresholds? 120,000?
Yep.
350,000?
So, Senator, for a family income of $120,000, they'll be better off at $1,780 a year.
Okay. And have you got what other figures? Happy for you to run through the table. Maybe not the whole table. If it takes too long.
So the next one I'd draw the committee's attention to is $180,000 a year, and so that's an annual benefit of $3,080. The reason I draw those out is because the majority of participants in the childcare subsidy sit at $180,000 a year or lower.
75%.
So 75% of the families that benefit earn under $180,000 through this measure.
Okay. But this policy will actually go to 530.
That's correct.
So it's important.
That's right. So
you got a cameo for that one?
So, well, actually, at $530,000 a year, that's zero benefit because that's the
that's
where
when
it
it
finishes.
tapers
But if I
right
go
off,
back
yeah.
to say $400,000 a year, they'll be better off by $8,420. Now, the thing I'd stress here is that at the moment they get nothing, and so they'll, of course, any increase is beneficial to them. The other thing I'd stress, to use the numbers that I had before, their total subsidy will be $8,420. If I was to go back to the $90,000 I mentioned, their total subsidy is $29,650 a year. At $120,000, it's $28,670, and at $180,000, it's $24,460. So
Just note that this is a family with 2 children in care. These
that's
figures.
right. Yep.
Which is what an average is it? Is that?
It's hard to know.
Yeah, 3 days a week is the average participation in the system. I'd have to take on notice whether
So
a
you
family
don't.
of 2.
So when you figure this out, if the intention of the policy is to increase the number, to provide greater access, to enable, to value the role of early childhood education in the development of a child, with lots of talk about the first 1,000 days of a child's development. Do you not factor in, if the policy is there to actually improve that and get better outcomes, do you not factor in an increased usage of childcare?
Yes,
we do.
We do in the model.
You do. So is that the behavioural changes you're talking about before?
Yep.
That's right.
That's right. And so through our modelling, that's reflected in the costs, which is the number that appears in the budget next week.
Okay. And are there, can you provide me with those inputs that give you like what are the assumptions in terms of the increased demand?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice, but yeah, there's quite a few factors I think that the model takes into account. So it's
I'm happy to take that on notice. That's fine. All right, I'll move on. Can the department advise, please, how many centre-based daycare services are charging above the government's fee cap?
You can probably
Sorry, before
tell you
I
as
did
a
miss a question. Sorry,
percentage.
before I move on from that previous line, I did miss one. Sorry. Can you guarantee that there'd be no family worse off under this policy? Is there any cameo that you've got there?
There's no families
no
worse
families
off.
worse off. Okay.
96% of families better off, and about 4% of families remain the same.
Remain the same. Okay, got that. So how many centre-based daycare services are charging above the government's fee cap?
I can probably tell you as a percentage, but not the number. But if you give me a second. So 84.3% of centre-based daycare services charge below the cap. So we could probably try and figure it out roughly what 15% is.
Okay, a percentage is fine. That's fine. So it's 15.7% charge above.
Yeah, 15.7% charge above the cap.
And have you got data on, and I'm happy to take my notice on the range, like some twice as much, quarter as much? Above
We'd have to take that on notice, I think.
Okay, that's fine. So do you expect that fees will rise between now and at the end of this financial year?
I think fees would, between now and the end of the financial year, I think fees would usually rise within that period of time anyway.
Do you have an expectation on what that increase will be?
No, so we haven't modelled that, Senator.
Your your subsidies, the subsidy, so it would be whatever the provider charges, I guess.
Yes, up to the fee cap. So the percentages off the fee cap. 2 things I'd add, as Mr. Reid was alluding to, typically around January is when services consider their fee structures for the future year. That's been a bit disrupted in recent years because of COVID and other things like that. The other thing I'd say as well is that when it comes to things like CPI, when the multiple child measure came in, we saw a decline in the childcare component of the CPI. I'd expect that we'll see something similar reflected in as a result of these measures coming in, because CPI's based upon the out-of-pocket expenses of the family. So how much a family spends over the course of a fortnight in that basket of goods is CPI, and which is their out-of-pocket component, which is different to the total fee, which is affected by the rate cap and what's being charged here. And the reason I kind of make that point is that we've seen increases in consumption. So people are using more early learning and care. It's from about 28 hours a week on average to about 32 hours on a week average. That extra 4 hours you pay for, and so that contributes. Your out-of-pockets might remain the same, but per hour, but over the course of a week, it means you're paying more for that total basket of goods. Yeah, and that's what we reflect in the CPI.
Okay. Okay. So do you expect fees to be going up over the next 12 months and then into 2023?
So I think when we've the modelling that the department typically has in the budget materials.
So we've got projected fee growth that I can give you that's in the budget papers. I mean, it's not what this isn't a fee growth expected because of these reforms. This is just the fee growth in the projected in the last budget. So I can give you that if you like.
But I think
I might take it on notice. I'm short of time, but or if you can.
I think it's also important to note that during that period, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission will be out there doing their price inquiry of services as well. So there'll be a very strong spotlight on what's happening.
And then the increased transparency measures would also, is aimed at around putting pressure on prices, downward pressure on prices, even things like the integrity measures with the electronic payment of gap fee, because the payment of the gap fee is also a kind of price control mechanism, and the electronic transfer of gap fees would also, we expect, contribute to downward pressure on prices.
Okay. Have you done modelling then on the effect of this policy, that what it will have on childcare fees?
No, I don't believe we have.
No, we haven't done modelling on it.
Why wouldn't you think that would be relevant?
The modelling we've done is through our childcare subsidy model, which is largely related to demand in the system and what that means for total expenditure of the system rather than the total fees, because the expenditure is going to be based on those rate caps, not on those other fees.
Yeah. So I guess you'd only do the modelling then on what it would ultimately cost the government. Do you look at the overall? That's what it's going to do. I guess where I'm interested in understanding what impact this is going to have on households. Mm-hmm. And you've said that 96% of people will be better off. I guess they're better off in that they're getting a bigger subsidy. But if the overall fees, is there any impact of the policy on actually increasing the?
To be very confident
costs?
That out-of-pocket costs for a family will reduce. So the multi-child subsidy measure was an investment of roughly half the size of this one over the forward estimates, roughly half, and had a negative 7.3% reduction in the childcare CPI. So you would expect that, even though this is money going into the sector, well, money going into families' pockets really, but more money going towards childcare subsidy, you'd expect it would have a positive impact on childcare CPI.
And that's part of what the ACCC will look at. They will look very closely at the impact of the policy on fees.
Okay. The Minister for Education, Mr. Clare, in his first reading on this speech, said that the policy was a multi-billion-dollar boost to productivity and participation without adding to inflation. Does the department agree with this statement?
So we don't believe it's going to have an inflationary effect upon prices in the childcare sector.
How would it not?
Or at least not for the out-of-pockets that the families are going to be subject to. Like Mr. Reid said, we expect the CPI, the childcare component of the CPI, will reflect what happened under the multiple child subsidy measure.
Yeah. Okay. So how would it not? You've said that pretty confidently. So how would it not have an inflation impact
on the out-of-pockets for the family?
Yeah, well, inflationary, so more broadly across the economy.
So thinking more broadly across the economy, I think, our colleagues at Treasury would be better placed to answer a question like that. I think the key trade-offs would be about what the size of the investment is into the sector and what the workforce participation benefits are going to be, and that the extent to which those workforce participation benefits outweigh those that investment.
Okay. Yeah. Has the department done any modelling on how many additional places will be needed in centres across the country under the government's legislation if every eligible parent were to send their child to early learning at least 3 days a week?
If every parent was?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't done modelling that. I mean, I think we know that roughly 50% of children aged 0 to 5 attend care, and so if every parent sent their child to care, I guess it's going to double the population. But I think the important thing to note is not everyone attends 5 days a week. So, we know there's about 1 million childcare places at the moment, and so 2 children could essentially take up a place if they went to care on average for 2.5 days a week. So it's very difficult to say how many more childcare places would be needed because it would depend on the days and usage of those families. I'm not sure whether that's articulating that very well.
Yeah.
But
Well, I guess I just keep hearing ministers talk about the fact that this is going to address various issues, cost of living, and importantly, access to childcare from a workforce participation point of view, particularly for women. Has the government done any modelling on how many extra childcare places that this policy will create?
So we haven't, I wouldn't say we've modelled how many additional places it would create. So we've said that Treasury have estimated the participation effect, so 37,000 full-time workers. But they're not all going to be new entrants into the system. So it could be, some of them will be new entrants, but some of them will be families that are already attending care 3 or 4 days a week, say, that'll pick up that 4th or 5th day of care, which wouldn't require necessarily a new place. So we haven't modelled how many places would be required, but there has been modelling done on what the participation effects of the measure may be.
I'll just add to what Mr Reid said too, is that we know that there are some services that have capacity already, so they probably wouldn't need additional places, for example. So that would also form part of that understanding of what's actually needed across the market.
Right, okay. So to meet that expected growth, to meet that need, that we're going to need more workforce. There's a considerable number of childcare deserts. There's some of I'm from Western Australia. You don't need to go far out of Perth to find childcare deserts. Certainly the further you go, the more pronounced they are. I'm very interested in understanding, has the government done any workforce modelling to show how many more workers will be required that this policy would be required to fill?
So, Senator, we haven't modelled the extent to which new workers are as part of this policy development. We're familiar with the work of the National Skills Commission, as it was, and its predictions about what the future workforce is required in the sector. What I'd note, though, is that recently we've seen increases in the ABS labour force survey has shown an increase from May to August this year of about 8,000 participants in the sector. We're seeing an increase in commencements and completion in early qualifications in the early childhood sector. So I think we see those things heading, largely in the right direction. But as I said earlier, the government is concerned to ensure that the workforce is available and is there to do this. And there's a number of measures it's bringing forward to do that. One of those is the tasking it's given to all of us, between us and the states and territories, of what things need to be fast-tracked through National Cabinet, as well as the paying conditions for the Fair Work Commission and otherwise. So there's a range of things to alleviate those workforce concerns. I think, if I recall correctly from earlier, I thought the evidence from one witness was that this isn't a metropolitan issue as such, but really it's about how do we give effect to these workforce and capacity constraints that exist within regional areas. Our CCCF program will go some way to doing that. We've got data sources that enable that program to make selections about where those thin markets are as well.
Yeah.
But as I said, it's a concern to government. It's something that we've been asked to expedite as quickly as we can.
Okay. So what about in terms of the broader labour market benefit of this policy? Has the government done any workforce modelling to show how many more workers that this policy will put back into the workforce? And not talking about the childcare providers' workforce, but more generally.
Yeah, so that's that modelling from Treasury that says 37,000 full-time equivalents re-entering the workforce as a result of the policy. Well, up to that.
In the first year.
In the first year. Yep. And some of them will be people taking on additional work.
Yep.
Increasing their hours.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Has there been any breakdown of male versus female in those figures?
Well, in fact, those numbers from Treasury were based upon women's workforce participation. So that was women.
And mothers with children aged 0 to 8.
Yeah, that's
0 to
right.
5.
Yeah,
Yep.
so that was
Right.
subset.
Yep.
So not expecting men to benefit?
I expect we may be additional, Senator.
I'm sure they will. Okay. Does that modelling include what income bracket the majority of those workers will come from?
I don't think so. You'd have to check with Treasury, I think, on
Okay,
that.
fair enough. Do we know what industries?
Again.
No, again, that was an across-the-board macro position.
Okay. I just want to go back. The chair's telling me I've got to wind it up. Thank you, Chair. Doing a good job. Just in relation to a question that I asked earlier, can you tell me, just in relation to the CCS, how much would prices have to go up for the increases in CCS to be lost?
Well,
it's probably not uniform either.
Yeah,
so,
I'd say we could take that on notice, Senator, but I'm not even sure we could answer it then because it wouldn't necessarily be a uniform impact.
Because each scenario is different, is that?
Yeah,
Yes.
so each
Yes.
family income point, the subsidy increase is different.
And the
so,
number of children you have and all those kinds of things.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Just one last one, if I may, Chair. So just thank you for your submission. And unfortunately, our timetable that we set meant that you were only able to provide us this submission today. So I've only just been reading it while we've been sitting here. But just noted the consultation, sector consultation on the bill. It says targeted consultation was undertaken with the sector between some pretty narrow dates. So am I to interpret targeted as narrow? I mean, it's certainly not broad.
So we've got a reference group, an established reference group that has, I think, about 20 members. Combination of providers, sector representative, peak bodies, SNAIC, and so we consulted with that group.
So the list of that group is at the end of the Minister's second reading speech. It's our early childhood education and care reference group, and as Mr Reid mentioned, it's from peak bodies through to significant participants like Good Start Early Learning through to SNAIC and otherwise.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Just a couple of brief questions. Just on the electronic payment of gap fees designed to reduce fraud and non-compliance, can you just say what's your view on how that will function and its effectiveness?
Yeah. I might ask Mr Mojo, who looks after our compliance operations.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Senator, so look, we think it'll have a fairly big disruptive effect. We see a lot of sort of fraud and non-compliance, particularly around providers sort of claiming additional days care in lieu of waiving gap fees and those sort of practices. So really, the electronic payment of gap fees, what we know is about 95% of families already are paying by electronic means. So it's small in terms of change of practice for families, but we think it'll have a really big disruptive effect to those sort of practices. So what it would mean is essentially if a provider said, you're coming 1 day a week, I'll claim 2, just don't pay me a gap fee. it would then mean that family would have to actually transfer electronically. At the moment, they can get around it by not saying that the exchange is cash. What it would mean is the family would then have to transfer 2 days' worth of gap fee when they're only actually attending for 1 day. So it really sort of disincentivises those kind of practices.
Thank you. Have you got have you got any forecasts of how that might look, or is there an indication?
Yeah, so there'll be some figures in budget next week around the saves that will be achieved from that.
Thank you. And the other question is just, I know you've touched on this before, but you may just be able to expand a little bit on it. So just with providing a minimum of 36 hours of subsidised care a fortnight, how does that help First Nations families and children? Just go into a bit more detail.
So we've discussed already there's 6,600 First Nations children or families within the system. To explain how the CCS 36 might work is that what that means is that rather than the 24 hours they have access to at the moment, that's given 36 hours over the course of the fortnight or 4 9-hour sessions. When we consider things like our preschool work, 15 hours a week is typically the dosage that is accepted, and that's under the preschool reform agreement. I know some of my state colleagues are seeking to go further on that. What that'll really mean is that if those families engage in 2 10-hour sessions a week, so 40 hours over the total, and they still have a little bit of a gap fee, under the CCS 24, they'd be out of pocket $111 per week. Under the CCS 36, at a decline to $50. So it's cheaper for those families to have their children participate in early learning and care. It gets the children into early learning and care, and as we know, that has a significant impact or benefit on them as they go through primary school and the NAPLAN results and alike. And so we see this as being an important part of the meeting the closing the gap targets, particularly target 4 about developmental readiness for children. I think as Minister Clare said, it's an important first step.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And I'd just like to thank you for the evidence you've given. Of course, it'd be great to offer assistance to the committee. And if you take any questions on notice, if you could return answers to the Secretariat by the 4th of November 2022. That now concludes today's hearing, and thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice shall be provided by Friday, the 4th of November 2022. The committee now stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.